Boost on the Beach 2025 Day 2. Day 1 was full of excitement, full of fun. The Group A stage matches are done and over with, but we have a few more to go in Group B before we can move on to the bracket creation, which will happen a little later in the day, and then what we all are here for, the knockout matches. Without further ado, our first match of today will be USC, who is coming in with a 3-1 record against Davenport, undefeated, looking to maintain that as they move into the playoff stage. Casters, over to you.
Appreciate it, Dan. Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. It's time to get down to business. Day 1 was a nice vacation over to the beach, but now is where teams need to lock in. We're wrapping up group stage and moving into that single elim bracket. I'm Mr. Bepic, joined in the booth / stage in the center of a restaurant, whatever you want to call that, by Exil. Exil, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, right? You said it. Single elim starts here today after we wrap up these group stage matches. So it's going to be tight. Teams have to show up if they want to stay alive to go the distance through this championship for the $5,000 prize pool pot that we have going here for Boost on the Beach. So we'll have to see what happens when we get into the thick of it here when we begin our bracket. But yeah, I could not be more excited to get started.
$3,000 for the winning team.
Yeah.
That's just one team taking away 3 Gs. And then 1.5 for second, 500 for third. Not too shabby for a trip to Myrtle Beach. But we do have a lot to break down here. As our first series of the day, Davenport versus South Carolina. That's coming up at the top of the hour. But Exil and I have a lot of stats to go through. The admins have been hard at work taking numbers from every single series. So let's start with standings, and then we'll talk more specific numbers. Group A wrapped up early yesterday. Those were our first series of the day in the morning, and Concord, I think to the surprise of no one, is at the top.
Yeah, Concord definitely expected to top this group, right? A clean 3-0 performance coming through yesterday, but some close kind of middle of the pack teams here. Northeastern coming up 2-1. Maryland as well, one of the new teams we have here at Boost on the Beach, 2-1 as well. GMU able to pick up a win as well, but Kentucky, they need to come back and try to find some momentum. We'll see if they can do so, but yeah, Group A looking calm, cool, collected, kind of what we expected going into that one. As now we pan over to Group B, Davenport topping the list here at 4-0.
And really, Group B is pretty close to sewn up, unless South Carolina can pull off an upset over Davenport here in our first match on the main stage. As Charlotte and South Carolina on the side stream setup yesterday was a 2-0 for Charlotte. Extremely close. Both games, I think, had really good-looking 0-second opportunities for the Gamecocks, but they couldn't hit them. And Charlotte will more than likely claim that second seed, all-important second seed, mind you. And UT Dallas, Wichita State fighting for fourth. It's a straight head-to-head to see who grabs that spot.
Yeah, and that is the later matchup that we have here today after the Davenport-South Carolina matchup. So that is definitely one to keep an eye on for that fourth place spot. UT Dallas, definitely not the start that they were looking for to this Boost on the Beach, but looking to bounce back here in day 2, secure that fourth spot in Group B, and look for a promising playoff bracket run here. But yeah, USC and Davenport, man, I don't know where this one goes, right? I mean, South Carolina has been playing out of their minds thus far this weekend, so we'll have to see if they can go toe-to-toe with Davenport, who have looked super, super strong this far.
Davenport have dropped a game so far, but that's about all the weaknesses that they've shown. They have looked like a top dog that's shooting for a grand finals against Concord. Concord's kind of in a similar boat, but there are teams here, I think a good swath of them, that can take good shots at the top teams in this event. But let's start talking stats before we do start breaking down South Carolina and Davenport really in depth, and we'll start with the saves, Exil.
Yeah, saves. This is the one stat line that you don't really want to be in top 5.
Unless you're
right?
winning.
Unless you're winning, of course. Unless you are winning. But Gababy, 4 saves in total yesterday. Syracuse struggling on the offensive side, and well, it shows here with 2 of their players in the top 5. Jason as well here for GMU, 21, Dalton 20 from UTD. Mr. Lindell mentioned a little bit earlier those 2 Syracuse players, and then Dev from GMU yet again tied up with Mr. Lindell at 17 apiece. But yeah, it just goes to kind of show Gababy's presence that they have in the game as well. A very fast player, a very offensively motivated, but can get back in time to find 34 saves yesterday.
Syracuse does have a great combo to set up Gababy to top the save leaderboard, as he's very quick, and Syracuse doesn't play a whole lot in the offensive zone. I want to show the average saves as well, because Gababy 4.3 per game. And I mean, Mr. Lindell's obviously topping as well. That's at minimum 6.5 saves per game for Syracuse. They've yet to notch a win. It's been a struggle bus of a tournament for them so far, looking to notch their first win today, sooner rather than later, as you only have really 2 lives here. You get your best of 3 warm-up, and then it's into single elim bracket play. But then Turtle here as well, 2.2 saves per game, and he is one of the only representatives in the save stat column that actually has a positive record.
Yeah, I mean, Maryland has been looking very, very good, specifically Turtle on that defensive side, those 2.2 saves per game. But what are saves without some assists kind of tossed in there as well, right? The top assist leaders here from day number 1. Crispy, this is kind of expected from the way Concord plays. Crispy doing a great job at setting up their players, specifically Helix on Concord as well, having a lot of angles to try to find some approaches. Dalton from UTD, 9 assists. Brock from Davenport with 9. 4 players with 9. Dev, toss him in there as well, but Crispy is definitely the one to look out for on Concord when you are approaching this defensive stand with the offensive power that this Concord team has.
I mean, it's such a stark difference. Crispy is 4 assists ahead of the rest of the field here, which is extremely impressive, and I don't think it's any surprise to anyone to see 2 Concord players here, especially when we show the total goals and average goals. But here, top 2, Crispy and Helix, again, we're going to ignore them. They get too much of the spotlight already. But down below, Dalton, Lazy, and Katz distributing well, and Katz we will get to see here on the main stage for this first series. And I mean, SJT and Og have been doing a lot of scoring throughout this tournament, and obviously they got their fearless leader to be dishing out dimes for them.
Yeah, Katz is definitely someone to look for in this series against Davenport. Very prominent player, a leader for that team as well, along with SJT and Og. So we'll have to see where they show up here today. And, well, we're dishing up, we're throwing up dimes, right? How many shots are actually on goal? Let's take a look at the top shot leaders here from yesterday. It's Simas from Concord, 39 on target shots.
Absurd.
Cam from Davenport as well, 37. And then right back to Concord. Let's toss Helix in there as well, 33 for them, and Wichita State's Pickle. And then the Jasnon, George Mason with 32 there for the shot leader. So a lot of offensive power coming from these 5 players.
And keep in mind that Concord have only played 3 series so far. Yeah. This is what they're doing in 7 total games of Rocket League played, which is absolutely insane. They are racking things up on the offensive end. But hey, shout out Pickle from Wichita State. The Shockers are getting a little bit of love here in our stat leaderboards. And he's 3rd overall average shot per game. He's a deadly force in offense, and Wichita State will absolutely need him, and I mean the rest of the team obviously, to beat UT Dallas and take that 4th spot in Group B.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big matchup for them. Pickle is definitely one of those offensive powers that kind of is slept on a little bit here at this competition. We can see them in these stat columns performing very, very well. But what is shots if they're not going in? Right, let's see how many are going in for some of these players. Cam, 14 goals yesterday, 4 of them in 1 game as well. So very good stuff coming from the Davenport forward. Helix, Simas as well, 12 apiece from Concord. Jasnon on George Mason with 11. And then Og now making their way into the leaderboards here with 9 scores, 9 goals for USC.
And in this first matchup, Og can get closer to Cam here with our top goal leaders. And Cam can hold Og at an arm's reach, prevent him from climbing up the leaderboard. But just 9 for Og, as it is a full team effort from South Carolina. And it is for Davenport as well. But Cam has been electric in the air, hitting everything. And before we move on, I got to shout out Jasnon for the 11 goals that he's scored. Again, that's an academy player at George Mason that was pulled up to the main team about a week ago. And he's making his a big splash here at Boost on the Beach.
Yeah, Jasnon has been playing incredibly well, being brought up to that. And yeah, let's look at what the averages look like, right? Helix and CMOS both, of course, tied for that 1.7 apiece. Cam 1.6, Og, and now we have Waiters as well coming in with 1.3 goals per game. Maryland now cresting that top 5 goal leaderboard.
I'm noticing a theme here. There's a lot of Concord, a lot of Cam, a lot of Og, and then occasionally some other players will pop up on the leaderboard. Shout out Waiters, making his land debut here in Myrtle Beach. So that's hype for him. He was electrifying to watch yesterday. I love to see fresh players like that coming into land, coming into their own. But here's some guys that kind of know how to compete. Concord starting us off in our goal-scoring package, and that makes sense considering how much output that they've had throughout Boost on the Beach.
Yeah, and you can see in a lot of these plays, look who's getting this first touch. It's Crispy with those assists. I believe it was 14 assists coming through from Crispy, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, very, very good production coming through all 3 players of that roster over at Concord. So great stuff coming through. I'm very excited to see what this bracket stage looks like with some of these tough matchups that will come Concord's way when the time comes. But hey, we still got to get through some group stage madness here. But yeah, I'm very excited to see kind of where this lands, where these players go, and who kind of steps up on some of these teams to really then change up these leaderboards, shake it up a little bit, and take some of those titles going out of Championship Sunday.
It is shaping up to be a very interesting bracket stage a little bit later on today. And while we are still talking about Concord, shout out to the boys at Concord. They qualified for the CECC LAN later in May through the Southern region, which is difficult to do, especially after playing a full day on LAN yesterday and then going to the Coastal Carolina facility to play another grueling online tournament, and they came out on top. So looking to win LAN and claim a spot at CECC in the same weekend, which would be kind of absurd unless you realize just how good those players are. That's kind of the standard for the Concord boys. Yeah,
Concord is definitely one of those teams that is just nonstop, right? It's like, oh, do we have a controller? Do we have a computer? And can it run Rocket League? And if so, they're playing, right? Definitely all 3 of those players coming up to show out. Right, so we will take a quick peek at now some of the teams here that we have for this first matchup. First up, looking over at Davenport.
Well, it's time to introduce these boys again. If you've forgotten who they were after day 1, they're a force to be reckoned with here and are kicking us off. Of course, led fearlessly by Bolt. He's a sophomore. I thought he'd been around the CRL scene for forever, but that's just how pronounced that dude's name is. And then Brock, I got to have a long chat with him yesterday. Great guy, super competitive. Excited to watch him again. And then, of course, Cam, who we've already been talking about, topping all the stats possible so far in Boost on the Beach, led by Coach Shane. That's what I'm talking about. He gets the boys hyped.
Yeah, Coach Shane doing a great job at corralling these players, right, making sure that they know what they have to be doing. But then the players themselves, they already know. These players are unbelievably strong in everything that they do. Cam specifically on that offensive side, 14 goals for that player yesterday. So it's now going to be up to USC. How do you stop the offensive power coming through from Davenport? Brock and Volty doing a great job at setting up their striker.
Well, let's get it introduced. The South Carolina boys had an electrifying series on the main stage yesterday against UT Dallas and narrowly escaped there in Game 3. Lots of overtimes, lots of clutch moments, and Og is no stranger to that. He's been at the forefront of the South Carolina team for a long time alongside his captain in Cats, his final semester at South Carolina. And SJT this year has made a big splash in the collegiate scene, coming up from that South Carolina B team. And honestly, he has elevated this roster even beyond the highs that they've reached previously, and we're seeing that this weekend.
Yeah, SJT has really made this team so much better. Mechanical God in the air, able to find so many beautiful looks as we have a little zoom in on SJT on that warm-up stage here, getting warm with the boys. But yeah, it's been really thrilling to watch SJT this weekend, right? Had a very, very close call later on in the day against Charlotte, almost able to push that one to a game 3, but unable to do so. But hey, let's take a quick look at what the key players are.
I'm excited for this one.
This matchup, this beautiful graphic from our production. Pink is the leader, or higher than the blue, and I mean, it's Cam, right? All pink, all leading against this USC roster.
Makes sense. Like we said, Cam was in pretty much every single stat leaderboard we had there at the beginning of the show. But on the other side of the field, Og is the guy that can go toe-to-toe with Cam's consistency. And we did see that yesterday. Og is a great finisher for this South Carolina team, scoring 9 goals in the 4 series that the Gamecocks played yesterday. And there he is on camera. The South Carolina boys, they keep sneaking peeks at the main screen, just trying to see if they look good on camera.
I mean, you got to try. You got to be like, all right, hey, is my hair right? Is my hat on the correct way? I don't want it to be crooked or anything like that. We see some peaks coming through. But let's take a quick peek at some of the highlights from these players, right? Og, that one with an open goal, but that's just positioning, able to catch that one midfield as well. And just all these angles that Og is able to find and strike true on with these goals. Beautiful setup for other members as well, right? So it's been very, very nice seeing the South Carolina team start to come alive here yesterday, and let's see if they can keep their momentum coming into today's matchup against Davenport.
And this was the series to come alive in. I mean, right there, a clutch goal there in Game 2 for South Carolina with less than a minute left. But on the flip side of the field, Cam definitely has a highlight reel of his own to flex. And against a wide variety of teams, I mean, Davenport, 4-0 so far, 8-1 in games. They did drop a single game to Charlotte, I believe. I had to double check that,
so,
but still, a lot of goals from Cam here.
Yeah, I mean, Cam has just been lights out thus far on this offensive side of the field. And much of that is to do with Bolte and Brock setting up a lot of these passing lanes and just these lobs tossed up to Cam. And Cam's like, all right, I'll take it from here, boys. You can go back, get your boost. I'll find a nice little goal. And if I miss, hey, I'll just go at it again, and we'll see what happens. So Cam is definitely a force to be reckoned with. USC has to figure out how they want to try to lock down that player, close up some of these passing lanes, and transition that into some offense of their own.
And it was UT Dallas that took a game off of Davenport. I want to correct myself real quick. But talking about shutting down Cam, South Carolina can throw everything they can at him. But Brock and Bolte individually and as a unit with this Davenport roster can still step up and play that same role. It was Cam yesterday, but it could be Brock or Bolte today. And that's what I was talking to Brock about. I mean, this Davenport roster is so individually skilled that at a LAN like this, full teams, have to be playing at 100%, close to perfection, just to beat the individual levels this Davenport roster brings to an event.
Yeah, this Davenport roster is definitely scary, right? Coming into this weekend, we're expecting Concord, Davenport to kind of find their way into that 1-2 spot. The 3 through 8 spot is very kind of a toss-up, up in the air. Not sure where some of these teams are going to land, but hey, it's also sometimes a toss-up with upsets. You know, you never know what's going to happen on land, especially in the environment that we have here at the Hangout in Myrtle Beach. It is an absolute blast to play in this space, and I'm sure the players, I mean, I know Og and Katz are very used to this. This is their 3rd year here for those South Carolina players, so they kind of know what the Hangout's all about. Davenport, however, a newcomer to this space, trying to get a little used to the get up on that table as now we kick off game number 1. South Carolina trying to start off strong.
Let's get things started here. The beginning of the end for the group stage, and South Carolina looks to pull off what would be one of the bigger upsets today, even though it is Championship Sunday. See if they can't nab a top spot in Group A. But Davenport, the kings of their group right now, I'm sure they want to do everything in their power to prevent a big Gamecock showing here in match 1 of Boost on the Beach.
Yeah, SJT back on that defensive side, redirecting the shot coming through from Bolte now. Og trying to navigate some traffic, but unable to do so. A toss-up there, SJT again, passing it over to Katz. Og now with the shot down the field, but Bolte is already back on that defensive side. A minute in here and a little bit of ping pong action, a back and forth to start game number 1 here in this best of 3. We still are in those best of 3s because it is still the last 2 matches of the group stage. But once we get into that bracket stage, we're going to go to BO5's catch with a shot on goal, but Cam there in time to find the save.
Triple commit. Cam is still stat padding, but that is an important stat to grab, as that could have been South Carolina's opener. And right here, this is where this series is going to be won. Up in the air, probably mostly around South Carolina's net, because that's where Davenport hits hard. With the aerial passes that are difficult to get to for defenses, you have to make good reads off the waterfall backboard, just straight up off the backboard. With limited resources at times, and double committing like that is going to kill South Carolina if it continues. That's goal 1.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what you don't want to see if you're on the side of USC. A little bump there, SJT pushing Og to the corner, and that just sets up Brock with a beautiful cross. Bolte able to find that goal, because USC, they were strung thin. No one could get back on that defensive side after that double commit does not go their way in the air.
It's just the start, though. South Carolina have had one good opportunity so far, and that's a decent beginning. Have to keep things manageable in defense. That is how they're going to get out of this series alive. But for Davenport, goal 1 a couple minutes in is the best case scenario. Maybe they want 2 or 3, but the fact that they are starting off so strong right now and are getting spaces like that to shoot the ball in South Carolina's net, I would probably think this one could be over pretty quick.
I mean, Cam already getting some good looks. Every member of Davenport taking shots on the goal. Brock now trying to find a cross ricochet angle off of that backboard, but unable to do so. USC doing a great job finding a clear. Now Bolte taking it back to Davenport's half of the pitch, going on a nice little reset here for some boost. Now SJT up in the air, but out of boost means unable to follow up. Bolte now with a strong clear into the corner. Cats back on defense.
Don't know how much Bolte knew about that net being as open as it was, but it doesn't really matter. He finds Brock with a pretty simple pass there. I mean, you see this kind of play in champ lobbies, but that ball is dimed up for Brock, and he hits the shot. The finishing touch is probably what you don't see in champ lobbies. That's clean from Davenport.
Yeah, SJT and Cass were in position there, but it's just a beautiful ball coming through from Davenport. 2-0 up now here in game number 1. Make that 3-0 up. Cam now finally on the board for Davenport.
And it's just a kickoff goal. Cam wins it off the sidewall, was set up nicely. Cam actually stole that one. That went off his wheels, and you can see it in the player cams. Brock's having a laugh about that. Cam continues to stat pad.
That's 15 now, I believe,
yes,
for Cam now this weekend here. Brock now taking it off of that kickoff, trying to find a cross. Cam will be able to catch that one, but we'll just push it back out into that corner. South Carolina now with a little bit of an opportunity. Og up in the air, but Brock with a beautiful touch. Shot on goal. Cats, Og to follow up, already in position. South Carolina bring it back within 2.
And this is how South Carolina is going to find agency in offense. Those passes out of defense, because they're very effective at finding one another in their defensive end. It's just a matter of have they already committed too many resources to their goal line to stop Davenport, and so the counterattack is stunted. But right there, it's perfect for the Gamecocks. They're on the board finally, but there still is a lot of work left to do.
Yeah, still down 2, but plenty of time here with 2 minutes to go. The pinch going across the field there into South Carolina's corner. Og now finding a clear. SJT trying to chase it down, but Davenport already there in the air, able to find that answer. Cam now finding the clear.
Ooh, and Og's a little awkward and a great touch, so SJT's put in a rough spot. Challenges nicely, sends the ball to the opposite corner, and Cats will clear, picks up 100, has Cam to beat, but that's a nice read defensively. We talk a lot about Davenport's offense, but their consistency in making reads like what Cam just did is also a big part of their gameplay, and they actually nab a goal at the end of it.
Yeah, and they're going for this triple commit on the side of USC. Bolte, however, is able to find the clear in the air in their own corner in South Carolina. They just can't get back in time on that defensive rotation. Triple commits, when they work, they're great, but when they don't, man, it is really hard to come back from some of those goals. Davenport now 4-1 up here in game number 1. Brock taking it by themselves, but Og back on the defensive side. SJT with the clear.
And we've already seen that. I think that last goal was given up by South Carolina because they had to commit so aggressively to beat Davenport with limited time left on the clock. And that'll still have to be the case now. 3 goals in a minute is difficult against any team in this event, let alone one of the favorites to maybe win this whole thing. And Davenport's looking for more than passing at crossbar level. And Cam does end up getting the goal at the end of the play. He's shooting 2 for 1 right now, however much sense that makes. But Davenport's offense is looking clean.
Yeah, I mean, that's 3 members of Davenport yet again, in South Carolina struggling to lock down this defensive side. Cam now with 2 in game number 1 here, 45 seconds to go. Davenport 5-1 up and still in control of this ball. The cross coming through. Brock had an angle, but we'll just toss it up off of that backboard instead. Now it's SJT up in the air with some space to work with. Cam back on defense, able to catch that pass play potential up to Brock. Brock unable to follow through, but Bolte will. 6-1 Davenport.
All right, I've done breaking down Davenport goals. They're scoring too many of them. It's way too early to be working this hard. But elsewhere, on our side setup, Syracuse and Charlotte do have their match underway right now. No side stream today, so we will do our best to keep you all updated. No side stream for Rocket League, I should say. We're running a Super Smash Bros. Tournament, so make sure you're tuning in for that as well to help support Boost on the Beach and everything that we're doing at this wonderful land. But we'll keep you updated with that side stream matchup, because it is pretty important if South Carolina comes back, wins 2 games straight. Otherwise, it's just going to be Charlotte securing their 2nd seed if they do end up beating Syracuse, as Davenport, with a win here, will have gone undefeated and claim the 1st seed out of Group B.
Yeah, looking to go 4-0 here in the group stage. That was just Cam, just doing Cam things, you know, finding a goal, finding an angle, and taking the shot. Brock now up in the air, passing it down to Cam. Bolte not going to follow up on that one with just seconds remaining. The ball will eventually hit the ground or go in the net. Cam now with 4 goals here in game number 1.
Man, it really seems like Cam is stat padding here, but I haven't known him to be doing that this event, which is odd. But 4 goals in game 1, and that's wraps for game 1. South Carolina have got to play a lot better defensively going into game 2, and that's about as deep as I'll go for now.
Yeah, it's Cam, right? You got to find out how to stop the passing lanes on the side of Davenport. They are awake, they are here, they are ready to play. As we look at the players here sitting at their stations, Davenport, no emotion, just sitting, knowing what they have to do. They have a job to do, and they are looking good thus far, right? 8-1 victory here in game number 1 for Davenport. So we'll see what USC, the Gamecocks, what can they do to come back into this game?
Better reads defensively as to where Davenport's going with the ball, better resource management and communication. Game 1, I'll excuse. I don't think 8-1 really tells the story of how competitive South Carolina can be against Davenport. I think maybe they got caught by the early morning play right now. And a best of 3, you can't really afford to do that. But South Carolina have a lot of experience here. And like you said, they've played at Boost on the Beach the last 2 years, I think since its inception as a LAN event. When I first met the South Carolina team about 2 years ago, this is the event they were telling me about, how they had just placed 3rd at this LAN at Myrtle Beach. And, well, this is home turf for the Gamecocks, and they have to prove that here. Now that they've got a game under their belts, let's see if they can stage a comeback against the dominant Davenport.
Yeah, Cats now trying to get aggressive. Cam winning out on that 50-50, stopping the approach that Cats was going for. Pinch now going not on target, but a little roll in the cross angle, but USC, the Gamecocks, unable to capitalize on that slow rollers. Now we see a pass play not connect for Brock.
What's more concerning, though, is there wasn't a South Carolina player right there to kind of intercept. And now Cats has been taken out. Here's SJT and Og go to work offensively. It's a great block by Brock, and it's to follow up with another good touch, but South Carolina still get a rebound opportunity that just goes off the crossbar. Cats will be kicking himself for that one.
Yeah, they're taking shots, but I mean, stationary objects, I said it yesterday, sometimes that's your best defender, the crossbar, able to find that save for Davenport. Cats back up in the air, but so no, close. Going just wide. SJT with the follow-up, and Og with the whiff. Now it's a little bit of a 1v1 scenario. Cam with that 1v1 will strike true. 1-0 Davenport.
Well, the problems for South Carolina haven't been on the offensive side of the ball. It's been their defense that just can't seem to get a read on what Davenport's doing. And even then, a 1v1 situation, Cam outdoes Cats, and that's a clean finish because Cam didn't have a whole lot of boost for that. He had to really think about how to place that ball well on the near side.
Yeah, good stuff thus far coming through from Davenport on this offensive side. Og now with the demo onto Cam, and maybe that's what they need to start looking for. A little bit of disruption into Davenport's play, right? If you can get 1 or 2 off the board, I mean, maybe that will transition into some offense. Og now on the defensive side with a beautiful touch and a save, and a little bump there as well coming through. Davenport, however, still maintaining possession of this ball. Shots left and right from this team.
No clear for Og, though. SJT's got full boost, but is challenged so quickly by Volty off the ceiling. Again, I don't know how you read that from Davenport. And we've gotten word that Charlotte did take game 1 over Syracuse. I don't know if you can hear the cheers of especially Knight's mom up there, but Charlotte are quite happy about their game 1 performance.
We always love a supportive family, right? Knight's mom is definitely one of those people that you love to see in the venue, but something else that you'd love to see is a South Carolina clear, but no, they are unable to find one. Volty striking back yet again, 2-0 now for Davenport.
It's a tough miss. I mean, Cats, it's not an easy read, but one he is capable of making, and Volty just bets on it, which is the first man of Davenport. You're going to have a lot of time to rotate back either way if things go awry, but yeah, you bet on the miss and see if you get a little bit lucky, which Volty gets lucky in the sense that Cats didn't make contact, but that contact that he made on the ball was clean. Davenport still operating at a high level offensively. They got 2 goals, trying to make it 3 now. And Brock's gonna get back off the backboard, flip resets, and clip on South Carolina at the halfway point of game 2.
Now, I thought Brock might not have the angle, but plays it patient and then just finds the angle with that flip reset, like you say. 3-0 now for Davenport. I mean, South Carolina, you're about halfway through game number 2 now. You're down 3 goals. You need to find something and find something fast. This is probably the angle, and it is. SJT now putting the Gamecocks on the board.
Free kickoff play. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for South Carolina. It's easy, it's effective. Davenport's not set defensively, and now this game is still comebackable for the Gamecocks. They've got a good enough offense, a creative enough offense to score on Davenport, but they have to stop the bleeding on the other side of the pitch. But they do win this next kickoff, and off the backboard, Cam sent that ball Brock's way, but Og won't let him clear.
Yeah, Og trying to find a crossing angle, but unable to get it out of the corner. SJT now off the backboard. Cats up in the air. Shot on goal will go in. Gamecocks now bring it within 1.
All right, Cats is hitting his shots now, and that's a scary sight for Davenport because he's had quite the number of opportunities so far in game 2, and there is plenty of time with just a 1-goal deficit for the comeback to happen. And now for Davenport, they've got to collect themselves. I'm sure they're not fazed by the beginnings of a South Carolina comeback, but I know they don't want this comeback to get all the way to 3-3.
Now we can see the Gamecocks now starting to heat up on this offensive side. 2 goals within 35 seconds there for the team. Cam now in the air. Cats, or SJT, excuse me, doing a great job at stopping that passing lane that Cam was going for. Now it's Cats with the clear, but back on defense is Brock. Cam with a potential angle, but Og doing a great job yet again pushing that one out of harm's way.
Davenport once again find each other in defense, and it leads to a good clear. Even a creative back pass will continue to make South Carolina the monkey and monkey in the middle, but the monkey grabs the ball and puts a light shot in the general direction of the Davenport net, but that is stopped by Davenport, and they'll find themselves an effective clear.
Davenport now trying to regain their cushion. SJT with a touch back down into the corner. Cats getting demoed. Cam, no boost to work with right now. Passes it off to Brock, looking for the cross, but unable to find anything with that one. SJT now with a strong clear into the corner. The demo as well, but won't be able to win out on the 50-50 against Brock.
Brock just beat 2 there in the Davenport corner, and that'll buy a lot of time. Put Og in a 1v1 situation as well, which is dangerous against anybody on the Davenport roster. More importantly, though, it gets Davenport more possession, and with possession, they do a lot. They find a 4th.
Yeah, good stuff coming through from Davenport there. We did get word that Charlotte got a nice 2-0 against Syracuse up top on that side stage. So good stuff coming through from them, but we need to see what the Gamecocks can do here, right? They're down 2 goals with under a minute to go.
And I believe with that, it does mean South Carolina, if we do see a 3-way tie, will not be able to grab a top 2 seed, as they are tied in game differential, or were tied with Charlotte coming into today. And they have to go to game 3 to beat Davenport here, and even that's not looking very likely at the moment, though SJT downfield is a big threat. It's been a little off this series, but Davenport shuts him down either way. Have a 2v1 against Aug on their side of the pitch, and Aug gets the stop, but South Carolina need goals, not saves.
Yeah, 15 seconds remain. They're down 2. They need to find a goal, and find a goal fast if the Gamecocks want to stay alive. But Cam still keeping it in the Gamecocks half of the pitch. 5 seconds and counting. 1 on the clock means the Gamecocks will not be able to come back from this one. It's a clean 2-0 coming through from Davenport, and a first top seed confirmed for that team.
Undefeated through 5 series, and they do it only dropping a single game as well. Makes it that much more impressive. 12 goals in this one. Cam will more than likely, I think, finish the group stage atop the goals scored leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff coming through from Davenport. USC had some life kind of come back into them there in game number 2. They brought it within 1 in that 3-2 scoreline with about a minute and a half to go in that game, but they just weren't able to keep that momentum going. Davenport doing a great job at redirecting, cutting off those passing lanes, and just maintaining possession of that ball, cutting off the Gamecocks' opportunities.
I don't think that was a bad showing from South Carolina. It looks like the early morning kind of got to them a little bit. As they were competitive with Davenport, but I know they expect a lot more from themselves. Davenport, I mean, I think we've summed up who they are right now. A very effective 3-man roster. The group stage was never the end of their run at all. They're expecting to go all the way this weekend, and I mean, 5-0 is a pretty darn good start.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want to see from your main roster here from Davenport. We'll see what bracket stage looks like later on today. Right, so we'll see what Davenport can do if there's an upset brewing here. Maybe USC meets them halfway and they're like, all right, we got to find something. We got to get our revenge. We'll have to wait and see if that does come to fruition. But right now, Davenport and Concord looking extremely dangerous.
And it's important as well for Davenport because it does pretty much confirm that they'll be on the opposite side of the bracket of Concord. Unless Kentucky does something wild, maybe they beat Concord today. I'll eat my shoe if that does happen, but still, that is coming up later on in the day, and Concord definitely heavy favorites to nab the top seed in Group A.
Yeah, definitely expect that one to come through. So I love what I'm seeing from a lot of the teams here this weekend. Boosts on the beach. I'm very excited for where the USC Gamecocks will end up. Right, they looked good. They have not been playing bad by any means this weekend whatsoever. Very, very strong team. So I'm expecting them to wake up a little bit later in the day. We did have the time change as well. So
tell me about it.
That definitely was a little rough getting up this morning, I will say. But hey, we got here on time. We got the games in. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens later today. USC, they might be looking for some revenge.
The combination of the very busy day 1 that we had yesterday, the noisy environment, the time change, it was rough getting up this morning. Shout out to TOs for pushing the event back an hour to give us an extra hour of sleep to make up for that. But here are some stats. South Carolina never really woke up. Just 3 goals for them. Each player got on the board. That's good. But Davenport, Cam put up 5 for them. And then Brock and Bolte scoring 7 together as well. A full team effort on their end as well. The passing plays, the pre-jumps, I think summed up just how good Davenport looked, especially offensively in that best of 3.
Yeah, 9 shots on the side of USC, and if I'm doing my math correctly, I think I'm getting 20 shots on the side of Davenport. So double digits to single digit shots coming through there. That's not what you want to see on the side of USC, but that's exactly what you want to see on the side of Davenport. Shots on goal and plenty of scoring coming off of that.
Bolte shot 50% that series, which is pretty darn good, but Cam shot 100%. 5 for 5 if our stats are to be believed, and numbers don't typically lie. But standing over near the kitchen of the hangout with Cam himself is Dan, our wonderful host. So Dan, take it away.
I am here joined by Cam from Davenport. Cam, pretty easy 2-0. Second game, a little bit closer, but overall, how do you feel about that one?
I thought we played pretty good. But yeah, second game was a little bit close, but I thought we played really good in the first game.
And so, all right, everybody's been saying, obviously, Davenport, Concord, those are the two names you need to watch. You come out of group stages, you're undefeated. You dropped, what, just one map? How do you rate your performance so far throughout the whole group stage?
I think our goal is just to get better each series, and I think we've done that for the most part. I think we lost that one game because of fatigue, but other than that, we're doing good.
How do you... So how are you feeling going into now? Obviously, you guys get a break. You're at the top of your group. What are you guys going to talk about? What are you going to do before your next elimination match?
Probably just look at the replay reviews and see what we need to improve on. But other than that, we're feeling good.
Always getting better, always feeling good. Cam, thank you very much. Keep it right here. We got so much more Rocket League today, so don't go anywhere.
Paperback Writer took things into overtime.
Talk about hooked on phonics.
That'll close the book on this best beacher. Until next time,
Beach easy.
Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
I read a book once. Did you ever read a book, Cindy? And we're live at the beach, following one beacher leveling up in her hero's journey.
This is Bridget Paperback Writer, finally with a moment of peace, and she is locked in on her beach read.
Looks like paper beats metal. Do I smell bookworm?
What a leap!
Dusty. I don't think she noticed.
Is that a mime?
I believe that's a Frenchman asking for directions.
Now that's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. Stay beachy, everyone. Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
on the Beach 2025. I am here joined by
Darius.
and
Addie.
now Darius and Addie. Do you guys know what Rocket League is?
Yes, of course, yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
So have you guys played?
I'll play a little bit. I dabble.
What would you call your skill level?
Beginner. Definitely beginner.
Beginner. What about you?
I don't play.
Do you play any other video games?
No, not really.
Okay.
A little bit every now and then, but not.
So you know what Rocket League is though?
Yeah.
Do you have your driver's license? Do you think that those two skills of having your driver's license and like car soccer, do you think they like go together?
In a way, maybe a little bit, yeah.
Do you see any relation between what you do behind the bar counter and what you do behind the computer screen?
I mean, maybe a little bit with like multitasking.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good answer. Okay, so our next match we have Wichita versus University of Texas Dallas. Now, you guys obviously are professionals, analysts. You know everything about the scene. So who would you predict to win?
Personally, I'm taking Wichita.
Taking Wichita on you?
Okay, I'll take Texas.
Yeah, will you take it just to be contradictory, or is that what you believe?
Both.
Both. All right, great. All right, Casters, over to you. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dan. Welcome back to Boost on the Beach. We are just finishing up our group stages this morning. And boy, we've had a lot of competition all through yesterday and through today. We've got a single elimination bracket coming up really soon. Of course, my name is Zombie Xander. I'm joined for the first time together on the desk, or stage, as Bepik said earlier, by Griff. Griff, we got a lot of great action coming up today.
Absolutely. I'm super excited for it. A lot of tough matchups coming up. Like you said, got that single elimination bracket later. I'm excited. I want to see some really good matchups. I want to see some heartbreaking losses, some tough competition. I just want to watch some good Rocket League.
It's going to be amazing stuff. Well, let's catch you up to where we are and what is at stake moving forward. Let's take a look at Group A and where we're at currently. So Concord and Kentucky going to be facing off here in a little bit. Concord clearly the favorite coming out of Group A against Kentucky, so far winless here in the group stages. But really, the tale of Group A and what's left. Northeastern versus Maryland getting ready to face off on the side stage. That will not be streamed, but we will let you know what the results are. And of course, that's important because that's going to figure out who is coming out of Group A in that second slot, looking for that bye past the play-in stages.
Yeah, I mean, Maryland and Northeastern definitely like going to go all out in this matchup, right? You're like you said, they're fighting for that second seed in their group, and they want to bypass the play-in matches because then that's just a game you don't even have to worry about.
And I mean, as much as I would love to see Bepik eat his shoe, Concord, I think is probably going to pull that one off. But in the case that Kentucky pulls off the victory against Concord, we're going to be looking at 2 3-1 teams, and that's going to get a little bit interesting for the tiebreaker. But enough of Group A. Let's take a look at Group B. We've got our matchup on the main stage here, UT Dallas versus Wichita. That's going to be our 4 and 5 slots here currently. This is going to decide who gets that 4th slot coming out of Group B. Davenport, they did an amazing job throughout the weekend so far, 5-0 on the weekend, and they're going to be coming out of Group B at that number 1 and looking pretty in the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that matchup that we had before. Just Cam and the Davenport roster looked so dominant on the field, right? It looks like they came out today knowing what they had to do. They got the job done. And, I mean, what more can you ask for going 5-0 in your group, right? They're searching for that number 1 seed. They got it, right? Now they don't have to do the play-in game at all, right?
Yeah.
And they're in perfect seeding for later in the tournament. I think they absolutely smashed it.
100%. And I do want to note, when we're doing our show to lead in for today, one of the main things that got highlighted was Gababy and that defensive prowess. Added 12 more saves in the last series. Unfortunately, did come up short for the victory. But now sitting at, 46 saves on the day, and they still have a best of 5 ahead of them and potentially more if they're able to find some success.
Right, absolutely. I mean, he's going to look to stat pad that probably as much as possible. Probably going to look to break maybe the 55, 60 yards or the 60 saves. So, I mean, absolutely great defensive standing from him. I mean, I'm excited to see what Syracuse has, if they can take kind of what they've learned and bounce back and maybe get that win that they need to make a little late run in the single elimination bracket. So, hopes for them.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and meet our teams for our signature matchup here to end the group stages on the main stage. And of course, you gotta, when we're looking at UT Dallas, we're talking about a 1-3 team so far. Not found a lot of success on the weekend thus yet. But they did take a game off of USC and Davenport, so that is something to look forward to. They're finding success against some of the more heavy hitters in this group.
Oh, I 100% agree. Like you said, 1-3, but the teams that they've lost to, I mean, they're losing to Davenport, Charlotte, UCS, sorry. And I mean, just like, those are insanely talented teams that in this area are dominant, right? They're the top teams in their group, and that's nothing to shy away from, right? They might be 1-3, but the record really doesn't reflect how much talent they truly have.
Yeah. And of course, I mean, we've got a freshman, a junior, and a graduate student on this roster. Zora worked his way up through the club roster, now joining the team last semester. So they're looking for Zora to be one of the hype men for this squad. You know, finding a role on this team is important, and now they found themselves at a very pivotal moment leading into the elimination bracket for this squad. So we'll see what they've got ahead of them. This could be a very electric match. Two very evenly I guess, match teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I need to mention, right? I'm a controller player, but this team has 2 keyboard mouse players. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I think that keyboard takes way more skill than controller, right? They do things I can't do.
Yeah,
but,
two of all things.
And on one team together. And you're lucky if you even see one sometimes.
I know it. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look and meet Wichita here. This is a squad that, again, hasn't found much success. 1-3 on the tournament up until this point. They did take a game off of Charlotte. So Charlotte, obviously another one of those great teams in this group. And this is, like we said, the match to see who makes it out of this group at the number 4 slot. So while they're not vying for some of those big buy spots out of the group stages, they are trying to improve their position in the bracket a little bit.
Right, and like you said, I mean, this is a very important matchup, right? We couldn't have really asked for anything better for this 12 o'clock slot, right? I mean, this match really does actually mean something. It's not like the 1 facing the 6, right? It is a matchup that determines which of these 2 teams in the head-to-head will be one over the other. And, I mean, like you said, that goes down to the fact that that's going to determine the seeding later in the bracket, right? I mean, like Wichita State, right? We got Boone, Mason, and Pickle, right? 2 juniors and a freshman, actually. So, I mean, this is a relatively new roster. I think they've only been playing together for maybe less than a year or so. So, I don't know. I think they said in their interview earlier that they're just some dudes playing Rocket League.
Just some dudes playing Rocket League. They're looking to have a good time. And let's take a look at what our key players to look out for in this matchup are. I'm thinking it's going to be Pickle and Blippi here moving forward. They've got some pretty solid stats across the weekend thus far. 7 goals to 8 goals for Blippi. The ones indicated in pink on your screen are the obviously better stats. So all things considered, Blippi and UT Dallas having a little bit more success.
Oh, absolutely. But yet again, those numbers are only 1 apart, right? It's 8 versus 7, 7 to 6, 15 to 15.
That's
those
true.
are even.
That's true.
Percentage is where it gets a little differential. But, I mean, overall, these teams are really close in skill. I'm excited for this matchup. No matter what, I think that we're going to have an absolute brawl in our hands.
And I do like the larger headshot on the side of Wichita, kind of showcasing the larger-than-life personalities we've got on this Wichita side, man.
Yeah, 100%. I actually cannot wait to watch this match just due to the fact that Wichita State they just look like they're always having a good time. And we're seeing some of these highlights here. Pickle hitting that double tap versus Syracuse, just absolutely putting on the pressure. Pickle once again. I mean, the team looks solid. They're going to play solid together. I mean, they're going to have a good time.
I'm looking to see if we're going to get any good Pokemon cards here on stream.
True. Yeah.
You know they're here to have fun, right? They're not taking themselves too seriously. They're enjoying themselves. And if they can translate having a good time into good Rocket League, then I think that's going to be the difference maker for this squad. It seems like they thrive off of, just the momentum and the enjoyment. And, of course, we've got some highlights here over on the UT Dallas side. Blippi putting on a show for this squad. And some of these shots, man, I mean, you can't do it without the support of your teammates. Amazing pass there from Zora. And then the really early shot here. Nice work from this squad. The passing really the showcase for this this roster.
100%. And in those highlights, we saw proper rotations, good movement around the ball, on and off the ball, proper boost management. I mean, these guys are playing Rocket League at almost the highest level. They definitely know their stuff when it comes down to it. But yet again, I think it's really going to come down to who is more prepped for today, right? Are we going to have the team that's going to perform better, or the team that's going to play smarter, the team that's going to manage their boost better? I don't know. What do you think it's going to come down to?
I mean, really, we talked to Wichita before the event, and they were saying that really the 3 through 8 slot in the bracket is pretty much up for grabs at this point. And that still could be the case once we get to the single elimination bracket, right? It could be that some of the land environment, the restaurant, the ridiculousness that is the hangout, could be, working to get settled a little bit. Now that we're in day 2, they have experienced all that this restaurant and this venue has to offer for this crazy tournament, and we might see some of the best Rocket League from these two teams yet.
Right, absolutely. Like I mentioned before, like all the factors that it could come down to, I think this match will be just determined by who wants it more.
Yeah.
Which of these teams wants to be overhead the other and put themselves in a better spot for the single elimination bracket later today. But anyway, like you said, in the hangout, got a new environment for some of these players, right? We've had teams that have been here before, like University of South Carolina. This is like their 3rd year here, right? Whereas some teams that are coming, they've never been here. They've never been in this environment. Imagine trying to play Rocket League and you turn around and some kid's eating his chicken finger staring at you.
I mean, we saw a kid doing the worm on one of these tables yesterday, so certainly an electric environment. And, of course, got to mention the fact that if you're just tuning in, this is a tournament for $5,000 on the line. First place taking the lion's share of that with $3,000. So there's a lot to play for. And honestly, these teams, with the amount of wins that they've had so far this weekend, they're going to need to step up if they want at least a piece of that. 3rd place being the last place to cash.
Right, absolutely. And like you said earlier, that 3rd through 8th is really up for grabs. That's just going to come down to what team wants it more, what team is on their game today, what team is putting in the most effort, right? Our 1 and 2, we have our predictions of who we think is going to be, right? Concord, Davenport, they're kind of like the 1, the 2, right? I cannot wait for that matchup later today. However, that 3 through 8, we have probably 5 of those teams fighting for that 3rd place slot. And I don't know who's going to get it, in my personal opinion.
And you know what? When I think of beaches, right, I think of Survivor. And this is Survivor Sunday. So I brought my Survivor buff. I'm ready. I'm locked in. I'm not one of the competitors for the cash, right? There's not $1 million on the line. I also brought one for you.
Oh, my goodness.
Survivor
Wow.
Sunday. We're looking for that Soul Survivor. It's going to be good stuff. I'm excited. This is also good wrist warmer for you, too.
I'm going to put it up here for now until
I would put it on my
afterwards.
head, but I currently have my own headwear.
Headset, yeah. I mean, head's occupied. You got to equip it to another part of your body. But, I can't wait. I think that whatever team walks away with this, both teams fought hard for it, right? I think that this might be, in my personal opinion, the most entertaining match of the tournament thus far. With that being said, I don't know the outcome. Like, I have my prediction. Yeah. I'm going to go with UT Dallas.
Okay.
I think I'm going to put my faith in the boys in white and green down there. I think that's where mine's going to go.
And where's that coming from? Where's the edge for you for them?
Okay, so backstory, when I was TOing yesterday before I got the call up to the big leagues, I was watching a lot of UT Dallas gameplay, and they just looked absolutely solid on and off the ball. Players were in the right position at the right time. Their comms looked fluid. They had no mishaps. Wichita, on the other hand, kind of like a glass cannon, in my opinion. I think they're a little like a bull in a china shop. Like they are wild, but when they're on, they're on. So right. I don't think that it's going to be too much of a blowout. However, I will be putting my money on UT Dallas.
Okay. You know what? I think that I'm going to have to go with Wichita here, because I think that the overall excitement from this squad, in the fact that they're so close to each other, I'm looking for this squad to get loud, to get excited, and I think that could very well be the difference maker for this team. I know that they both have the capability of doing so. I've heard a lot about Zora getting pretty hype, but between these 3 over here, just having a good time. There's something to be said about a team that, if they look like they're having a good time and they're still finding success in and out of game, then it can be a factor for the other team. It could be, playing with that mental game a little bit.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. And another thing I think is a factor, like we touched on before, we are in the middle of a restaurant. It's a LAN environment.
Yep.
If these two teams met online in their league competitions, we might already know the winner. However, LAN, anything can happen, right? Any team could be affected by anything. Someone could be off their game. Someone could be a LAN warrior and absolutely dominate when the pressure's on. People are watching him. So I think that, like I've said time and time again, this game is going to get absolutely brutal.
And we've got a check-in here up on the side stage. Northeastern victorious in game number 1. Against Maryland. So we're going to keep you updated on that matchup as things continue. Again, that one even more impactful for the other group, as this is to determine who's coming out in that number 2 seed to get that bye.
Hey, another KBM player.
Oh, look at that.
We found another one. But yes, like you said, that matchup is super important because that determines who is the number 2 seed, I believe, in group. Is that Group A?
Yeah.
All right, number 2 seed in Group A, and that's big. If you can sneak away with the 2 seed in the last match of your group, that is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, number 1 and number 2 obviously already getting buys, but with the fact that we are now missing that Mizzou roster here, the 5th seed also gets a bye. So this could be very impactful depending on how much either one of those teams loses by also, because this is a squad that by coming out at the number 3 spot, you still might get that bye depending.
Oh, and we're going to hop right into game 1 here. Wichita on the side of blue, UT Dallas on the side of orange. And, I mean, that kickoff immediately going in the favor of UT Dallas, but Wichita quick to put it back on the other side of the pitch.
And now Blippi riding the wall. This is an opportunity for Dallas early, and it's going to be defended well. But the offense continues for this Dallas squad. Boone having something to say about it. A nice transition. Look at the showmanship. But it's going to be batted away by Blippi there in the corner. Once again, sustained offense is going to be the tale if a team wants to find a little bit of offensive prowess here in this matchup. Though don't speak for the breakaways. Those are certainly opportunities as well.
Right, absolutely. No one can definitely counter out the fact that a counterattack in this game is detrimental, as UT Dallas is going to miss in their defensive third. Pickle able to find the open net to put Wichita State 1 up in this game.
And look at this, a pass to himself from back behind the half line, and just going to do a little loop-de-loo to take home the first goal of this game, first goal of this match. And that's a good momentum builder for this Wichita team.
Right. Wichita State winning that kickoff. Boone trying to get active there, unable to get back to the ball. Dalton looking to carry this one over to the side of Wichita for UT Dallas. Zora going to put a shot here equalizes 1-1 in the game. It's a new game completely. I say this all the time when I play. If it goes 1-1, it's a brand new game, right? Have the memory of a goldfish. Forget everything that's already happened. Now you're not playing a 5-minute game, you're playing a 4-minute game.
Yeah, and that could wipe the slate, right? Obviously, Wichita getting a little bit of early momentum, but they didn't get to sit on that lead very long. They didn't get to really utilize that in more of their gameplay. We're back all square, and UT Dallas looking to strike again. That seems to be their calling card in previous matches, where they just really try and pile it on if possible. But a shot from Boone for Wichita State, now back in front.
Right, we saw the 2 members of UT Dallas, Zora getting a little too close maybe to his teammate in the corner, leaving that net wide open. Boone doing a fantastic job of recognizing the fact that the goal was wide open. Quick shot, quick regain of the lead.
Wow. You were saying this is going to be one of the most entertaining matches of the weekend. It is promised so far. 3 goals in just over a minute.
I mean, that would absolutely play out if UT Dallas got another little equalizer. We had another brand new game. But like I said before, this game is going to come down to which team wants it more. Who's going to connect better on their first game of the day. Like I said, these teams don't have a lot of warm-up. They've only been playing for about 20, 30 minutes or so in free play, right? They haven't been able to have a scrim before their match like they would in an online league. Counterattack. Oh. Zora able to find the open net. Equalizer. This game is electric.
Oh my goodness. And not only that, I love you said they didn't have much time to warm up. They don't have much time to play. We're getting into best of 5s here shortly, but we're still in group stages. It's still best of 3. You have to come out with a knockout punch early, and both teams are hitting. Now Blippi, an opportunity on the side of Wichita's goal, and that's going to be another shot. Well defended by Pickle. Boone trying to clear. Dalton collecting this one and riding it over. Going to be interrupted.
One thing I really like on the side of UT Dallas is they're doing a fantastic job of utilizing their midfield space, right? They're not getting too close to one another, and they're able to cut off Wichita's attempts through the midfield. But when that happens, Wichita has to be smart about building out of the back and maintaining their boost, right? Wait for UT Dallas maybe to overextend a little bit. Moss going to take this one out of the back, look for an upfield dribble. I think it's a one-on-one to the net. Going to look for the air dribble bump. Waits, save off the crossbar. Boone can't put it back in. What a save. Pickle going to look to re-attack. Gets the shot off. Goal for Wichita State.
1, 2, 3. Wichita having all three players in on this play, and finally Pickle just waiting in the wings, putting that one through. Wichita back in front. We're only halfway through this game one, 5 goals on the board.
Right, kickoff here going in the side of Wichita, immediately on the attack, looking to equalize. Shot off the crossbar, looking to put it back in. Dalton pops it up high. Wichita State kind of in shambles on defense. Triple commit. Pickle makes the save. Wow. This game is so entertaining. This is incredible.
I am a fan, and now we start to see the first bit of physicality here. First bump going down onto Dalton. So that might be sort of the difference maker here moving into the second half of this match if they start to realize, these offenses are potent at the moment, and maybe we need to disrupt the timing a little bit. An opportunity, a good pass over to Dalton, but well defended by Boone. Now Blippi back to the corner. Pickle going to send this one out. A good clear down to Moss. Look out. Another bump. The defense and a player all the way back the other way, and Blippi ties it up.
I mean, like I said, they were going to wait for the other team to overextend here. Blippi doing a fantastic job as the third man's rotating back, a late rotate. He goes, wait, I'm going to cut in and get that goal for free.
What a counterattack from UT Dallas to make it all even once again. 97 seconds left on the clock, and I can't tell you who's going to win this one. I'm sure we've got at least 4 more goals before all said and done.
I mean, I'm sure there's going to be at least 1 or 2 lead changes by the end of this game, right? We're going to see one go up, equalize, other one goes up. But on defense here, Wichita State, UT Dallas unable to drop that one on target. Blippi going to look to collect, gets it. Boone, fantastic touch to himself off the wall. That's a fantastic solo play to get the clearance and relieve some pressure from his team's side.
Now to the corner. Pickle off the back wall. Blippi there. A little challenge here at the corner. An opportunity. This one's going to trickle down in front of the net, but no, Dalton sending this one out to midfield. And Moss going up for it. Is Pickle going to be there? No. Well sent out, well cleared. But the other way, almost pinched in an impossible angle right into the net. But all really kind of got quiet here in the past 45 seconds.
Right. Normally you see this at the beginning of the game. Players testing each other out. Pickle in the air. Demo on the side of UT Dallas. Unable to find it. Boone going to have this ball up the wall for free. One up early. Zora not giving him the time nor the space. Moss shoots. Double tap off the back wall. Pickle looking to make the lead again. Moss taking this one up. I mean, this game is all over the place, right? When these teams are on offense, they are so pressure heavy, right? And it really comes down to which team can play better defense in the grand scheme of things.
Heater of a shot from Dalton, defended by Pickle. We said there's going to be 4 more, Matt. 7 seconds left on the clock. Wichita maybe have put the dagger in this one. 4-3 lead, but as we said, a lot of goals on the board so far. This could be a kickoff play opportunity for UT Dallas. Tie it up, send us to overtime.
I mean, that's a fantastic 50 from Moss, right? I mean, that comes down to the fundamentals. You can have all these great mechanics. Going to look for a kickoff play from UT Dallas. Boone able to bang it to the corner, buying some time. Zora mistouch. They're going to let this one fall. Hits off Boone's car. Is it up? Oh, it's still up. Pickle on the ball, looking to get this one down. Zora going to try to keep it up, pass it middle to his teammate, and Moss is going to put it down 1-0 in the series for Wichita.
Wow. Electric. You said it, I didn't quite expect it, but boy, the offensive prowess from these teams really showing just shot on shot on shot. I really loved the UT Dallas, the way that they're passing the ball, the way they're capitalizing, the quick breaks that they're getting on some of these nets. This has been crazy.
Right, absolutely. And one thing that I love to highlight every time I'm casting is the transition from offense to defense for especially high-level collegiate teams like these guys are so quick, right? We saw twice where the third man was rotating back for a team and then instantly turned and became first man just to apply that immediate pressure. Twice it led to a goal, and we saw it all throughout the match. But in the grand scheme of things, Wichita able to play that amazing offense, right? They got, I believe, 2 of their goals were counterattacks. One was a 50 at the end by Moss.
Yep.
Fantastic 50. And I kind of forgot what the other one was, but 4 goals to 3. They take the win. I mean, wow, what an absolute howler of a first game.
Yeah, and you can call it like, 50s, right, and just taking them to the right place, right time, but they're creating opportunities for themselves and taking advantage of them clearly by putting up some great numbers of shots. I would love to see what those shots are. Of course, that is long past. We'll get a recap of the day and see what that looks like.
Right, well, absolutely. Looks like we're having maybe some technical errors on the side of UT Dallas, so we'll see what happens there. TO's on the scene. I mean, how do you think Wichita's feeling after that win, right? I mean, do you think that they knew that people were considering them the underdogs compared to UT Dallas? I mean, I think, no offense to Wichita State at all, but I considered them the underdogs, in my opinion. And then they shut me up real quick. They held their own, and near the end, Moss, ice in his veins, put that goal in last 7 seconds, I believe, of the match, and took the lead.
I mean, that's the perfect time to strike if you're going to strike, right? It was tied 3-3 with about, I think I said 97 seconds left, tied 3-3. And then, like I said, went a little bit quiet. And all of a sudden, 7 seconds left on the clock. Get that. I think this team is riding high because you know what? They only need one more game here. Game number 2. If they can put this one away, then they come out with the win here in this best of 3.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. And like I said before, they're just some bros playing Rocket League. They're here for a dang good time, right? They're having fun while they're on stage, and that's the most important thing.
Absolutely.
Like you touched on earlier, if you can have fun while you're playing, you're doing something right.
Well, let's settle the score here. Game number 2, Wichita State, UT Dallas. We are underway.
Right, Wichita State immediately having that offensive pressure. Once again, Boone Pickle now going to collect this one, take it up the wall, grabs the full boost, pre-jumped by UT Dallas. Dalton going to look to collect this one in the corner. Moss, immediate pressure. That's one thing that I like to see is like teams not giving other teams space and respect on their own half. Because some of these players, I mean, especially on the sides of like Davenport, Concord, they have players that can double reset off their own back wall, pogo, double tap, and immediately it's in your net and you just didn't press the guy and you're just like, well, maybe I should have just put a hand up.
Right. And that's kind of something, speaking of putting pressure on a specific player, right? We saw that a lot with some like Gababy over on Syracuse. You got a strong player like that. You put somebody on him, keeping that pressure on consistently. And that's the mark of a good defense, recognizing who they need to be wary of. But so far, Wichita, UT Dallas, scoreless, but in danger of not so. Here, it's about a minute into game number 2. And these teams going back and forth for something that was so electric in game number 1. They slowed it down a little bit, getting a little bit more settled here on the main stage on Championship Sunday.
Absolutely. I think in the first game, we really saw both teams playing a lot of offense. This game kind of feels more defensive to me now. I think, are you getting that same vibe? Like it's more just based around which team is playing more solid defense?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, that was solid defense right until the moment that Boone decided to strike. Let's take another look at this one. Pickle, the perfect positioning and the perfect pass. And Boone just going to send that one right into the heart of UT Dallas net. So Wichita State riding again on that momentum.
That is crazy that you said that because I was literally going to say when you transitioned over to me, they are riding that high from game 1. And you took the words right out of my mouth. But like you said, Boone able to strike first for Wichita. Great, fantastic solo carry. Boone looking to absolutely bury this one in the backfield of UT Dallas. This one's going to fall right in front, but Moss with an incredible superhuman save, keeping Wichita State in the lead.
You can tell Boone's feeling it right now, right? I mean, continue to try and make some solo plays here. And when you've got a player like that, you know they're feeling it, pass them the ball. They're going to try and take over the game.
Absolutely. When there's a player that's on, he's on. Get him the ball, get him the rock, let him shoot from the corner. I mean, Moss going to solo dribble this one up. Zora unable to get over. Pickle going to guarantee that this one is in the net. Like you said, Wichita State is riding this high. They are taking that momentum from game 1 and rolling with it.
Look at that.
I mean, that's a great cut. Dalton had that save, and Pickle knew that he could beat Dalton to the ball, get that ball on the near post, bottom left corner.
A lot of time on the clock, though, for UT Dallas to get back into this match. They're going to need something fast to get at least within one. This is an opportunity. Boone going to send this one high and away from the net. So opportunity squandered there for UT Dallas early after that third point. But there's another one. Dalton continuing the assault, and Zora going to finish that one.
I mean, UT Dallas is not out of this by any means whatsoever. Pickle, unfortunately, getting 50. Boone kind of caught on the front post. No boost, unable to get that off, but a fantastic shot coming through from Zora. Going to look to close the gap by one. Wichita State still in the lead. Can they hold on to it for this last 2.5 stretch?
Yeah, and if game one is any indicator, UT Dallas, no stranger to striking back. And we've already seen them do so here to come within one. Are they able to do it again? Dalton dribbling, going to be interrupted by Pickle. And then Zora going to be pushing this one over. A nice clear from Pickle. Blippi up around midfield, and Pickle going to collect. Can the 50-50 going the way of Moss? This one's high along the orange goal. Blippi with the clear, out.
He'll probably leave it for his teammate there. Boone able to cut. Dalton has to make a save. Gonna look to recover. Fantastic. Speedy little recovery there. Gets the big boost. 50s the next. Boone gonna look to bury this one. Bounce shot misses the top right corner. Pickle, fantastic job to cut across the midfield. Keep the pressure in. Zora gonna look to touch this one. Dalton hands it off. Gonna get for the 50 off the right side, while Zora gonna look to collect. Immediately put a shot on. Off the crossbar. They can't equalize. Blippi unable to follow.
Okay, this is more like game number one. The first half of the game a little bit slower, but now it seems like every other touch is a pass or a shot. And this is starting to get electric. Just over a minute left in game number two. Wichita State still with the lead here, and just looking to kill the clock and collect this series. But not if Dallas has anything to say about it.
Oh my, shot off the crossbar. Pickle puts it up high, bounces off the ceiling. Boone up quick. Zora gonna look to take this, puts pressure on from Blippi's actually gonna go try to demo. Dalton gonna collect this one in his own half. Gonna look to collect. Fantastic pressure by Boone to get the ball away early. Dalton clearing over to a teammate looking for Zora. Two demos from Moss, leaves the goal almost wide open. Pickle gonna look to bury this one for the win. Bang! Wichita up 3-1.
That was all set up by Moss absolutely destroying the defense, quite literally, and leaving only one man to beat. And that's exactly what they needed for Wichita State to get a little bit more comfort here in game number two. Now up 3-1, 38 seconds.
I mean, Wichita State riding that high from game one. 3-1 up in this game, 30 seconds left on the clock. Can UT Dallas scrape away? Pickle almost burying another one. That one would have been the dagger on the dagger. Boone gonna look to collect, put this one in the corner. I mean, if you're UT Dallas, you gotta throw everything you have at offense right now, or it's never. Gonna look to dish this one out. Dalton unable to get up to the ball to put a shot on Zora. 10 seconds left. Flip
This one's gotta go. This one's gotta go.
Oh, good save. Pickle he's just gonna kill time. He's gonna carry this one as long as he can, wait out the entire clock. Yeah. And that one's gonna fall in the favor of Wichita State. This ball looking to hit the ground. This is gonna promote Wichita State to 3-2.
2-3.
Right. 2-3. My fault.
That's all right. Yeah. So Wichita State going to move over to 2-3. Yep. And UTD going to fall to 1-4 on the day. So Wichita State coming out at that 4 seed in Group B. Fantastic work by our free cam, by the way. We're having a hula hoop and dodge around a little bit. He's doing work. Yeah. Getting you guys the shots at home.
Yeah. Getting the stuff that you guys want to see up close and personal to the players.
Wow, what a series. It's only 2 games long, but boy.
That felt like that first game felt like a game 6, and the second game felt like a game 7. Like that, yeah. It felt like a bloodbath from the minute it started to the minute it ended.
Yeah. Man, wow. All right, so we're basically, and we're going to wait to see how things wound up over here in Group A. I'm actually pretty excited to see what that number 2 or number 3 seed came out between Maryland and Northeastern. But we'll wait on that, and maybe we'll get
Maryland 1-2-1.
Maryland 2-1. So Maryland's going to be that number 2 seed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
amazing.
Fantastic plays so far, both on the main stream and over there at the side stream. I mean, I am super excited for the rest of this day. Got a couple more matches on the main stream, I think. Do we have another one before we do brackets, or is that all side stream?
No, we're going to take a break here in just a minute to seed our bracket together. You guys are going to get to check out the whole bracket later on today. We're going to be streaming all afternoon. It's going to be an amazing time. Lots of great Rocket League. Goes to single elimination, so it's do or die. Survivor. We're looking for that #1. See who's going to come away with $3,000 here at the end of the day.
I mean, I absolutely can't wait. Fantastic plays both from Wichita and UT Dallas. I cannot wait for anything else that's going to happen. But, I mean, granted the fact, we had a fantastic match on stream today. I was super excited to cast here.
Yeah, we do have a interview lined up with the entire Wichita State group here. And we're waiting for stats here in just a minute. We're going to cover those real quick before we go to interview. Thank you, beautiful production. Of course, beautiful day here in Myrtle Beach, here at the Hangout. We got a bunch of people around us eating lunch. It's a wonderful time. I don't know if they expected to walk into a Rocket League tournament, but here they are.
Yeah, at the start of every day, you got to make a list. What are the top 10 things you think you're going to see today? And people up on a stage casting with computers playing video games around them is probably not in the top 30,000.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and look for the stats from that matchup, Wichita State, UT Dallas. They'll look at the head-to-head, kind of see what players had what, right?
And this is the most exciting part of my day because I'm really all by the numbers. Huge amounts of shots on goal. Like we said, it felt like every other shot was, or every other touch was a shot, and that is certainly the case for UTD. Certainly the case for Wichita State. Lots of production there on offense. And how many goals do we have across that series? 4 for UT Dallas. And 7
for Wichita.
7.
Yeah.
So in 2 games, 11 goals across the board. Incredible stuff from these teams. Again, just electric.
Right, absolutely. And when I was on the cast yesterday, something I mentioned was normally the team that shoots more is the team that wins, right? Wichita State had a combined 17 shots. UT Dallas had 19. So they actually shot more and were unable to bury them into the back of the net just as much as Wichita State was. That's proficiency on the offense.
That's proficiency on the defense for Wichita State.
That's true.
Well, I think we do have our interview ready. Dan, give us a little insight on what Wichita State's feeling.
I am here with the entire Wichita team coming off that dominant 2-0 victory. Boone?
It was nerve-wracking. Nerve-wracking, but feels great.
I mean, we're playing the game, you know.
Fantastic performance.
So we'll go over to you first. You're the coach, right? How are our boys doing? How are our boys doing? Because group stages is over. You're 2 and 3. You're going into the knockout stages. What are you looking forward to?
You know, I think we have officially recovered our A1 start. I think we had some unfortunate series and some unfortunate matches, but it happens every team. We're now put ourselves in the best of the worst case scenario. Not to play it too heavy round, so I think we're feeling good now.
Pickles, we just saw the stat screen. You had the best shooting percentage we've seen probably in forever. People are calling you Pickle Snipes. What do you have to say about that?
I think it's true what they're saying. It's I mean, typically at Wichita State, we're looking at 5-6 shooting percentage out of me. So 50 is kind of huge.
5-6%, like single digits. Yeah. Okay, and we were talking. They weren't showing demolitions on the screen. Who's the demolition king here?
Oh, that was amazing. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I just kind of was a role player.
Who's in there?
I was getting in there.
And Boo, what were you doing?
I was just playing Rocket League. My teammates low-key had me on their back, so I was just kind of spectating. But a win's a win.
A win's a win, and that will conclude the group stage. So we are going to take a little bit of a longer break while we create the bracket. Wichita, anything you want to say? People at home?
Thanks for watching. We love all of you.
See you guys later.
Winning State University.
Dad saved the day, and now it's time for his just desserts.
Ooh, couldn't save that one. That's one save, one spill on the day.
It's harder than it looks, Cindy.
Try any flavor of being your best when you visit the beach.
I'd eat it off the floor. Welcome back to the beach, where one super-powered father gave a whole new meaning to SPF.
Here's Vacation Dad Tommy No-Tone Jones setting a daily record for sunscreen application.
He's got reflexes like a cat.
Amazing speed.
Let's take another look in
Now that's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. So long and beach easy. Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
with Henry Gotta Catch 'em Hall.
He's hitting the gritty. And is that the Cabbage Patch?
I don't know what those words mean.
It's a dance, Randall.
Come do that and more when you beach with the best here in Myrtle Beach.
Plan your vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
Welcome back to the beach, Myrtle Beach, where the best beachers come to play, including Henry Gotta Catch 'em Hall. Grandma with a cannon of an arm.
Woo! Now that's what you call Rocky Road. Ooh la la, what a juke.
Don't try this at home, kids. He's on the boardwalk.
More like let the board run.
He jumps, dives, and caught! And the home team wins. Go Beach!
That's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. Plan your vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
Instead of the left. But
there you go, Chris.
Yeah, Anarchy so far looking very, very strong in Pool 1, and I believe we should be moving to Group B here somewhat soon. Well, I think that's at the end of the hour, ish. So we're making our way through it. Shout out to these guys behind us. This is a live venue, right? This is a restaurant. Some of you guys might be able to see the tables and chairs behind us. There's a lot going on here, but it's been a lot of fun so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, if you're local to the area, you know the hangout. Hey, stop by.
Yeah, come on down.
This place is a open venue. Y'all, again, are interested in any of these players, want to see their matches, you can just kind of walk in here and watch, or, stick with us here. Again, this video, this stream will be uploaded later. VODs of most of these matches will be uploaded as well. Everything will be available for you to enjoy later on.
Yeah, and I want to welcome in all of our mainstream friends. It looks like they are taking a big break to create that bracket, so they will not be continuing for a good amount of time. If you're here for Rocket League, but you're just watching along, hi, welcome. I'm Chris. That's my brother Kevin. We get to talk over some seriously talented Smash Bros. Players here today because Rocket League is not the only thing that happens at Boost on the Beach, and we are upstairs. You may recognize quite literally over our shoulders.
No, wait,
can't quite see it, but yeah, the stage that you all are used to watching is right behind us. So very live venue. We were just talking about that before the mainstream joined us. But we should be getting into our next game here soon. We're still just in group play as the groups do a round robin before we get into bracket later.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen some really talented Smash Bros. So far, Chris. Boost on the Beach is trying to expand its reach even further, trying not to focus only on the Rocket League side of things. We've got high-level talent here today, and it's been insanity. If you are just joining, go back 3 minutes and you'll hear me gushing about Greninja. That character was doing some really cool, funky stuff. And I am willing to gush about these two characters on screen as well. Ojutai on the Sonic GameStar. Yes, nailed it. Is on the Joker once again. It is going to be interesting to see how they play with this matchup. Sonic is such a strong force and will be outspeeding Joker, so it's going to be interesting to see how we answer that as Joker, as the Persona is fully invincible on the Spawn, which means that the jab that Ojudai was looking for won't connect this time around, but Arsene is online, 75% in total, and finding a spring recovery to get a quick back air. There's those jabs again, Chris. I feel like I don't see that a lot in the crew battle setting.
Yeah, maybe not. And I mean, this is another big opportunity for revenge here on mainstream as Games to Pro is coming off a loss and looking to bounce back. Ojutai standing in the way, but as this very strong, I mean, this is a high tier on high tier. This is quality Smash Bros, baby, as we get to watch Sonic do Sonic things. What does he do? Well, he runs away and he buys time and he deals damage when he can. So look at these quick strikes, the side Bs, the small windows, and able to capitalize on that one. The tilt attack just able to straight up take the stock and take a lead for Ojutai.
Yeah, we do see one up air connect, able to stay on that platform for a little bit, using the spin dash, get a little bit of damage, holding down the Rebel's guard, hoping that the combo would continue, but it doesn't. This time around, going for the up special real quick to get back onto the ledge. If you see a quick jab, and would you look at that, it's everybody's favorite Persona.
Making an appearance once again. The bar is full, and you have to think that this is going to take the stock before it's gone. 130% would be hard to survive just about any Arsene hit, but it will survive that dash attack. And what does Sonic do? He buys time. I mean, he might be able to wait this out, and an unfortunate recovery there out of GameStar does go overshoot the ledge, and Arsene's gone. So this matchup is working out more or less how we expected, but wow, just a straight up forward smash from center stage, taking a stock way earlier than I think we ever could have expected, and now GameStar is on their heels.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff so far. I'm loving taken the approach of really just letting that forward smash rip center stage, able to secure it with that little bit of rage knockback increase. I mean, it's great stuff. Arsene should be back online, but we're noticing that it takes just a little bit, and now we're at 80%. Does find the back air to close out that stock, but this time around, it came at a pretty expensive cost. You have one stock remaining. You're sitting at 70%. You're most likely not getting another Arsene use, which is why we see going off stage for the down air, trying to secure as much as you can, playing aggressive, playing hard reward, high risk, high reward play style to try and close things out. But this time around, the forward smash hits below the ledge, and it will be enough to secure game one.
Impressive timing there out of Ojutai, and yeah, securing game one in a strong fashion, but GameStop was right there for most of it, and unfortunately just coming up just short in a couple interactions and losing stocks at probably the earliest possible instance means that unfortunately they do go down. But with an opportunity to strike back still, this series is not over. I'm gonna warn y'all, there's a factor that we have to take into account here at the Hangout. There's a show every hour on the 45. If you check your clocks, that's what time it is. Here we are on the 45, which means there's about to be a lot of loud noises, a lot of loud music, and sirens and horns as everybody in here is going to start dancing in a couple minutes. I don't believe that's going to stop us. As far as I understand, we're gonna power through this. But in case you hear noises in the background, nothing's wrong. We're having a great time. But that's something that the players are going to have to deal with as well.
Yeah, so while we wait here for a moment, I want to talk a little bit more about that matchup real quick.
Sorry, they asked for a drum roll.
I want to talk a little bit about that matchup. I do believe that the players are asking to actually hold off for this, which I don't blame them. It's loud. There's a lot going on.
Very loud.
We had, if you watched yesterday's finals, we were, the show happened in the middle of it. We kind of, Chris and I had to cover our mics.
Yeah, we were literally, yeah, if any of you were able to watch that yesterday, we had an awesome high school showcase, like show match, and the grand finals were on main stage, but we had to cut it off a little bit early, and we were literally standing off to the side with our hands over our microphones trying to protect from any noise pollution. But it does look like we're going to play through as, I mean, they're just feeling it out, it looks like, trying to deal with the noise. I'm not, again, I hope not too much of this is coming through the microphone, but we appreciate you all putting up with it. The players have to put up with it, so here we go.
Yeah, we do see Ojutai able to get a lot of percentage built up. We did see GameStop able to get a very... Yes, GameStop, sorry. Able to
I
get...
could be wrong.
No, you're fine. No, I just want to make sure that I'm consistent. The big thing is that so far, it's been, like, we kind of started off moving to the beat, but now we're getting into the gaming side of things. We do see the back air off stage, able to secure a stock 57% onto this Ojutai Sonic, but it will still keep momentum going for now.
Yeah, so stock down for GameStop as they continue this revenge tour on main stage. Not quite going their way so far, as Sonic has been able to install this Sonic game plan. Now up to 80%, but still, I mean, a slow game, and you have to factor in slow games, you're going to have Arsene's come out. So a big opportunity here for GameStop. They're able to take this first pesky stock that has eluded them so far. A good down air, but unable to capitalize just yet. Ojutai clinging to life so far, and Arsene is about to say goodbye.
Yeah, we do see that Arsene is gone as Ojutai is able to get a little bit of control on center stage. We do see the dash attack coming out from GameStop, but it won't be enough this time around. Does get a little bit of lead. Ojutai opting to drop through the platform, but the back air does connect from Joker. Won't be enough this time around as the spin dash does hit off stage, sending both players onto center stage, but playing it slow, going for the back air. The air dodge comes out, is able to prevent the back air from connecting. We do see GameStop able to get the down tilt. Sonic going for the up smash, trying to secure an even harder lead, but it won't work out this time around. Down smash connects, one quick jab into the grab. Won't be enough, but the grab The second time does connect and uses the spin dash to go all the way off stage for the back.
I was literally just about to say that GameStop was doing such a great job of holding on to that stock, because we've seen GameStop lose stocks so early throughout this series, and that was looking so good. But right as Arsene comes out, they do unfortunately catch an aerial off stage and go down. But not before, until swiftly taking a stock in return. So pretty much a perfect one stock deficit as GameStop just trying to claw back, but unfortunately it's so hard to do that against Sonic as a character.
Right, exactly. And we do see Ojutai at 41%, able to secure a lot. Even so, Arsene online, going for the back air, does get hit. Ojutai doing a great job of really controlling the pace and has no fear of this persona. Doing a great job of really keeping up with the pressure. Going for the nair, does get a little bit, but not much. Arsene is now offline. Going for the forward air, drag down potentially into the down smash, but GameStop does a great job of reacting and trying to hold on as long as possible.
Yeah, clinging on for dear life here. One stock separating Ojutai from taking this series, and sure enough, forward smash from center stage will absolutely do it. Ojutai taking care of business and walking out with a 2-0 win in that series.
Strong performance, and I loved the confidence. GameStop had a moment there of being at kill percent. Like, anything's going to take that knockout. So what is we saw Ojutai really take advantage of the default defensive option. The spot dodge was getting a lot of value throughout that series, and then that moment right there was enough to basically say, hey, like, I'm just gonna sit here for a second, see what you do. Saw the spot dodge, reacted, one quick fist to the face. It's enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can take a look at that performance out of Ojutai, able to snuff out the comeback, the revenge tour for GameStop, but taking 6 stocks and only losing 2 along the way. Great showing out of that player, and I do believe that is our last matchup of that group. So that should have settled out, and when we moved to our top 16 bracket play, the top 4 from those groups will advance. So we'll keep you updated with all that, but
I believe it's top 4 from each.
Oh, I'm using the wrong words. You're right.
Yes.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry. Yeah, so good stuff out of, the first 2 pools wrapping up there. I believe that's going to do it for us here. We're going to take a quick break while we wait for the next group to start. I believe the next group will be starting within the next 10 minutes or so. So we're going to take a small break, probably change up our lineup a little bit, but don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with some more Boost on the Beach Smash very, very soon.
Welcome to Block B, everyone, of Smash Ultimate at Boost on the Beach. I'm Avery Giesemann, and joining me today is Chase Newcomb, a last edition on the desk here for some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Chase has been doing an incredible job at running this event, TOing it, building it from the ground up, and now here on the desk. Chase, how does it feel to see everything come together?
Oh my gosh, it is a dream come true seeing the fruition of our efforts being bared right now. We did have a couple of folks DQ out of the bracket today. However, we've moved along business as normal. So we got some Myrtle Beach players subbing in, and it's been a phenomenal bracket thus far. Just finished Wave A, and you know, after this, we got top 16.
Yeah, I mean, the PR showing up to this event from all over the country, really, when you think about it. A lot of distance traveled for these players, but yet South Carolina showing up in spades. We see a lot of Winthrop University players coming to play. We see a lot of Myrtle Beach PR, as you mentioned, come through to play, and I've gotten the privilege of getting to play some of those players, and it's really exciting to see the talent that exists here at Myrtle Beach. You know, you don't always think of South Carolina as this big Smash state, but really there's a lot of players here, and it's going to be exciting to watch them put their talent on the floor.
Yeah, it was really cool seeing you play some of the players as well as, you know, the coach of the Smash team. You got the sauce, so showing that off a little bit was really cool to see.
Yeah, I don't know how many Virginia players are in attendance, but certainly not as many as we have South Carolina representatives. Well, I would like to look at Block B, the actual pools that we have to show you guys today. We just saw Group A, which is pool number 1 and 2. Some amazing talent over there, but we are getting into Group B over here. Pool number 3 is what we're going to be starting with, and you know, we have those amazing players coming out. Chug's not going to be able to make it today, so No Tag going to be taking over that number 1 spot here. Twitchy from Winthrop as well as No Tag, both great players in their own right. We got Radiaz on the Sephiroth too, and then we got someone you may recognize if you're a South Carolina Smash fan, is Takio down there at the bottom, a local TO and a great player in of himself.
Yeah, it was, the beauty of going to every new scene for me, Avery, is learning how that scene develops, and it was so cool to hear from Takio all of the work he's put into the scene come to a whole new head, because he's started so many new games down here, and obviously Ultimate's the most popular, so it's been super cool to watch that pan out, as well as, you mentioned some of the Winthrop players, we got CJ Frozen in the house as well, TO certain players, so stoked to see him in the space.
Yeah, one of the players to watch out for as we move later on in the bracket is definitely Anarchy that you saw in Group A. Certainly one of the favorites to take this whole event, going undefeated in his pool as expected. So yeah, those Winthrop players are here to play, you know, putting on an absolute show in Collegiate Smash Bros. They can compete on LAN as well. We're going to get into our first match here. We have a Myrtle Beach edition DJ Whale Train versus Jose Mint. And yeah, DJ Whale Train is definitely a player I'm going to watch out for. A Coastal Carolina player, as I was talking to him before the match, and he's going to come in on the Sephiroth.
Yeah, that's really cool. Sephiroth and Rob. This is an interesting matchup for sure. I mean, Rob definitely has the distance, but Sephiroth has that sweet spot in his area. So it's gonna come down to who's able to regain stage control quicker, I think.
Yeah, definitely Sephiroth is going to want to keep Rob at this mid-distance. If Rob gets in close against Sephiroth, those down tilts, those side Bs, they're going to be big trouble for Sephiroth, as he does not have easy ways to get you off of him, other than maybe Nair, and Rob, his buttons are just too quick.
Oh, they're so fast. And speaking of fast, some of these players are moving a little slow. We partnered with the Peanut Invitational yesterday, and heard that ran a little long. The local TO Budwar was over there, so it's super stoked to have him on the game as well, and helping out with the event. Speaking of helping out, DJ Well might need some help getting back to stage. Gonna use the cross slash, get back up, forward smash, gonna whiff, not hit anything mid-stage. Rob, though, laser and the top, trying to regain some stage control, regain this neutral. Down throw, guessing into, I thought he was going to go in the up air, but thought he was in the percentage for the up smash. The air dodge will allow Sephiroth safe recovery.
That is a fun little mini game Rob can do. He can throw you into the ground, and you essentially have to guess how much the player is going to mash. Basically, press the buttons as fast as they can on their controller to get out, and the Rob, can punish any amount of mash with different amounts of moves. But what you can't do is you can't get hit by those shadow orbs from DJ Whale Train, or you're going to find yourself off the stage. Sephiroth, finding a nice stock there with his shadow orbs.
Yeah, the Shadow Orbs are an interesting mix-up too, because you got to know the timing for that. And if you're unaware with the matchup, it can be pretty dangerous, especially if they hit you into a combo situation, get you offside of the stage. You're just going to find yourself in an unfortunate spot, similar to DJ Will right there.
Yeah, another big side B from Jose Mid here. That's the second stock he's taken with Rob side B. And when you think of stocks taken with Rob side B, you think off stage. Why not just catch their neutral, get up with it? I mean, that works too, right? Such a strong move, super buff from Smash 4, and Rob spins those arms around, and you go a-flying.
Ooh, that was interesting. Thought they were safe landing on top there, but unfortunately fell right on top of it. The air dodge didn't quite come through, I think, how DJ Well was hoping. DJ Well now on their last stock, 71% in game 1. To note, this is a best of 3 in pools. So it will be best of 5 when we get into top cut, but it's best of 3 right now, meaning DJ Will really has to not do that.
Yeah, unfortunately miscounting the jumps there. I'm wondering if something with the wing happened there at the bottom blast zone. Maybe he had one less jump than he thought. Very unfortunate there from DJ Will, but Jose Mitt showing off while he was previously ranked number 9 in Myrtle Beach. So, you know, showing off here on the Rob, showing off here on some sort of pseudo box controller as well. I'm not really sure what it's exactly called, but it's one of those like digital boxes, not like the traditional. But I was seeing him warming up the Aegis earlier, and it's interesting to see, you know, the character diversity here, playing the Rob here, round number 1 versus DJ Whale Train, and showing off very well. Maybe so.
That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't see him warming up on the Pyromancer earlier, so cool that they are now playing Rob. And 2 stocks took that game very convincingly. So going into this next game, they're going to want to rinse, repeat, so they can make it out of pools into top cut. But we're running right into it, starting off with a dash attack. Going to send Rob off stage, but a safe recovery will land them back. Going for a nair. Gonna instead find the recovery from Sephiroth. Gonna catch offside of the stage. And that's what we saw at the end of last game, Avery. That recovery, unfortunately, getting pineappled on the bottom of PS2. Tends to happen, but you hate to see it in game 1 of pools.
Indeed. And, you know, the ledge trap from Jose Mitt has been so fun to watch. You can see how he just locks down DJ Whale Train when he's in that disadvantaged state, when Rob has more stage to work with than Sephiroth does. Those are the kind of spots in Smash Bros. That you can make stocks go away in a hurry, because Rob has those very powerful moves that send you off the side of the stage. You see Jose Mitt going for these back airs, going for these side Bs when you're at the ledge, and you don't want to get too close to him because of what we were talking about earlier, when Rob has these such scrappy buttons. DJ Welltrain trying to figure out that game right now as he makes his own ledge trap happen with a Rob that has better options off ledge than he does.
Oh, it was so funny. He said trying to make that happen right now as Rob is just down tilting shield relentlessly. But I'm loving how DJ Whale is able to regain the stage control, like you were saying. They are being a lot more patient, going back to center stage, waiting, but it's not allowing any volition from this Rob. This Rob is relentless.
Yeah, and DJ Will, I was talking to him before the cast here, and he does have 4 years competing on this game, whereas Jose Mitt only been playing for about 1.5 years. So a lot of experience here on the side of DJ Whale. Maybe he's going to figure out the set as we go. A lot of experienced players like to utilize that game 1 to get that data, and utilize this games 2 and 3 to just pick apart the game plan of the opponent and disable it. And that's actually something I've seen from DJ Whale. You can see how much this match has slowed. We're going to see our first stock taken at about 2 minutes in if the Rob can find the down throw mix-up, but it's actually a mix-up from DJ Whale Train. The mash mix-up coming through and able to get a down air.
This is why I love having player cams, Avery. You can go back and watch the reactions of them.
Indeed.
They were not ready for that. Definitely, Jose was trying to get an up smash out of that, but the up tilt came out. But that's all right. We are now going to reset.
Hands up like,
yeah. Whoa, okay.
Fantastic there. And we got even game number 2 here. And like I said, yeah, that timer going down here. Sephiroth definitely playing a much slower game here. And I really like the game plan, forcing Jose Mitt to make these approaches happen a little bit more rapidly. But Jose Mitt adapting to the situation very well, going for aggression on these ledge traps so hard to get around this falling nair from Rob when he does it at the ledge. And it wants to connect into moves like that side B that do such crazy knockback off the side. You know Jose Mitt loves these ledge traps, and he's bringing them out in spades. Sephiroth already at 83.
Yeah, now at 90, trying to get back. They do have the one wing, so that option that they didn't have in the first game, and how honestly they probably lost the game, they now have that option now. So if they can hold on to this stock, find the recovery, they're going to get a nair into an up tilt, going for another nair, not finding anything off of it, unfortunately. Rob grab, down throw, are we going to see an up smash? We are, but instead DJ Well going to get that down air through, and that is a long sword from Sephiroth, has enough coverage. That is the second or third time as well we've seen the down smash pressure the shield on Jose Met. So if DJ Well is able to actually break that shield, we can see a quick reversal in this game.
We certainly could, and one of the tools that Sephiroth has in his kit is that down smash. It does incredible shield damage, but DJ Welltrain right now is using it when Rob has full shield. If he is able to land something like a back air on shield and then a down smash, we might just see that shield pop, and Sephiroth has some incredible setups that can take stocks at 0 with his Giga Flare into smash attack, and that forward tilt sweet spot going to take it at these high percents. So yeah, if we see one of those shield breaks what DJ Welltrain is certainly looking for, it could spell disaster for Jose Mint.
Yeah, DJ Welltrain is actually doing a phenomenal job as well, playing around top, grabbing it, landing and with an air to grab it, so that it's not causing as much pressure as Jose Met is trying to put out. But at 67 and 18%, this could be anyone's game. DJ Welltrain getting a quick dash attack off, landing mid-stage. You could definitely see a little bit of nerves coming through for each player as they are both on their final stock of the set.
And we get up tilt from Rob, can't quite find the jump into the up air that would have sealed the stock, and going for these side Bs on ledge again is Jose Mint. It's what's been working. It's what DJ Welltrain has not been able to get around. But we see the counter for the first time coming out of DJ Welltrain. You end up side being into a move like that, it could spell disaster for Jose Mint, trying to get around this ledge trap. DJ Welltrain finding some stage control for himself, but attacking the shield unsafely. Jose Mint now in the advantage state, and DJ Welltrain in a tricky spot. You can't quite roll past the side B, understanding the roll distance that Rob goes and placing it, Sephiroth goes and placing the side B perfectly as Jose Mint. That side B has worked so well for him in this set, making so many stocks happen with that move. I mean, it is tricky to get around. It can catch nearly every get-up option if timed correctly. You understand when your opponent wants to get off the ledge, you space it correctly. Jose Mint showing off that move in space.
Yeah, it was great. You know, something that surprised me is Rob back air is incredibly strong, and Sephiroth, one of the tallest characters in the roster. Surprised that we didn't see more back airs just in the neutral play.
Yeah, he actually did go for it on a couple of the ledge traps, but I would agree with you, it has some uses in neutral, but, you know, Sephiroth's sword, you know, it outranges back air, which Rob is not used to. Characters like Rob, characters like Corrin, I mean, you see those characters with these back airs that space themselves because they push back away from the opponent. Sephiroth's sword doesn't care about your spacing, it's so long. And so instead, Jose Mint, understanding that, playing this really scrappy game, holding down Sephiroth at the ledge, utilizing that weakness of the height to keep him at the ledge, that's what won him that set.
Oh yeah, for sure, and convincingly, 2-0 fashion.
Indeed.
Which, that's what pools are for, right? Pools are for getting the nerves out, get ready, you got a couple of games that you can shed, so maybe it just was a warm-up factor.
Yeah, I mean, and DJ Welltrain, you know, getting the call that, you know, he needs to play Smash Bros. Today. You know, he hasn't had, you know, weeks to warm up for this incredible event. So maybe, you know, getting the games on now, and that's been incredible to watch. I believe we have a graphic to see Jose Mint's performance in that set here. You can see the Rob, you know, previously number 9 on the Myrtle Beach PR. And, you know, I got the privilege of playing against some of the Myrtle Beach PR players, as I said, and, you know, that's been a great experience. This Myrtle Beach PR, even though you may not have heard of it, certainly has some talent there. And yeah, you know, as you said before, convincingly taking that game. We see that stock ratio coming out. You know, getting that 2-stock average is really, really strong.
Oh, incredibly strong, especially for playing out-of-state players as well. Folks that they're not ready or not normally going to play. You know, we come from areas, you know, Virginia and Midwest. You have people all around you can play. When you're on the coast, it's a completely different type of environment. You're on a peninsula, right? So you can't just go play out in the sea. That's not how it works. You got to drive up or out. So it's a little bit harder for some of those other scenes like Rock Hill to get down here sometimes. So super stoked. I know the Myrtle Beach PR players were talking about it earlier today. They're super stoked to have folks come visit the scene and see what they have to offer.
Yeah, for sure, and I can see some of the players sitting down next to play. It looks like we are going to have Twitchy versus Radiaz coming up next on the stream. That should be Isabel versus Sephiroth, and this is definitely 2 players to look out here for in this pool number 3. We just saw some Sephiroth gameplay from DJ Whaletrain, but I want you to look out for this Radiaz player because they definitely have a lot of sets to their name. As I was researching them, they just placed 33rd at Peanut Homecoming, so certainly not a placement to scoff at there, and 13th out of 129 at Redshift Singularity, a D tier. I was very impressed with that placement placement as well. The Sephiroth certainly knows what they're doing, and when you're playing a character like Isabelle, who, you know, has that slingshot, sure, but doesn't have, like, aerials to contest Sephiroth's range, I imagine this is not a particularly an entertaining matchup for Isabelle to make this range game happen, because Sephiroth does it so well.
Yeah, I mean, you have zoners like Isabelle that can do zoning. Whoa, pause. Maybe not Isabelle.
It'll be Isabelle.
Okay. They were messing with me there for a second. But yeah, when you have zoners like Isabelle going up against the Sephiroth, it's a completely different game because it's a completely different distance than what they're used to. You also, real quick before we get in the game, you brought up Peanut, and Peanut, event that we had partnered with yesterday, and we're so stoked and happy to have done that and see those players come out. If you haven't, go to the Peanut Start GG. They are supporting local youth and raising money for multiple foundations, so highly recommend you check that out. With that being said, let's get into this game.
Absolutely. I'll have all the Peanut Homecoming stats for us as we go throughout this event. And we already see a lot of aggression coming out from Twitchy here, playing this Isabelle so scrappy. And maybe that's what you have to do. You don't want to keep this Sephiroth at that mid-range distance. You have to play with moves like the broom that combo into the up air there. Definitely a nice tool in Isabelle's kit that hits behind her. Certainly a tool we'll see very often here for Twitchy when we're in the scrap zone.
Another tool that we see, interestingly enough, that we saw with an interaction just a moment ago is the drop-off stage into slingshot back air to try to stage spike, right? But when you do that, what we saw the Sephiroth do was recover, get a slash up. That's going to now send you into the flash zone as to sending you toward the stage, because now you've turned that character around as they're trying to recover. So that is very interesting. Both those stocks even up already. 35% sitting at Twitchy, going to throw out the fishing pole, try to get a little bit of percent, but now they have Dark Orbs on him, as we saw earlier.
Ooh,
the spot dodge!
Yeah, very nice spot dodge there from Twitchy. Going for the up smash there is Radiaz. If you hit that up smash there, that is definitely going to be a shield break, so something that Twitchy is very aware of, and that's something that Sephiroth can do so easily, is cover these PS2 platforms with something like up smash, and cover that Isabelle trying to swing off the ledge uncouthly with counter, which is such a strong move that if you are on the ledge like this scenario, you could be sent to flying.
Yeah, and it's covering the whole platform, by the way. Not just part of the platform. If you're positioning it right, it's covering the whole darn thing. So, the fishing rod gonna catch. Going down to the up throw will take the stock. Now at 32, trying to recover in this mid stage. Gonna get a nair, a couple of dash attacks, trying to fish out this slingshot combo. Not quite finding it yet. We talked about height earlier, how high Sephiroth is because he's such a tall character. So those slingshots are much easier to hit with Isabelle and Village.
This is a very scary scenario, Chase. Look at Twitchy trying to come back with only balloons to their name, and you just can't find the fishing rod that snaps to the ledge. Sephiroth getting the sour spot on that back here, but it's just rinse and repeat, Chase. This is a matter of execution. There's nothing Isabelle can do if you just keep hitting the Isabelle to the right side. If you hit the Isabelle to the left side, then she can tech, and you're in a different scenario where you're back in the neutral phase, Chase. What an incredible recovery from Twitchy.
They are scrapping back and forth across the stage, Avery. They're going one fin to the other, non-stop hitting. That is crazy. The down smash tried to drop the shield to be able to parry. The parry will not go through, and that will be Radiaz taking game one.
Yeah, you could see the shield slightly low there from Twitchy. Doesn't want to get popped there. Of course, that would spell certain doom. So going for the parry there, as you said, and that's just going to be slightly off on the timing, and it's going to be Radiaz taking that game number one. And I believe Twitchy is the higher seed here. Yes, only by one seed, Twitchy higher. So
Radiaz, close.
Yeah, very close. This is the 3 versus the 4 seed here in this pool. We're expecting this to be a very good match, and we can, see how good it is. But I mean, I'm very impressed with Radiaz's edge guards here versus Isabelle. You may not think that, Sephiroth is a edge guarding character. You may think of him as more of a lead trapping character. He has tools like Giga Flare. He has tools like F-Tilt.
Yep.
But when you have Isabelle, a character with no hitbox on her recovery, only balloons, what is there to not gain from going out there and throwing your sword?
Yeah, nothing. And oh my gosh, look at that. The pocket and the throwback. Have a taste of your own medicine. Now 107. Twitchy with an insane turnaround.
Twitchy aware of a very unique interaction there, Chase. Going for the side B is Radiaz, and that side B would have only put 3 orbs, I believe, onto Isabelle. But because Isabelle pocketed it and threw it back, it was 5 orbs onto Sephiroth, and that is an immense amount of damage, and it's going to lead to the point where down smash will kill. Twitchy takes the first stock.
Yeah, Twitchy coming back in full force now, saying that back air is not going to work this time. Oh, catching with the dash attack, going for the slingshot, not catching it on the stage, and now we're pseudo resetting to neutral.
for sure, but Sephiroth is now down a stock, gonna find the forward air right there, and you may see the one wing onto Sephiroth, and that's gonna come into play when Sephiroth is losing by a certain amount a little bit quicker, and that gives him super armor on his smash attacks. It gives him an extra jump. It gives him a lot of very useful tools that Sephiroth will very much like to have, and he will have it as long as he's losing by a certain amount. That's something that Twitchy has to look out for as they contest some of these smash attacks, but they throw out a smash attack of their own. They say, "Halt, Sephiroth, you're going off the top."
Stop, listen up, you're out. Yeah, Twitchy doing a phenomenal job right now on this Isabel, definitely coming back strong from game one. I can tell you as a former Villager player myself, this is a comfortable matchup for a lot of Villagers and Isabels, just because you're sure the distance of Sephiroth is incredible, but you have a little bit more distance, and if you microspace properly, you're going to come out on top like we're seeing. Now you do not want to sit on the ledge with your shield. That up smash like we were talking about earlier coming through, and it's going to even out the stocks, but sitting at 87%, a sneeze can blow Radiaz into the blast zone.
That's such a tricky scenario, Chase. You can see Twitchy aware that the shield was ready to pop, going for a tricky setup here with the Lloyd Rocket. I hope we see that later in the set. But yeah, Twitchy aware of that scenario and playing it very well, but Radiaz rather, with that up smash, because you can't jump out of that situation because the up smash clips you.
Ooh, now at 155 as well, the Sephiroth is in the danger zone, going for the Nair, gonna find the other end of a slingshot, trying to make it back, doing a great job getting back into neutral, but now we're in a mix-up. Isabel Twitchy looking to finish this out, going to find it. So now it is 1-1 in this best of three.
Yeah, and I want to compliment Twitchy here on the amount of awareness that they have on these ledge trap scenarios. We see that Sephiroth is going for a lot of these like landing nairs near the ledge. Think of that like Rob nair where it combos into Rob's side B. It combos into things like back air, things like forward air. But Twitchy understands the DI and the timing of it. You can get out in a lot of those scenarios. So like things like back throw back air, things like nair back air aren't always true. You can DI away, but you have to react to knowing when the Sephiroth is going to go for those setups and DI preemptively. Hold away from Sephiroth, hold closer to the blast zone. It's an inintuitive thing to do, but something that Twitchy is doing very often, and it is holding them stocks.
Yeah, absolutely, because when they hold the stocks later in the set, like we saw that first time in that first game, it's a lot harder to maintain control of the game, especially when you're worried about Sephiroth dropping off stage, back airing.
You get into a world of trouble off stage.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so doing a great job maintaining this neutral game and playing that first stock a little bit slower.
Yeah, we're going to move over to small battlefield. This is the counter pick of Radiaz, maybe feeling like the space of PS2 wasn't working out in his favor. Let's see if he can find a couple more of these edge guards that has been working for him very well. But Twitchy, starting off with the scrappy playstyle with those up airs, is going to put Sephiroth at these high percents where the wing is going to want to come out soon. But Radiaz coming back right away in a hurry. I mean, these players are scrappy, Chase.
Yeah, Radiaz also noting, you mentioned earlier, doing a great job of recognizing what, or Twitchy recognizing what Radiaz is doing.
Watch out!
There it is.
Yeah.
Radiaz taking the stock, but you'll see that the Isabel is actually putting Lloyd Rocket underneath the platforms to cover the up smashes we've seen all set coming out from Radiaz.
Oh, and a great back air there from Twitchy is going to take the stock.
Wow.
The lightness of Sephiroth, so deceptive. You would think this character would be a midweight, but no, he's closer to Kirby in weight than a lot of the midweights. So that back air will take it at 90%. Sephiroth going to get the wing here at 2 stocks because Twitchy is dealing so much damage and under so much pressure. Is Radiaz at this ledge? How do you get away from this? Isabel is going to be able to DI away from that up tilt up air, but such a scary scenario trying to find the down smash with that fishing rod. So tricky. You can send your opponent up and it kills another offstage scenario. Twitchy with the ledge trap.
Yeah, Twitchy is doing, when Twitchy is impressive like this, it is so much, when they're an advantage, it is so much more impressive than Radiaz's advantage, I've noticed. Now at 135, that rage factor coming through, and Twitchy going to be on their final stock of the set.
I mean, you just got to think about that up smash sometimes, Chase. I mean, think about the space that Isabel likes to play in. You know, that if you play in that space, you're going to be fine versus up smash. But if you play slightly away from Sephiroth, that up smash is always such a threat. The fishing rod from the Lloyd Rocket coming out with great setup there from Twitchy. And it's just always a threat you have to keep in the back of your mind. But if you keep getting these special setups that can get you that damage rather than the slingshots, which have been getting called out, maybe you can make something work here. But finding yourself off stage, are we going to go underneath? We will, but we only have balloons. You have to watch out for the down air chase there. It's still such a scary scenario.
Yeah, it can still spike through the stage if you time it right, and it will go straight through those balloons. It will not care.
It certainly won't chase, but the Lloyd Rocket up air, that is a true combo coming out from Twitchy there, aware of the setup. So much trouble coming from Radiaz on those platforms with that up smash, but Twitchy's saying, I can control these platforms too. With something like Lloyd Rocket, you might not think of it as a Snake C4. Oh, I have to avoid this. You get hit by that on a platform. That turnip that Isabel throws up, it will KO you very, very early because you're already so high in the blast and you can't SDI out of that rocket as you go
and
up.
It's going to hold you, it's going to hold you up. And it's not going to blast until later. That setup that Twitchy was using to counter Radiaz earlier. Noticing the up smashes Radiaz was throwing out underneath those platforms, said, let's put a Lloyd Rocket down. And to your point, Lloyd Rocket is arguably harder to see than C4. C4 at least blinks, right? With a stage like Smashville or a stage like Small Battlefield, like we just saw, it is very difficult to see the Lloyd Rocket if you're not looking for it.
That's a great point. You have to look for Isabel as she brings out her little green shovel. Not something that's easy to see. Let's look at some of the stats there from that game. What an incredible Game 3 to start our block chase. I mean, such incredible Smash Bros we have here at Boost on the Beach. Number 3 in South Carolina, by the way, is Twitchy. Recently committed to Winthrop University. I'm excited to see how they perform there. I believe on their academy roster. Such a strong roster. I mean, I love those players over there. And I mean, look at this taken loss ratio, only 1.1. I mean, this series that we saw here was down to the wire every single game.
Yeah, it was very, very close. And like I said, the advantage state was nuts on either side, but when you looked a little bit closer, Twitchy was just adapting a little bit better than Radiaz throughout the second system.
I would say, like, if you were off stage, like, Twitchy was finding these little mix-ups that were able to save a few stocks in scenarios where Radiaz was, like, hoping that Twitchy didn't know the answer. Like there is no answer when you're recovering from super low and you're getting back air, you're getting forward air. You're just gonna die. But there's these scenarios that start from the ledge that can cause those scenarios. Those initial scenarios are the ones that Twitchy is aware of, and instead of ending up in an impossible to win scenario, now you end up in neutral again, where both players have the same amount of advantage state. And in those scenarios, Twitchy, as you said, just performing slightly better on those combos, slightly better on the execution, slightly better on the KOs. That's going to win them a Game 3 set, but I expect very great things from both those players going forward.
Yeah, fundamentals were solid in Game 1, but the adaptivity throughout the set just went to Twitchy on that one. And we're actually getting ready for our next set as well. Some players you might recognize if you're from the area or familiar with the area.
Yeah, maybe so. This is going to be Sybil versus CJ Frozen, I believe is who's sitting down right now. And what an interesting matchup this is, because this is going to be Falco versus Snake. And, if you are familiar with the Smash Bros scene, this is a very interesting matchup. I mean, Falco having the reflector to his name to, throw the grenades back at Snake. I mean, what a powerful tool to have in this matchup. Laser is a very interesting tool in this matchup because, yes, it's very annoying for Snake. It can even blow up his grenades when he's trying to camp you, but there's some fun counterplay where Snake can crouch underneath the Falco laser and move in and out of Falco's space. What an interesting thing to think about, that counterplay. And then, of course, that ever so powerful Snake up tilt is so good at catching what Falco wants to do. Falco loves being on top of the opponent, loves doing these big aerial combos. Up tilt stops you from starting any of that. Grenade gets you out of the big Falco combos that we all know and love.
That's what Snake wants. Snake says, come at me. Come on. Come at me. You're going to take more damage than I do.
Now, I do think that CJ Frozen is a slightly more aggressive Snake than some, so we may see some scraps out of them, but we'll just have to see how they play this particular matchup. I'm sure they're very experienced in it. Here to Small Battlefield we go.
Some folks really hate Snake just because he's a zoner camper, some might say. I think this matchup right here, Falco versus Snake, is one of the most exciting matchups in Smash Bros. Ultimate.
I would agree, yeah.
It's very nice. I mean, like you said, once Falco gets in, the combo game is very bread and butter, but it's knowing when to get in, when to avoid, and when to reflector. That was a phenomenal dodge from the up tilt and able to get a good conversion off. Going for some sauce, down air,
Yeah, I mean, that's just a true combo chase. I mean, that just gets the job done. And if you hit the opponent off the ground, you can hit them with another aerial. And I mean, what a very tricky down air to tech. But what a very tricky scenario this is. Falco only having 2 moves to recover, alongside that very high jump, which is very useful. Yeah. Which is the side B and the up B, which both go in very particular directions that are easy to see. That Nikita missile is going to snipe it out.
Yeah, something else interesting hearing from the voice of God in my ear right now. This is 3 and 4 seed in South Carolina on the PR. So this is as close as it gets. And when they're reviewing PR, they'll likely be looking at this set.
That's a great point, Chase. I didn't even think about that. I mean, and what a fun matchup to have as your 3 versus 4 in your state. I mean, look at the counterplay coming through from CJ Frozen. I mean, I thought Sybil was doing a fantastic job at working around these grenade setups with the combos. It was very interesting to see them as they hit Snake in the part where the grenade isn't standing. That will allow you to combo him very well. Yeah. But now, CJ Frozen slowing down the game and playing to make sure that Sybil understands all these little mini games. And CJ Frozen living to 180 for it.
Yeah, mini-game is such a great way to put it. And, you know, this is the issue with Falco. Falco has a problem killing sometimes. It's very difficult to get that out. So going for a couple of these up smashes, going for these up throws, but CJ Frozen doing a great job of DIing right and left, missing that laser. That's another great point. The recovery, you have a very hard time getting a down air off on that because you're going to hit
his Cypher.
His Cypher, thank you. Yes, his Cypher.
I've watched this matchup a lot, Chase. I really have. And one of the things I see in it consistently is Falco's kill percents. Falco kills you at either 100 or 200.
Yes.
And that's what we're seeing with Snake here. Because Snake can end up in a scenario off stage where, like you said, he gets hit by something like a Falco back air or a Falco down air. Things that break his Cypher because they deal enough damage. If Falco can only find things like forward air or neutral air off stage and can't find these up tilt combos, that kill at 100, it's so difficult for Snake to ever die.
And the up B straight into the stage, when you do that, you don't go snap to ledge. And because of that, was able to avoid the rocket launcher at ledge, the down smash. Run up, gonna get a nair off, but have the grenade in hand, gotta be careful.
The rocket launcher is certainly an interesting tool, because if Falco chooses to go for that side B instead of the up B, watch this tricky setup, Chase. Almost got it, gets the remix. I don't even get to talk about forward smash because CJ Frozen forward smashing in the other direction than you normally see Snake forward smash. Let me talk about that whole scenario. I have to steal the mic for a bit, Chase.
Please do.
Typically, all right, let's say you're Falco. I want to forward smash you this way because you're trying to recover with something like side B horizontal. I would obviously forward smash you because if you even go slightly above ledge, or if I get a very particular timing, you are going to explode at 40%. You are going to lose a very, very early Falco stock. What CJ Frozen just went for there is sure that forward smash didn't quite get it, but Sybil ended up off stage again. I put a grenade at the ledge. I forward smash the opposite direction. Why would I do that, you ask? Because the grenade blows me up, and it sets me up in such a way that I can perfectly be set up for a back air. Sybil understands this. Air dodges the back air, doesn't matter. I go for another back air, which ends up, you know, Falco doesn't have a lot of options after air dodge there. I went over earlier how he only has up B, side B. If he goes for up B there, he gets caught by the back air. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that back air was just a true setup from CJ Frozen. That's the kind of things you understand when you're right next to each other on the PR.
Oh my gosh. Great analysis, Avery. I completely agree. It was really cool to see the back and forth micro play going on. Now in game 2, it's a scrap. I mean, we've seen a couple of times Cyber get these setups, the drag down nairs, but you know what? Snake is a little snake, and he can pull that grenade whenever he wants to, and so it's disrupting a lot of these drag downs.
One thing that he can't disrupt, though, is that up tilt setup into back air or up air. It's only a 2-piece combo, but you don't even need a 2-piece as Snake, that up tilt, taking the stock at 100 after the hit. That is what you see when you play against Snake as Falco. I mean, you lose stock so early that up tilt, you have to play such a tight-knit game.
Yeah, and we saw CJ Frozen going for the tech chase there. Not gonna find themselves instead in disadvantage. And that'll be Cybele with the up air into the, or up throw into the up air.
Yeah, I mean, that up tilt setup or the up throw setup both work in your favor because, again, that grenade can't disrupt it. But CJ Frozen going for a lot of these stickies when Sybil's on the platform there, that'll go through your shield, and then Snake can throw you and blow it up. Going for a lot of these. CJ Frozen must have an understanding that Sybil likes to shield. That is the only reason you would go for these walk-up C4 setups.
Yeah, because as soon as they drop shield, regardless of if you're in there or not, that's C4 is hitting.
Yeah, I mean, Snake can blow it up at any time if he attaches it to your body, and that just makes you so scared, makes you want to shield more. But Snake, I mean, just living here, great. Sybil gonna, oh man, another stock to the up tilt. It's so difficult for Falco. I mean, you have to scrap the Snake to some extent. You can't just laser camp him. It doesn't work. But if you don't find these edge guards with back, if you can't find a way to push Snake off stage, playing him on stage is just so hard to avoid that up tilt. Catching the landing there, that is one weakness that Snake does have, is it is easy to kind of understand where he's going when he's coming from the sky.
Yeah, and the up smash, we finally saw it come out, connect for Sybil. The greatest thing to happen to Falco in this game was the update where they fixed the up smash. Thank God for this character, because it needed some kill options beforehand, only killing above, now catching a little bit in front, especially for tall characters like Snake.
I will shout out my Falco friend AJ, who says that Falco up smash hits better when you turn it around than in front of him.
Interesting.
So one of those moves where you have to kind of aim it or hope that it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of moves where you don't have to hope it works, the back air into I'm going to down smash now.
The back hit of down smash. Did you see how CJ Frozen spaced that in a way where his second kick went past the ledge? Falco was not able to grab the ledge there because Snake's leg was past it. Maybe you're able to grab invincibility and then wouldn't actually like catch you as you're grabbing, but because it was extended and actually off the stage, that's going to be another early kill for CJ Frozen. I mean, what a great showing from Sybil, but just dying at 100 so often. That's exactly what we talked about in the matchup. And, you know, when Snake's going to win, that's what it's going to look like.
Yeah, exactly. Well, very close game, albeit CJ Frozen was able to take that one 2-0. Let's look now at the stats. 6 stocks taken, 3 stocks lost total. That's a 2% or 2 stock ratio. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. 2 stock ratio. Number 3 in South Carolina. We mentioned they were 3 and 4. That is the ranking. CJ Frozen showing why he is number 3.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and you know, quite an impressive stock ratio, I may add. I mean, that's going to be, you know, you're averaging that you beat them by more than a stock, which is, you know, quite impressive when you're playing someone so close to you on the rankings. I mean, I bring up Peanut Homecoming Sybil placing 33 at that event. You know, a great showing there. CJ Frozen, I was really impressed with his placement at Luminosity. Makes big moves. 65th out of 792 entrants. What an incredible Snake player that can really do some damage on the 6.
That's awesome. And these Winthrop players, super stoked to see them come into bracket today. They're phenomenal. We shouted out Honeypot a little bit earlier on stream. That is my event that we run in Davenport, Iowa, and we will have collegiate crews this year. So who knows? Maybe you'll see some of these Winthrop players out in Davenport, September 19th through 21st, 2025.
Maybe so, and I love
Maybe even you. Maybe we'll see you there.
I would love to compete there at Honeypot Chase, you know, playing for Shenandoah University and, you know, getting to be in the Smash team for a long time. I always love seeing the collegiate talent that comes through for those. Recently, there was a major Cavalier clash that had a collegiate crew battle bracket. We have some players from UNCG that have been around the space so I hope to see them at that event too. You know, it's great to be in the collegiate space and see them competing at LANs as well.
Yeah, and East Coast and Midwest forming that relationship even tighter and tighter throughout the years. We're seeing a lot more East Coast players come out to Midwest and vice versa. Midwest players come out to the East Coast. None today at Boost on the Beach, but who's to say next year we won't see more of the hashtag Cornfield Midwesterns out here?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised at that at all, Chase.
Actually, we do have Wichita here, to be fair. We do have Kansas in the building, but
I mean,
that's for Rocket League.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, the bracket for Rocket League is being made right now. The group play is over, but, you know, typically right behind us, right, we have, you know, the best collegiate Rocket League teams, you know, some of the best in the country to come out here. I mean, Concord, an incredible Rocket League team. Davenport looking so strong. Those are the ones that are at the top of the groups right now. But, I mean, if you enjoy some collegiate Rocket League competition, definitely stick around for the rest of the day. But we got Smash Bros going, too, and this is going to be more of that local talent. I see Takio stepping up to the sticks right now on that Piranha plant. that I got to play in friendlies earlier, also pulling out the DDD and the King K rule. This guy has a lot of characters in his pocket, a lot of games in his pocket. He loves different forms of platform fighters. He loves running tournaments. If you've competed in the South Carolina area before, you are probably familiar with Takio.
Yeah, we were talking about Shrek Super Slam earlier, and how he started a scene for Shrek Super Slam. Shout out Takio, doing the most for the Myrtle Beach community out here. Really, really trying to pull it together. And look at that. Piranha Plant now going up again. Oh wait, you don't see it yet. Maybe Piranha Plant, maybe not.
It is likely going to be Piranha Plant versus Ike. That is what I have as the likely matchup here. And what an interesting matchup this is, because Piranha Plant, his entire game revolves around his Patui. How am I going to hit the opponent with this spike ball that does a lot of damage? That's really all Piranha Plant can do. His game plan has to revolve around that. It's such a good move.
Not to be confused with DDD Gordo.
No, you cannot hit it back like you can DDD Gordo. It has much more priority. And Takio plays this kind of style where he likes to play the smoke screen, where he hides in this poison cloud and does either Patui or down B in the cloud. And you have to kind of play it a bit of a guessing game around it. But what I was going to say about the matchup is Ike doesn't have to play the guessing game all the time, because you can space around it with a sword.
Or go straight through with that side B, right? You can just get right past it. I come from the Minnesota scene. Prior to this, the #1 Piranha Plant in the U.S. Lucky comes from that scene. Lucky and Loaf, the Wario and the Piranha Plant. So very, very familiar with the North Star sets, watching, commentating the Piranha Plant. It can be a very tricky character if you're not ready.
Yeah, and again, here, pools are only best of 3, so Nico does not have time to adapt to these sort of ledge traps that Piranha Plant goes for, these sort of puzzling neutral interactions that he goes for. You have to figure it out within 3 games.
Yeah, and that spacing can be pretty difficult to get around the Patui if you're not ready for it, like we saw on the ledge. Takio at 106, gonna play this safe, getting back to stage, just telling Nico, come on, trying to push him in. Ooh, we're gonna get the reset, jab reset, not necessarily into a forward smash, instead trying to get more conversion off that. Unfortunately, they're instead gonna find the blast zone. Now with 2 stocks, that's gonna be Nico now trying to reset back to neutral with this Ike down throw, up air, trying to get a forward air off, push him off stage, and the tried and true up B coming out when all else fails.
Yeah, the up B for Ike, a great tool to get someone off of you, a great tool to kill even, which is very strange that Ike has that in his toolkit, but it very much helps him secure some of the stops when Piranha Plant hits your shield wrong. But Piranha Plant, he's not really a hit your shield character. He's a figure out this puzzle character. I mean, he really stands around his poison cloud, and you have to figure out, all right, how am I going to hit the plant? Nico figuring it out right now, putting Piranha Plant at the ledge.
Yeah, Nico doing a phenomenal job of spacing out this Piranha Plant now that we're on the second stock. And that first stock maybe took him a little bit by surprise. That's another tool Piranha Plant has to a great point, is that back air. We were talking about back airs that space earlier. That's another back air that spaces, but you're not going to be able to space a down throw into a, I couldn't tell if that was a nair or an up air coming out.
It was a down air into an up air chase. That was a Pyra combo coming out from Nico here on the Ike. I mean, I can't say I've ever seen that kill confirmed from Ike. I think might have caught Takio slipping there. But I mean, this Ike recovery, very, very similar to the Falco recovery, where you only have horizontal distance or vertical distance, and Ike is actually even more limited in his mix-ups in that potential. I have not seen Takio yet go for any specific edge guards against Ike up B, but he is familiar with Ike side B and edge guarding that. So Nico, I would advise caution going for up Bs. I would not be surprised with Takio, with his many years of experience, if he knows why that Ike up B is very exploitable.
Yeah, I mean, it is exploitable, and we saw earlier Takio put the Poison Cloud at ledge, but hasn't really been doing that since as a tool for ledge trapping. So maybe later on we see that coming out, but as you said earlier, hiding in the Poison Cloud, throwing out the Patui, that working in the neutral phase for Takio for that slight moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't, great nair into up air there from Nico. That setup used to be very prominent in early Ultimate for being a very wide window, where Ikes would, this setup specifically, would be so strong that Ikes are known for only nairing at these kind of percents because it leads into up air kill confirm. They nerfed that setup so it's a much tighter window. Nico, understanding his window there, gets the falling neutral there, understanding that is going to kill Piranha Plant at a quite early percent. Piranha Plant is a deceptively heavy character with that pot. You're gonna find the kill confirm there. Nico taking game number 1, showing off, the Ike here, not a character seen very often.
Yeah, not anymore. I mean, very early in Ultimate, you saw a lot of Ikes. Leo was going through and playing all of the sorties at one point, so Ike found some popularity. One of the better Ikes, like I said, Midwestern, Raven King out of Chicago, so we see him play quite a bit as well. But Nico doing a phenomenal job keeping this Piranha Plant Takio at bay, and now only needing to take one more game to finish out the set.
And I definitely got to talk about an interaction we saw at the very beginning of that of the neutral here, Chase.
Yeah.
When Ike neutral aired through the Patui with the Ike sword to hit Piranha Plant. The Patui did not interact with Ike. What an incredible tool that this sword gives you versus the plant. You don't always have to play his mini games. And Nico just not messing around. That forward tilt, it's not Sephiroth forward tilt, Chase. It hits like a truck throughout.
Yeah, and to that point, I mean, phenomenal spacing we're seeing from Nico to even be able to pull off these setups in the first place. Takio playing with that Patui, gonna catch Nico, slipping a little bit, trying to jump from the other ledge, finding the other side of the Patui once more. Takio looking to take the first stock of this game. Now that's gonna be the up B out of shield, the tried and true classic for some of the players or characters on this roster, including Ike.
The South Carolina TO is gonna have to pull deep here as he gets super armored with that Ike up B. Is gonna find the up throw, but not quite gonna do it. The Piranha Plant, it does not play well from behind. You want the opponent to play into your game. You want them to get scared. You want them to not understand what to do. But Nico, just so fluid. I mean, like you said, with the spacing, with the speed, Nico just has no fear.
Yeah, and you saw Nico there trying to go for a downer at ledge, but Takio trying to use that Patui again, which could be dangerous like we saw earlier with the back air. If you space it right, that sword's going to go straight through.
Yeah, watch out here as Nico does get the back hit of neutral air through the Patui there. That might have confirmed into the back air here with maximum rage. That could spell disaster. Takio gonna get that rage off the board, but find themselves at 83%. It's a scary spot to play against an Ike. We know those neutral air confirms are coming soon.
And there's a tool we've not seen used quite a lot in the set, the Nair coming out from the Piranha Plant. Once you're in, does a great job of setting up some conversions, and we're seeing Takio using that more and more, trying to play around Nico, playing very aggressive.
Yeah, Nico controlling the stage here very well. Takio attempting to control these PS2 platforms, but Nico's movement is just too smooth. That Ike dash attack, another powerful tool to close space in a hurry and can also take stocks in a hurry. Gotta be careful at the ledge here. So scary there when you're facing down that Ike forward tilt. You just want to hang out and just not do anything. But Ike getting that dash attack off, such a scary tool there. I mean, and take stocks as you saw. I mean, incredible.
Yeah, and now Takio on potentially their last stock of this set. Playing around this platform, playing the neutral well, getting one hit, going for a backer, not quite finding it. The grab's gonna whiff. Playing around neutral, trying to play around this snare, but like you said earlier, Avery, a very useful tool in Ike's kit and very difficult to play around.
Oh, but a great jump call out there from Takio, understanding that in order to get this neutral air, you have to jump first. If I hit you on the jump, you don't get to neutral air. Takio understanding that mechanic and finding a back air there, but is it too little too late as they find themselves at 100%?
Yeah, 100%, and a prayer will not save them. Nico taking that one with 6% left on their final stock.
That was fantastic there from Nico this entire set. He has been chasing the front in the air with up airs, going for a different catch here on the ground with Ike up smash. That's going to catch air dodge instantly, which, you know, up air would be the counterplay for. So incredible awareness there from both players, but it's going to be Nico who's one step ahead. I want to dive a little bit more into Nico before we look at the results graphic. He placed 49th out of 170 at Piedmont Homecoming. I want to bring up some of his wins. 2 wins over CJ Frozen from Winthrop that we saw earlier, and a win on XT Diamond, who won Boost on the Beach last year.
Wow. Where's XT Diamond this year? Where are
That's
they?
what I'm saying. But let's throw it over to the graphic. I was impressed with those wins from Nico, and he certainly put on a show here for us against Takio. Looking very good. I mean, stock taken loss ratio at 1.5 and currently unranked. But I mean, that gameplay spoke for itself, right? A very seasoned player, you could tell, understands the neutral very well, understands the games that Piranha Plant likes to play, and just chose not to play them today.
Yeah, Yeah, and it be like that. You know, I mean, it was really, really cool to see them scrap it out. Unfortunately, Takia's not able to take a single game that time, but that's what Pool Play is for.
He'll come back for sure.
Exactly. I mean, we're taking the top 4 out of 7 in each pool, 28 players total for a top 16 cut. And right now we got Budwar on the court TOing. You might see him behind the desk a little later. We've been swapping in and out, but now we have a very sweet announcement from an event that you may recognize at home. That's right, Avery. We're back. We're back. We're back. It's happening again. Honey Pot is returning in Davenport, Iowa. We are so stoked to be back. You can sign up now for Honey Pot Hall of Champions at start.gg/honeypothoc. You can also sign up for Honey Pot 7, taking place in a new location, the TBK Sports Complex. 273,000 square feet. I don't know how we pulled it off. I don't know how we did it, but it's there. Start.gg/honeypot7. We're open to see tons of folks out there. It's ran by Run It Down, UGS, Visit Quad Cities. Obviously, I'm one of the head event organizers, so I'm ecstatic, but we are partnering and we are stoked to be presenting Honey Pot here at Boost on the Beach.
Yeah, you're going to want to register early for such an incredible event out of the Midwest. Chase's home turf there over here in South Carolina. We're both a little foreign over here, so you're definitely going to want to check that out. That is going to be an incredible time.
Yeah, it'll be great. We'll have some of the crews, hopefully, that are out here today at that event. Collegiate crew battles are coming this year. We're hoping to hit around 600 attendees. So all over the Midwest. For those of you that don't know, Honey Pot had 31 states represented at Honey Pot 6. We're hoping to hit 50 the next time. Really represent the Midwest in the best way we can. But now let's take a step back, dial it down, because we got some more Boost on the Beach action for Wave B. It's looking like it's going to be Chrono and Sidewell coming up.
Yeah, and I'm very excited for this match, Chase. I want to talk a little bit about Chrono, the #1 player in Myrtle Beach, Chase. This is going to be the favorite coming out of Myrtle Beach. So, you know, many Myrtle Beach PR players here. We just watched Takio on the Piranha Plant. Chrono holding that #1 spot on the Cloud.
Yeah, and this is also a very interesting matchup. We talked about Snake, or we saw Snake and Falco earlier, but we could see the Cloud Falco, which is also a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud doesn't quite have the tools to edgeguard Falco while he's off the stage, but he does keep him at the ledge quite well with tools like that back air. I mean, Cloud's presence is so strong, and I got the privilege of playing Chrono a little bit before in this event, and he is a player that plays very well with platforms and does very good job at juggling you with that massive Cloud up air. So when I see a character like Falco, I can definitely tell you both these players are very comfortable here on small battlefield to utilize those platforms to extend their advanced states.
Yeah, we'll see how Sidewell does. She is nailing it right now, catching all of these recovery options. Like you were saying, if you get Cloud off stage, he's going to have a real bad time. So it's coming down to who can get advantage in the neutral state.
For sure, and the neutral tools that are better, I'm going to have to give to Cloud. I mean, better range, utilization of that cross slash to catch your jump ins. But if Falco can stay scrappy, stay out of the range where that uppy out of shield comes through, an option that I haven't seen much out of Chrono, what I have seen out of him though up close is these grabs. If you shield too much versus Chrono, he will certainly grab you. And that's something that Sybil got caught with sometimes versus CJ Frozen with those stickies on shield. So you're going to have to play that movement of Falco, that air game, if you're going to want to work around this Cloud strike.
Yeah, and now Cloud has the limit break. Something to come through. Oh, and then lost it right there. Unfortunately, the laser probably catching an option. Probably the cross slasher threw something out last second. But playing around this very well, there's a side B into the back air combo.
Yeah, that is the setup right there that takes those Falco stocks at 100.
Yeah.
If you get something like that, something like up tilt back air, those are the stocks that win Falco games. When you can take those stocks, those percents, and those stocks are consistent. You hit the first part of that combo, there's nothing they can do. They just get hit by the second hit. And that's a certainty that we're going to see right there is Cloud back there at the ledge.
Ooh.
A very difficult tool to get around. These Falco combos certainly coming out in spades. Chase, loving the drag down neutral air.
Yeah, that drag down was pretty schnass, I'm not going to lie. But
Forward
now
air does it
forward
too.
air, into the up tilt, into the down air, into the up tilt, into the back air.
You can see, Chase, how you start one thing and it just piles down like dominoes. You can see you drag the Cloud down, you raise him in percents, you get him to 90 or 100. You get that kind of setup that just kills him if you get the first hit. Sybil lands one of those, doesn't quite do it, but sets Cloud up for an edge guard, which is a layup as well, Chase. What incredible play from Sybil.
Oh my god, Sybil doing phenomenal. She said, I don't need the after image combo. You can hold shield if you want to. I don't need that into the back air. I'm gonna hit you with these drag downs and see how you react. Chrono, now doing a great job. I love the empty hopping right here under the platform, Avery. It's a good tool as a mix-up option, saying, yeah, it's safe, come on in, and then you get hit with the back air before you know it.
Certainly, and Sybil putting on some incredible pressure here. Chrono has just not been able to get his game going, just under so much pressure from the bird. I mean, just incredible.
Yeah, and now with Limit Break one more time, we'll see if Chrono's able to pop something out here. Oh, but it's coming. It's going to get reversed, sent back to the Chrono. Chrono now at 111, going for the up throw option, and charge that limit one more time, maybe finding something in the pockets.
Yeah, I mean, gonna have to dig deep here, both at high percents with Falco with an entire extra stock. Falco, a lighter character though, gonna find the ledge trap here. Incredible ledge slip there into the down air. That's the kind of steps Chrono's gonna need if he wants to catch this Falco up safely. Something that Cloud struggles to do.
Yeah, that was a really, really good signature ledge trump into the back air, going to kill very early. Now we're seeing, once again, limit online. Cross slash not coming through. Sybil just waiting, being patient, dropping off ledge, going for the nair option. It's not looking good for Chrono here, but going to make it back to the ledge nonetheless.
Yeah, barely going to be able to grab the ledge there, and a lot of rage here onto Chrono. This is not unwinnable spot. Doesn't have the limit quite yet, but if he can find the way to get Falco off stage, it could spell disaster, but the spot dodge into the down tilt is going to do it. An odd move in Falco's toolkit to take stocks, but it is certainly there. Does a lot of knockback, sends you straight up. That's going to do it for Sybil here in game number 1, but a bit of a scary scenario at the end from Chrono, an adaptive player that very well may figure this out.
Yeah, and we talked earlier, you mentioned quite a bit. Falco, you're going to kill at 100 or you're going to kill at 200. Down tilt is one of those interesting moves that if you catch him, you're going to catch him in that range and it will kill off the top.
Yeah, it does work for Falco in that range, but you do have to be quite close in order to pull that off. And, you know, Chrono finding himself just slightly too close to the Falco in that case scenario is going to find the down tilt. So, yeah, Cloud wants to play in this mid-range. Falco clearly wants to play in this close range, and that's what happened in that game number 1. But to your point, Chase, I mean, Falco has a much easier time edge guarding Cloud than he does Snake.
Yeah,
So, although, you know, Falco, if you get past that 100 range, you may struggle to kill. It's easier to have moves that send you off stage that lead to death.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and oh, look at that. Now we're seeing forward air drag down into an up tilt conversion. That's why people play Falco. They love their conversions off of that up tilt. Now getting back to stage, we're actually seeing Sybil this time a little bit more on the back foot as we start this game too.
Yeah, I said it once, I'll say it again. Chrono played very adaptive when I played him before this tournament. He definitely figures you out, tries to learn your habits, and that's what it takes to be #1 in Myrtle Beach. You have to understand that it's a set. It's not a race. You can figure out what the opponent wants to do. But Sybil and Falco are race characters. I mean, the Falco plays off of speed, off of making sure you don't have time to figure them out. And that's exactly what Chrono doesn't want to happen. He wants to play that mid-range. He wants to understand what Falco wants to go for in these scenarios. Sybil playing fast and making this comeback happen in a hurry.
Speaking of seeing what they want to play in these scenarios, Avery, it was interesting to see Chrono use a falling up air for the first time. Falco, a very light character that likes to jump around a lot. We've not really seen the Cloud use the premier move of Cloud, which is the up air.
I mean, how are you going to land a falling up air on Falco when if you enter that space, he always instantly up tilts? I mean, that is Falco's main combo tool. That's his main kill option. So it's definitely a scary thing to go for in a scenario. But if you do land it, sure, it could be devastating. But taking the first stock is Sybil. Very impressive. After that start, they will certainly take that reset here. I mean, amazing to see 2 stocks even for Sybil here because she was down very early in this set.
Yeah, she was, but she's playing a little bit more patient now. Gonna get the grab into the up throw, drag down conversion. Chrono doing all that they can to get out, trying to air dodge out. Finally gonna find themselves out of that, but with 63% to show for it.
Look at the slowdown from Sybil, understanding that Chrono had limit there and that she had a big lead. Don't want to interact with Cloud in that spot and take an unnecessary cross slash.
Speaking of spot dodging that cross slash.
Yeah, back throw or down throw cross slash was a true combo in Smash 4. Not quite in this game.
Thank God.
Yeah, that was a very powerful setup, I will say. But a huge down air here, that's going to take the stock very early, Chase. These ledge slip down airs from Chrono are going to get him right back in this game.
Yeah, that was incredible catching that. And to be fair, we could see the same from Sybil, but it is 1-1 now. Final stock. Chrono needs this stock to stay alive in this set.
Certainly so. I mean, this is game #2 here. Sybil only needs one more to get the clean 2-0 here on the score sheet, but throwing out a lot of aerials here. These are things that Chrono likes to see. He likes to see that Sybil is getting a little bit anxious, a little bit more shield heavy here, and Cloud's just such a great character at catching those kind of options. You can see the mix-up on the recoveries coming through from Sybil. Definitely wants to take this game. Does not want Chrono further figuring out these recoveries and these ways to secure these Falco stocks. The limit coming on board from Cloud. What an incredible tool to have, a chargeable comeback mechanic. That cross slash might just do it at the ledge, but scared of the cross slash you are, you're gonna get grabbed. Goes to the side B high. If Chrono catches that, it can spell disaster.
Yeah, and that shield is not looking too hot. Avery, Sybil gonna have to be careful as she does not have much defensive options left. This Chrono cross slash is relentless.
I am so impressed with Chrono's play right here. Just being so patient. This boss needs to be patient, yet being aggressive. This boss needs to be aggressive. The Cloud up B, barely not being spaced correctly. It's going to be Sybil taking that. And I said, if Sybil's going to take this, it's going to be in a hurry. He doesn't want Chrono to figure this out. That Cloud up B is something that's easy to figure out. If you don't space it right, you're just getting spiked to the bottom of the last zone.
Yeah, there's so much empty space if you don't space it right. You go above the ledge, and definitely Sybil recognized that, got the down air off, similar to what we saw in the previous stock with Chrono doing basically the same exact thing.
It's one of those things where, like, for Falco there is no risk and all the reward. You go for that down air and it misses, you go back on stage, you're still an advantage, you ledge trap. You hit that down air, you take the set 2-0.
Yeah, and that's it. But we could see them come back again if they make it out of pools in top 16. Let's throw it over to the graphic we have for Sybil. She has been doing phenomenally, as we mentioned earlier when she played CJ Frozen. She is #4 in the South Carolina PR. She took 6 stocks that set and only lost 4.
Yeah, very impressed with Sybil's play here. A great understanding of Falco's advantage state and how to secure these stocks. You know, when you're not playing against Snake, of course, it's a little easier to secure those stocks. But, you know, Cloud, nothing to scoff at in the neutral especially. Being able to find these edge guards where they're at. But, I mean, the neutral...
Welcome back to the beach, Myrtle Beach, where the best beachers come to play, including Henry Gotta Catch 'em Hall. Grandma with a cannon of an arm.
Whoop, now that's what you call Rocky Road. Ooh la la, what a juke.
Don't try this at home, kids. He's on the boardwalk.
More like the board run.
He jumps, dives, and caught. And the home team wins. Go Beach.
That's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. Plan your vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
Boost on the Beach 2025. We are finally here at the time we've all been waiting for. The group stage, that silly old thing to determine seeding, behind us. And now we can move on to Championship Sunday. All of these matches coming up will be single elimination. So if a team you watch on the stage loses, they are going home. In Group A, the team that took the top seed is going to get the bye is Concord University, whereas in Group B, Davenport was able to secure the top seed and the bye. Off stream, some matches are going to be GMU versus University of Texas Dallas and Wichita versus Kentucky. But moving on to the main stage, we have Northeastern versus Syracuse University. Baron Zander, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dan, and we have finally made it to the final bracket of the weekend. You lose, you go home. Top three come away with a share of $5,000 on the line. My name is Zombie Zander. I'm joined by Bushwhacker Barry, or now just Bear, Welcome, man. We got a show ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about, we have this bracket. I think we should just get right into it to see what we have going on with these matchups. Dan already introduced all of those first rounds that we have, and he talked about the buys for the top 2 seeds out of each group. But due to only having 11 teams here, there actually is like a quirky little extra buy.
Yeah.
And Northeastern, who we have here on stage right now, was actually vying for it. And that match that they played earlier today and ultimately ended up losing in the 3rd game determined that outcome. If they would have won, they would have had that bye, but instead they're playing in that first round and have the opportunity to go home before even getting to that 2nd round that they almost qualified for.
Yeah, that would have put them up against South Carolina in that 5th slot. So, I mean, they're sitting here. They're going up against Syracuse. Win here, you go up against Charlotte. I mean, either side of these brackets, I really like, of course, Davenport, Concord in that 1 and 2 slot. Those are some teams to beat there in the quarterfinals, but maybe Northeastern, by being over here, they're not going to see these teams until the semifinals. I mean, we're talking about, we're with the understanding that Syracuse has had a very tough weekend, right?
Yeah. When we ran outside after announcing the brackets and I grabbed the Syracuse boys to come down here and I said they were playing Northeastern, Gababy was ecstatic. He swears that if his controller didn't disconnect when they played back in the fall that they would have beaten Northeastern.
Okay.
So I think Syracuse likes this matchup out of any of the other teams that they could have been, put into so far with like how that seeding differential ended up being.
So what's the history between these two teams? Can you give me a little bit of a lay down on that?
What's the history here? I mean, with this new roster, they really only have competed once before.
Okay.
It was at a LAN on Syracuse's campus in the fall in
home
November.
field advantage.
Yeah, and so in terms of like the rosters that were competing, the players that were there, exactly the same as today.
Okay.
I will say there probably is a slight edge to the side of Northeastern solely because Prosk has had more time to learn how to play on just keyboard. Where prior to that, he was only like a couple months into keyboard and mouse, or a couple months away. He very familiar with keyboard and mouse. Got a new like optical keyboard. There's like a special name for it that everyone knows. I don't know what it's called, but it like if you press 25%, the keyboard will read you only press 25%. But if you plug it into Rocket League, it reads it as a mouse. So you can't also then have a mouse with it.
Interesting.
So he only plays on just keyboard. I think we have some interest here, so we can even see who Prosk is right there, wearing the glasses right now. They were like passing him around earlier. I think if Northeastern does win or does something crazy, they're going to put on the shades. But yeah, Prosk keyboard only and has only had more time to mature on that. In terms of what happened, I believe it was a best of 7 that Northeastern won in 6. I think it then ended up being 4-2.
Okay.
But Gababy, as I already mentioned, said had some controller connectivity issues and swore if there weren't any of that would have been the opposite side of who won there. So
sometimes that can be the difference maker, even if it's not physically impactful. Maybe getting into the mental a little bit. But boy, I mean, this is a squad that Northeastern Harlequin. A freshman.
He's a freak.
He's a freak.
I was watching just his POV upstairs this morning in their match against Maryland because like everyone was sitting in front of the TV so I can see it, and like somehow his POV was better than the ball cam. Like he was on the ball more than the ball cam was on the. It was crazy.
Well, his team says that he doesn't play Rocket League. He plays Wall Dash Simulator, and if we spend a little time on his POV, that's what we're gonna understand.
Oh, they all got shades on right now. Are they gonna pass one down to Andrew right now?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's putting them on.
There we go. They're shaded up. They're ready for this elimination bracket. What a squad. And let's go ahead and meet our Syracuse team here on the main stage. As you saying, Gababy. Gababy, the anchor for this squad. This team has had to play a lot of defense this series and this weekend. Gababy with, I think, now totaling 46 saves on the weekend, averaging 5 saves a game.
Yeah, I was upstairs earlier when that first stat card came up with the save numbers, and everyone's like, oh, of course it's inflated. They played one more game than Group A, and then it immediately cut to the average saves per game, and he was number 1 on the list by more than 1 full save.
Yeah.
Even if you go game by game, go average by average, Gababy is saving more shots than anyone else in this entire tournament.
And I think what this team needs to do is find ways to, off of that great defense that Gababy is playing, find a way to transition that into some sort of offensive pressure on a Northeastern. I don't know what that looks like, if it's going to be passing or if it's just going to be Gababy stepping up and dribbling down and shooting like we mentioned up on B-Stream yesterday. And that's what ended up happening, getting them one of their goals for that match. But let's go ahead and take a look at our key players for this matchup. Gababy, Angebro. The numbers indicated in pink are the higher. Those 30 more saves than Angebro on Northeastern. So playing a little more offense for Northeastern.
Yeah, and I mean, if you watched any of like the Syracuse games that were played yesterday on mainstream or side stream, you kind of saw that the way that the offense flows, it doesn't really flow. A lot of it really is like one or two strings, and then everyone is just running right back to play defense. And so I think the name of the game is either scoring on those fast breaks. If you are just able to score more efficiently on those, you're going to be in a better position to just solely play defense and hold the lead, or try to really commit on some of your rotations offensively and try to have a more sustained offensive attack than maybe just one or two touches in the corner and then Gababy zooming all the way back to play defense.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to talk about Mr. Lindell, of course, a player that's really been trying to support Gababy in a number of ways. We saw in that first highlight there, using a little bit of physicality to open up the net. And then I think on the other side, in that top five, Mr. Lindell is also kind of lower down on the list as far as saves. So they're playing a lot of defense here on this Syracuse squad, and it is, again, all about the transitions here.
Yeah, and with you have like two key players you just said right there. You have Mr. Lindell trying to open up opportunities for Gababy, and everyone's attention is on Gababy for the side of Northeastern. It kind of opens up the opportunity for Tasty Towers to get a lot of good looks or get a lot of good passes, and I think it's really going to be on them to capitalize on those opportunities in this series if they want to have a chance of winning.
Yeah, and looking at some of those Angebro goals, right? Early goals, trying to set the tone for each of these games, each of these series. And I mean, setting themselves up for success with this squad. It's a group that between these two teams, we've got them getting together, throwing hands and getting excited, right? It's do or die at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think something to note as well is that we're moving into a best-of-5 format for all of bracket play until grand finals, I believe, where BO3s can have a little bit of volatility. I think the better team will almost ultimately win the BO5, though. So it's really going to be on Syracuse to turn around what happened yesterday, happened this morning, and get some wins in the column.
Yeah, and it can be all about that mentality as well, right? How you deal with adversity over the course of a longer series, and if you can stay focused. That's kind of the name of the game here. You can lose 6-1, but you can also come back and win 2-1 or 2-0, right? It doesn't take much to come back in the next match. So here we go. Let's get fired up for our very first elimination bracket match, Syracuse versus Northeastern.
Yeah, and we see Tasty Towers with the opportunity to attack there. Did not get that good of a touch, and as we're seeing, Syracuse is just opting to go back on defense here. Gababy in front of the goal. Is he going to get anything off of it? Gets a touch off Mr. Lindell, but it's a little bit wide. Tasty Towers was there as well, was not able to put it in and finish the job. But Gababy is still setting up his teammates to have the opportunity to attack. But now it flips around to Northeastern side. Prosk isn't able to put anything in there, but Harlequin keeping the attack up here.
And already we're seeing a lot of pressure and a lot of shots coming down, raining down from Northeastern. And the defense so far for Syracuse holding.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of double commits from the side of defense in the goal for Northeastern.
This is going to be an opportunity for Mr. Lindell to set up an opportunity. It's stolen away here in the corner. Harlequin now kicking this one out. Gababy, an opportunity here to try and stifle this before it even starts. Angebro now back towards the center. A big kick out towards Harlequin. And they're going to come back and reset, but this might get a little awkward right above the net. And easily pushed away now with Angebro and company, trying to play as best a defense as they can.
Yeah, and as we can see, Gababy is just sitting there around mid-pitch, not really committing on offense unless it is the perfect look to go in. And so we see back again, Syracuse is going to be playing defense over and over and over. Gababy's going to clear out and immediately goes back to his side to grab some boost and stay back there because he knows Angebro or Prosk are coming in for an attack.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to fast breaks for Syracuse. Considering what their time of possession looks like, it is going to be a tough one for them to continue to sustain some sort of offensive possession. And it's going to be these little dingers right here, these 50s in front of the Northeastern net that are maybe going to be what gets Syracuse out in front.
Yeah, and I think it is like taking the risk and reward as well. We saw Mr. Lindell get demoed, understood that he was going to respawn back near their goal, so Gababy actually went in and tried to get the shot in the corner off like a corner double or something of the sort. Got a little bit stymied in the corner there, wasn't able to get anything from it, but I like the idea of hard committing on offense for Syracuse there.
Now, Angebro, an opportunity, a little bit of distance, but he's got 2 men to beat. That's going to be Mr. Lindell committing, giving Gababy a little bit of opportunity to sit back and use what boost they have. Now, a shot towards the net, Gababy easily handling that. Now riding this right wall, a challenge by Prosk. This might be an opportunity. Tasty Towers, and well cleared by the Northeastern defense. They're going to try and reset here for Syracuse and get back.
And that is like a classic look for the Syracuse offense as well, where Gababy gets the block, carries it through the boost, misses a little bit wide there, but Tasty Towers is there to put a ball up, and is deflected there from Harlequin.
I gotta say, opportunities abound for Syracuse, considering how much pressure was put on them early in the game. All of a sudden, the Syracuse squad has come alive.
Yeah, but now they really do need to actually finish the job on at least one of these there. We know how stout their defense can be. If you give them a goal lead, that will be very good in securing them game one. But you just got to get it in.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to this midfield really domination that we've seen from Northeastern so far. Anytime a ball comes that way, they're able to control and get that time of possession. Now Angebro with an opportunity. Gababy, the savior, once again.
But the attack is not over yet. Oh my gosh, a triple commit to try to clear it out for the side of Syracuse. The demo on Harlequin, Gababy puts a shot up, but nothing is able to come from it here. Angebro kind of twirling around, run into his own teammate there. Mr. Lindell's going to be able to return the ball back. Where's Gababy? Full charge in the back, ball up.
0-0, a minute left in game number 1. This is far less goals than I was expecting from both teams. And now this one's close to water falling down in front of the net.
Yeah, not enough boost there for Mr. Lindell to keep things out of there. Looking to be disruptive there, gets the knock, but Angebro still able to put the shot into the corner. Prosk lining up right here. How's the touch going to be? A pass to Harlequin, a pass back to Prosk. But Gababy's able to keep things out of there.
18 seconds left on the clock. Prosk here at midfield, challenged by Tasty Towers. Harlequin, the 50-50 with Mr. Lindell. Gababy not able, oh my God,
it
just barely
wide.
deflected out wide. Mr. Lindell now needing an opportunity to get out of this net. Angebro challenging here, and a last second goal from Harlequin. Devastation for Syracuse, holding on.
The team play cannot be understated right there. Prosk was going away from goal. Angebro could have put the shot on, but saw Harlequin right in position right there. Trusted in his teammate to score at the big moment. What do we have here on the kickoff? Any magic? And that's it for Northeastern. Game 1 taken in stunning fashion.
I think it went the way I expected the game ultimately to fall in Northeastern's hands, but not the fashion in which it unfolded, right? No goals scored for 4 minutes and 59 seconds, and we get a last-second dagger to the heart of Syracuse. They were holding on so well.
I know, and there were a couple like almost heartbreakers in that last 30 seconds as well. It looked like Gababy just barely missed the ball, but the contact he was able to put on was enough to make it go wide.
Yeah.
But it still kept that ball in the corner that allowed Angebro, to get some boost up there, get ready for that final touch. I'm still amazed that he didn't try to go for the shot there. Trusted in both of his teammates right there in front of the goal.
I mean, that's recognizing what you have available to you, the tools at hand, and getting that pass off, made the opportunity available for his squad, get the win in game number 1. Syracuse, though, the way they performed in game number 1, not by any means counting them out of this series, which, I mean, looking at their record through all of group stages, I'm honestly surprised to say. they've turned up here in elimination bracket.
The offense, I think, has been pretty similar to how a lot of their first games go in all their matches, where it takes at least a few minutes for them to get their first goal, if they even get one.
Yeah.
So I think they usually do warm up a little bit more offensively in the second game. Northeastern as well has found, like, after winning a first game, to lose that second game pretty handedly. So it'll be pretty interesting to note here.
Hello?
As Gababy's able to put it up in 4 seconds. I think he's warm now.
All right. 5 seconds separate the goals of Northeastern and Syracuse, but they happen to be in different games. Now Syracuse with the 1-0 lead here to start game number 2. And now I think maybe a little shock through the air as Syracuse sends the shot across the bow first.
Demo right there. Angelo, open net potentially. Gababy's able to get there in time. Some quirky things happening on the last 2 kickoffs here, but I think we're going to see Syracuse kind of settle down on defense now for the first time all series, and it should be pretty beneficial for them to take their offensive chances when they get them, but also play pretty staunch defense there. Gababy's able to pin it off the back post.
Pass was insane. The shot was high octane, but Gababy saved the star of the show there. Now back the other direction, trying to put a little bit of pressure on themselves. And wow, great defense from the Syracuse squad. And now they're getting a little bit of offense here.
It's Gababy time! Bounce off the top! Is he going to be back there? Mr. Lindell goes wide, is not able to get the shot off. Syracuse is not letting any gas off the brakes. They're not going to play back and play defense. They're going to be up in your face. Gababy's going to be charging down and try to get some shots on your goal.
Yeah, Harlequin with a nice redirect there, taking away the opportunity with a slow developing pass right in front of their net. Now Syracuse and the rest of Mr. Lundell here now still in this corner, still threatening.
Proska's flirting with Gababy in the back of the goal right there. Smartly decides to just get out of there, not going to deal with getting knocked around at all.
Yeah. Here at midfield, now Tasty Towers to the corner. Andrew Gababy now back into this corner, an opportunity perhaps for Syracuse to
and just backs right off.
Yeah, he knows that if he's out of position, this Syracuse squad on defense gets a little bit weaker. A lot a bit weaker, let's be real.
Okay, what do we have here from Harlequin? Gets one knock into the corner, go for the double. No, just knocks Mr. Lindell out. Knows that Prost is going to be behind. Has the opportunity here. Pass to Andrew.
Whoa. Gababy once again. The passing from Northeastern is lights out at the moment. And these shots are fantastic, but you got to get past the goalie. The goalie.
The goalie, yeah. Goalie back there again, but he can't be in 2 places at once there. If you miss once, try again, and Andrew was able to put it in after Harlequin failed to take the shot and score.
Boom. Boom. Oh. All right, all tied up, 1-1, 252. Syracuse, I want to say, like, this is a squad that can muster up more offensive pressure, but really the one goal is whether or not they're going to be able to put more on the board remains to be seen, of course.
Yeah, I don't think pressure is the issue in terms of offense. What really is the issue is actually being able to get successes off of that pressure.
Yeah, accuracy and just getting that defense out of there. I really think that physicality is going to be the name of the game here.
That physicality you see right there, Mr. Lindell zooming in there. What's Tasty Tow's going to be able to do? Tries to intercept the ball there, but Gababy's going to be able to deflect it back. Challenged by Andrew. And wins out there. Harlequin goes into the air, but Gababy sees that and stuffs it out before anything could come from it.
Now Prosk to midfield.
Gababy's just bullying Prosk right now.
Dancing
around
with
this booth.
Gababy. Andrew demoed here in the corner. Prosk, a really nice ball in front of the net, but all 3 members of Syracuse there on the defense. A good little steal 50-50 with Mr. Lindell, their last man. And this ball is going big.
Oh my gosh, Prost was able to get there at the last second. I thought there was going to be a crazy fast break. Gababy coming in from the sky isn't able to get good contact on the ball here. And Harlequin might be able to clear things out here after Mr. Lindell puts it up on the back.
Yeah, it's partly like could be fast break, partly like big clears, catching Northeastern out of position. And there's Harlequin, second goal for Northeastern.
Yeah, you don't have to shoot on a goalie if you're able to demo them before the ball goes into the net. So.
Yeah. And there you see the boom. Very likely the Gababy boom.
Yeah. Yeah, and Prosk has been like really good at identifying. I think he's been selected on the team to be the just mess around with Gababy in the goals and let everyone else shoot on him.
A little
and
bit of the goon
it's been
of
working.
the squad.
Yeah.
Now Mr. Lindell to the corner. An opportunity for a 2v1. Andrew. Oh, wow. Harlequin getting back in time to support that 50. Maybe not going the way of Northeastern, but help is on the way, dear, in the form of Harlequin and the freshman.
And just unfortunate looks here for Tasty Towers. Knocked it right into the side of Northeastern there and allowed this offensive attack to continue to occur here. Tries to get a good clear there. Oh, Angelo whiffs and Harlequin whiffs right back to back. And now they're kind of, their backs are turned against the wall here. You're going to think Gababy's going to come out of the sky. Empty net.
Oh, the pinch. The beautiful play off the back wall. Down into the pinch.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate there. You see Gababy challenge, and you know, as soon as you're Northeastern and you see Gababy flying towards your own goal and you still have the ball, that you're most likely going to have an empty net or a one-on-one that you're probably going to be in an advantage in.
Yep. So a comfort goal for Northeastern here in game number 2. 40 seconds left on the clock. And scrambling Syracuse needs to do for anything they can get here. Otherwise, they have a tall order ahead of them in the form of a reverse sweep needed to advance in this bracket.
Oh, and now I think they're going for highlight plays right now for the side of Northeastern there. Cross was trying to do something special, wasn't able to get anything. The demo onto Gababy. Tasty Towers puts a shot up, but Prosk is there to block it.
And pretty solid passing for Syracuse. 10 seconds left on the clock. If that had landed, this is a whole new game, I think, because now you're only within one. Still got about 15 seconds.
Yeah, and they had that 1 4-second goal, too, off the kickoff as well.
That's
so
right.
Miracles could happen, but not in this game, as Northeastern, after starting off a little rough, kind of handily took that game.
Yeah, the scoreline maybe doesn't tell the tale, right? 3-1. Yes, they won. They were up by 2 goals, but it really felt like overall, if you watch the game, the domination was there in the form of Northeastern passing, Northeastern time of possession. Great squad.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting too because I thought as soon as we saw that goal come out from Syracuse in the first 10 seconds of that game that they were just going to play lockdown D the rest of the time, and that isn't what happened. They kept up the offensive potency that they saw in game 1, weren't able to convert any of those goals, actually got counterplayed on a couple times, had a fast break here, and then ultimately lost that, tied up, and then lost the goal lead entirely, going down by 2. I don't know what you do. Do you now, if you get that early goal, just play defense? Do you keep up the offensive pressure? The pressure has been very good, but they haven't been able to convert off of it.
I think a big part of it is like we can tell that even though the 1 goal they had in the series so far was a kickoff goal, we can tell based on the way that they're trying to convert a lot of these plays into their offense that wasn't a gimmick, it wasn't a fluke that they were able to get that kickoff goal, right? So, I mean, this is a squad that I think needs to control midfield a little bit better. If they can settle down and not just take kind of pokes at the goal and get a little bit more sustainability on offense, then we're going to see Syracuse having a little bit more pressure on the Northeastern side, maybe even take a game off of them here.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll even see the opportunity here for, your back's entirely against the wall here. You have to do a reverse sweep. Do you just unleash Gababy and just say make way more riskier moves on offense, try to do some crazy clips on these kids? You individually might be better than any player on their roster, so just try to do something and say, hey, Lindell, hey, Tasty Towers, play some defense for me. I got to try to, ball out.
I mean, could be, but again, just like we're seeing, you could put somebody on him, and if all their job is to just bump you around, that could be just enough to kind of throw off the rhythm of somebody trying to enact a little bit of their own star power.
Ooh, we get the double challenge upstairs. Gababy ultimately gets the knockdown to Tasty Towers, but the ball goes wide. Gababy wasn't able to get a hit off of it. Gets it back, goes for the double touch off the corner.
And now, an opportunity right in
Mr.
front of
Liddell
the net.
flirting with it. Tasty Towers just goes right into the bottom left corner and bars out.
Oh my goodness, just a little off the mark for Tasty Towers. A perfect setup for Gababy. Syracuse needing one here. Trying taking this lead early while Northeastern still has 0 goals to their name. Minute and a half in, 0-0. Now Harlequin pushing down the field, challenged by Gababy. Nice slow tempo to this offense of Northeastern. A good pass to Prosk. Gababy punching out.
What are they doing back there? Tasty Towns is just dancing with two Northeastern players at their own goal. Prosk gets a touch off. Oh, the exact same thing happened for the other team here. Just off the bottom left corner, bottom right this time.
Off the post. All right, we're just getting word now as Angebro gets 1-0 here on the Syracuse squad here in game 3. UTD up 1-0 in their series on the side stage.
That is so unfortunate for the side of Syracuse there. But I guess it's also unfortunate for the side of Northeastern. They should have scored that goal when Prosk had the opportunity there as well.
Oh, sure.
So, but it's just sad that it then goes Northeastern's way again right after, where it did not go in favor of Syracuse the other way. But Gababy's dancing.
On the dance floor indeed now. Tasty Towers, the ball to the corner. Harlequin, a good punch out pass to Prosk. Kind of losing where the goal is, but it doesn't matter. All three members of Northeastern helping that one along the way.
Yeah, Gababy goes up to challenge there, but it doesn't matter if you get Prosk out of the way of the ball because both Angebro and Harlequin were right there in front of the empty net to take it.
I mean, that's team synergy, right? Let's all go together.
I feel like if I was Angebro there, I'd be a little upset that I wasn't the one able to get it afterwards.
The power of friendship working out for Northeastern so far. And the pressure continuing. Another shot on goal.
Angebro gets it right back right there.
There you go.
Trying to prove that he should be the person who's on the players to look out for and not Harlequin.
Yep. A nice job there. That one kind of dingling around.
Yeah, you got the deflection from the side of Syracuse. It just wasn't enough to get it out of there entirely.
Jangling? I don't know. That doesn't matter. 2.5 minutes left here, halftime in game number 3. Northeastern looking handily in control of this game. And Prosk putting another one down with a quick
and the
reset.
demo on top afterwards.
Let's take another look at this one. A nice 50-50 taken. And that one will go through Northeastern now with a 4-goal lead here on Syracuse in game number 3. A win here would mean an advance in our bracket.
There you go.
And we'll take a look at the update.
There's the kickoff.
There's the kickoff play from Syracuse.
If only one of those could have came in like game 1. Could have came a little later in game 2.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it has to be once maybe the goal differential in this potential final game has gotten a little bit too large. But we'll see what Syracuse has in their tank. Demo onto Gababy there. It's going to be hard for Lindell to do something.
Oh, a little one dribbling pressure there.
Oh, but Gababy back from the dead.
Over to the corner. Prosk with a nice punch out. Mr. Lindell there to challenge in the corner. Gababy with a shot on goal.
Bounces off the corner and gets in there, cutting this differential to just 2.
Okay. We've got a Gababy chant here from the Syracuse fandom. Now down 2. So Syracuse kind of back in this.
Yeah.
It's a comfort goal that Northeastern has on top of the 1 already, but Syracuse getting back-to-back here. Now Prosk.
Yeah, Tasty Towers goes into the corner there. You're going to expect Gababy to be coming out of nowhere. Ooh, doesn't have enough boost though. Tasty Towers bumps off. Oh, we have an opportunity here for Northeastern to increase their lead.
This is a bit of danger here
Prosk
for
just
the
flies
Syracuse
wide
squad.
through, and now Gababy is an open net. Should be a shot on goal. That just rolls in there. This deficit has been deleted in the last minute.
What on earth has Syracuse started to do? I think it's the cheering fans behind the squad. They're starting to feel themselves a little bit here on main stage.
Ooh.
Now only down by 1 minute 33 seconds left to go. 7 goals. This is more goals Syracuse has scored in a lot of their group
Gababy
stages.
shot on!
Ooh. And now back to midfield. Tasty Towers good 50.
We see Prosk shot on goal here. Gababy's able to clear things out. Is he going to be able to keep it off that? Gets the challenge and loses it. And you see Harlequin up there passing down to Angebro. And Prosk should just be able to clear things out here. Tasty Towers on the attack. But when that ball's in the air, you know Gababy's going to be behind it. Lindell gets 1 touch down. Where's Gababy? Gababy's in the corner. Oh, and isn't able to finish anything here, but the attack is not over yet. Pross needs to clear things out. Lindell challenges, gets a shot down. Tasty Towers is demoed right there by Andrew Bro, and this should be the opportunity Northeastern needed to kind of clear things out. We see Andrew Bro setting a screen. What is going on here?
This Syracuse offense is starting to play a little looser. I think we're watching right now the birth of a team that has faced adversity all weekend and finally starting to put their gameplay together as a team. They've been playing a little bit tight throughout and playing a lot of defense, but now breaking out of their own box here. Kababy to the right corner, an opportunity.
Oh,
Mr. Lindell right across the net. Mr. Lindell could not secure the last goal here to try and equalize. Now Kababy punching that one over towards the net. Lindell a good 50, but this is danger for Northeast or for Syracuse. An opportunity perhaps.
Got to keep that ball up now. If you are the side of Syracuse, what do? Oh, you can't do enough.
Wow, Syracuse threatening here in Game 3 to extend this series, but Northeastern getting it done in 3.
A little too late for the side of Syracuse there. We see some fist bumps coming out, but you saw a little bit of magic there that maybe if they were able to come out swinging a little bit early, got that first goal a little bit earlier than 5 seconds into the second game, that we might have had a crazy series.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Syracuse University, their road has come to an end at Boost on the Beach 2025. Congratulations to Northeastern, advancing still alive.
Yeah, I will say I have some intel from yesterday when we were talking about potential like outcomes and seeds and whatnot with Northeastern. Andrew Bro actually said that we should just intentionally lose our first match this morning so we could play and not get a bye to carry that momentum into the rest of this tournament.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, they definitely did not try to lose in that first set. Almost took that, actually. But interesting to see how that momentum might be able to carry into the next match. I believe against UNCC Charlotte. Yeah.
Well, we'll see how that turns out. I'd love to get a look at that bracket. If
yeah, what do we got
production
here?
is ready, we'll take a look in just a moment and see how things are shaking out.
Yeah, and I think we have to like manually plot some things out here. So we did have the update upstairs, earlier into this series that UT Dallas did take the first game against GMU.
And also the second.
I was going to say, I would expect that game to be over unless they're 5 minutes into overtime right now. So if all things carry on there and we don't see a reverse sweep, UT Dallas will be playing against Concord. We already know about Maryland and USC sitting there. We have no word on Wichita State and Kentucky because they need to wait for GMU and UT Dallas to stop playing. But we do know what happened down south. Northeastern won 3-0 and will now be playing against Charlotte. I think a matchup that can almost go either way.
Oh, 100%. These teams have, I think they're both very, very solid squads. They came to play this weekend. They have earned the seeds that they have currently, and that one for me is a toss-up.
Yeah, because really, if you're looking at like pure group seeding, if Northeastern might have won one more game throughout the entire weekend, they would have been the exact same seed as Charlotte entering bracket day, right? So like on paper, within their own respective groups, very similarly ranked, very similarly positioned, but they haven't had the opportunity to play each other until you get on bracket stage and it's elimination day. So very interesting to see how that one plays out. I think pretty similar to Maryland and South Carolina as well. So I think we have some banger matches coming up. I don't know which one will be on stream next. Actually, I think we do because we see Kat sitting down. So I guess we will be getting the Maryland-South Carolina one.
Oh, there you
Good
go.
thing we called it a banger. Yeah.
Oh, man, we've got so much Rocket League left. Dwindling numbers here as we start to thin the crowd in the elimination bracket. The excitement is building. You can feel it. At least I can feel it. Obviously we've got the restaurant patrons here in the hangout here at Myrtle Beach, and we're just getting started here on Championship Sunday. I believe we have an interview.
Some stats first,
We have some stats first, of course. I always get this wrong. Why not?
What are we doing? We have Syracuse on the game. Can you check that number in the saves category for Gababy for me? Is it like absurd right now?
The saves category would have been, 46, so plus 11, so 57 before his tournament run came to an end.
Oh, this is one of the first times I think that Gababy doesn't have more saves than the entire other team combined. So that's actually a pretty good testament to how Syracuse's offense was able to warm up in this series. There were a decent number of shots put on by every single player. Gababy putting up 10, but not as much as Antipro for this side of Northeastern, putting up 12 shots, scored 3 of those goals himself.
it wasn't really the Baby show either,
No.
right? Tasty Towels and Mr. Lindell 100% stepping up in this best of 5. I would have loved to see more games, right?
Yeah, of
because
course.
it really started to seem like their offense was humming. Off the backbone of their defense, they were starting to develop some things there
Well, it
against
almost
Northeastern.
like looking at what happened with Northeastern, where it's like, okay, Pross going to go up front. There's going to be 2 other people waiting for a pass. Near like game 3, I feel like it was like, okay, Tasty Towels gets the first touch. Gababy's going to come flying from midfield somewhere right now to grab a rebound.
Yeah.
Like it almost seemed inevitable that Gababy would be back there to set up off of what his teammates are giving him.
Well, it looks like we may have our interview, and Dan always finds a creative way to introduce these teams. We've got Dan over here with Northeastern. We're going to go hear from this squad about their match against Syracuse.
Yeah, take it away.
I am here joined by the entirety of the shaded out Northeastern team. Just come off a 3-0 win. How did it feel?
Amazing. It was great. It was a good comeback after the loss of Maryland, which we really wanted.
How do you think you guys played?
I think we played well. I mean, we're really going to see how we're playing against UNCC next round, but huge confidence booster going into it.
So you spoiled it a little. Your next round opponent, UNCC, have you played them before? Any results? What do you think?
We scrimmed them quite a few times. We also played them in one CRO Open. I think we won 2-1, but we scrimmed them a lot. It's even, or they win by a lot, or we win by a lot. It's very inconsistent, but we're confident heading in because our last scrim against them went pretty well, so yeah.
So the inconsistency, right? It can really sneak up on you, especially at events like these, at LANs. What do you think your team has to do to help kind of buckle in and try and play the way they need to?
I think really just lock in, focus on what we do well. We talked a lot after the Maryland series about, what went wrong. We know how to fix that and just have that happen in the next series, and it should be in the bag.
You heard it here, folks. Northeastern, the Shades.
My teammates shine so bright. I need I need protection for my eyes. They're so good.
3-0.
Let them know. Northeastern shaded out because they shine so bright. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more playoff Rocket League content.
With Charlie Shoebaker taking this tower to the house.
That kid's a natural.
Looks like you found one more claw. Clawsome. Cindy, you see what I did? I combined the words claw with awesome.
Plan your vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
Welcome back to the beach, where we join Charlie Shoebaker and his grandpa for lunch.
Here we have some delicious boardwalk classics.
Wait, what's this? Who ordered the seafood tower?
And a perfect play call by little Charlie Shoebaker.
The rookie takes it.
How's that shrimp?
What did you call me?
Now that's how you beach with the best here at Myrtle Beach. Until next time, stay beachy. Plan your vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
hello. Welcome back. Boost on the Beach 2025. I am here joined by 3 wonderful guests whose names are
Eddie.
Troy. Ryan.
Now, Eddie, Troy, and Ryan, I was asking, you guys have some Rocket League knowledge?
A little bit.
Yeah, we got a little bit of knowledge. I've played Rocket League a few times in my life.
A few times in your life. Do you consider yourself a talented player?
No.
Do you have your driver's license?
I do.
How old are you, can I ask?
17.
17. So do you think that maybe like learning how to drive, you think Rocket League will help you?
Yeah, definitely. I think you could get some skills, learning how to like steer your wheel.
How to steer your wheel. You said that you were the GOAT of Rocket League, pretty much.
Yep.
So what's your rank?
Gold.
That's gold. That's good. You know, gold is a very precious metal in the world. What other video games do you play?
Shoot, I don't know. Roller champion.
Roller champion. Okay, what does that shirt mean? Z1ON? Oh.
Zion.
Okay. What about you? What is your shirt?
I don't know. I found this at Goodwill.
He found it at Goodwill. The next match is something that you can't find at Goodwill because it's something very, very high up there. It's University of Maryland versus University of South Carolina. Who do we got?
Definitely South Carolina.
Definitely South Carolina. South Carolina.
The South Carolina sweep. You heard it from these 3 casters. Over to you.
Championship Sunday is alive and well, and we cannot be more thrilled to be here live from Myrtle Beach. I'm DJ TJ, and with me is Mr. Bepic. How we feeling, man?
Feeling great. Pretty good start to bracket play so far, but this is where it really gets serious. The quarterfinals are set up and should deliver a banger of a Championship Sunday here, especially starting with the 5-4 matchup. Maryland and South Carolina will be a banger.
We are eating well, not just here at the wonderful hangout venue right here on the boardwalk, but in terms of the gameplay, it's going to be incredible. Maryland, South Carolina, you already mentioned, 2 very, very close teams in skill level. I couldn't even tell you which way we're going to go.
I'm not sure either, because South Carolina on land the last month or so has looked phenomenal. We talked about their Queen City Clash, 3rd place yesterday when we had them on the main stage, and obviously this weekend they've looked pretty darn good through groups, but there is precedent to this matchup. South Carolina and Maryland played about 2 weeks ago in the NECC. It was a 4-1 for Maryland.
Well, we might as well go ahead and let's talk about Maryland. This is a team that has come here to impress. It is their first LAN, I believe, as well, and they have done more than just show up.
Oh yeah, that guy right there, big time space creator for Maryland. Hexy is going to be a game changer in this series for sure, but Waiter's making his LAN debut. Turtle, the longtime veteran, and of course, backed by a couple of coaches. One of the few teams here that we do see with several coaches behind them. So Maryland's got the support structure in place, and they got the skills to back it up.
We're going to take a look at some of their goals as well, as they did not only really dominate their group, but a lot of teams who may have been predicted above or under them, they truly showed out, especially in that Northeastern game.
Definitely. That was a massive win for the Terrapins, and that determined who came out of Group A with the 2nd seed. Great showing against the Northeastern roster that, I mean, we just saw them play Syracuse. Looks pretty good right now. And Maryland, I know they have questions asked of them occasionally. This spring hasn't been the highest peaks of the Maryland Rocket League tenure, but still, this team can do a lot of damage, especially with this field of teams.
And they have still been pushed to the limit. You can see it right here. They've been in overtimes. They also had a very tough series against Northeastern that we already mentioned. This team, yes, they were able to perform in the clutch when it mattered most, but now that we're in playoffs and we're going to see some cross groups match up, how do they truly shake out?
I mean, 4 versus 5 is the quarterfinal that you look at to be the best matchup between 2 teams that are hungry to prove themselves, 2 teams that have so far looked solid. I mean, Maryland finishing 2nd in their group, South Carolina just narrowly missing out on top 2 in their group. It poses a great setup here.
And unfortunately, these teams will have to probably go against Concord in the semis once it's all said and done. But, I mean, there's still some prize money on the table that could be found. I mean, obviously, we're talking about a grand total of $5,000 that everybody's fighting between. So there's still plenty to fight for.
And then Waiters down there, bottom left, that's Hexy. But Waiters on this team, making his LAN debut. There we go. He's number 3 overall in the goal leader leaderboard, which is hype considering that sometimes you see fresh land players come in, look a little bit nervous, but Waiters has really come into his own, and it helps that you have the skills and the leadership alongside you in Hexy and Turtle.
And there is also a lot of familiar names on that list, and one especially here in South Carolina is the Gamecock roster themselves, as we'll take a look at them, led by this man right here, Og.
Kicked us off today with a series I know they would like another shot at. Lost to Davenport earlier, but Maryland is absolutely in their wheelhouse, and Og definitely is the game changer for South Carolina. Though they got veteran leadership with Cats and young gun energy out of SJT. He has worked his way up to the A team, deserves his spot, and has shown why this weekend.
He's also been a critical factor in the South Carolina offense. They have become much more dynamic, and you'll probably see his name heavily finding Og or Og finding SJT in front of many teams' nets.
Genuinely, this is one of the best versions of this South Carolina Rocket League team that I've seen since they came onto my radar several years ago. I really love what SJT has done for this roster. Cats, I know, is hungry to finish off his illustrious career with a good senior spring semester, and then Og's just here to play some good Rocket League, as he is very used to doing.
South Carolina also a team that did come off of a fresh land, but have always been up and down, even with the new addition of SJT, but they have been nothing but up in the last 3 to 4 weeks, and this land has been no exception. They've truly distinguished themselves as a real threat here in the top 4.
Especially yesterday, and I mean, obviously, the one series you get out of them today is against Davenport, so it's not a great example, I think, of what kind of damage this team can do, but still, they can regain easily. Cats is very experienced. Og's been alongside him for several years now, and I mean, SJT, he's just here to have fun. I love talking to that dude.
I mean, all the players have always had smiles on their faces. What you love about a land like this? I mean, you joked about it yesterday, but seriously, can you name a land that's on a boardwalk, a 5K prize pool, you bring together some of the best in collegiate, and you can see the water while we're casting. We're on a stage in the middle of the venue, but enough about us. Let's talk about the tail of the tape. Let's bring out those key players here. You got to look at Og, and you got to look at Hexy.
And this is a great mirror matchup, I feel like, because both Maryland and South Carolina, big name D1 schools, and they've got super high ranked players that are part of the RLCS grind. They know what it takes to play Rocket League at an extremely high level. Og and Hexy are great key players to watch out for. I mean, look at those stats, pretty much dead even. Tied in saves, pretty much tied in shooting percentage. And then Hexy's more of a setup man with those 11 assists. Og is more of a finisher with the 11 goals.
But Og also normally doesn't have to be the main aggressor for the South Carolina roster. Cats and SJT have the experience, even though SJT is the newest addition, to find opportunity against some of the best teams here in Myrtle Beach. And you can see it from both sides when you talk about Turtle and Waiters as well. So when your best players on both sides get to be pure space creators, it takes a lot of pressure not only off of them, but then when you do need them to step up late in the clutch, they can be a crutch.
Which is why South Carolina and Maryland is such a great mirror match. It's a great 4 versus 5 seed quarterfinal because they feel identical right now. I might come in here favoring South Carolina a smidge, but Maryland is right there with them. And after a really good group stage, after really good play so far today, Maryland might be the favorites as they are the higher seed.
Which obviously everybody has their opinions about the groups and how they shook out and who deserves it. And there's only one way to tell. You got to actually play the game. You got to actually find the wins. And now here on Championship Sunday, all of the playoff games are best of 5 other than Grands, which will be a best of 7. So you have a bunch of room to work with. And we're going to enter the hype chamber here in just a second. Welcome to the madness.
Oh, that looks so good. The hype chambers this weekend have gotten me hyped before the play has even come to our screen. And Maryland and South Carolina are hungry for a chance at the grand finals. Obviously, probably have to get through Concord first, but it starts with beating a team that everybody has ranked pretty similarly to you. This is a matchup with precedent, with stakes. Let's get it started.
Well, here we go. South Carolina trying to play aggressive on the kickoff. They were no stranger to that strategy as SJT will try to pinch one middle, and Maryland already a slight double commit, but they're looking to reset.
Oh, it's nice from Og, faking for SJT. SJT sets Og right back up, though Maryland probably fooled at the start of that play, but recovered quickly. And this is a team with a pace I think that could negate this very dynamic South Carolina offense, though it has been all Gamecocks so far. First 30 seconds, they claim all the possession.
Maryland going to try and keep that possession moving towards the blue half, as finally South Carolina does get some room, as they haven't had to fight for it too much in group stage. They've, again, been dominant, and you play a team that is almost word for word, bar for bar, the same 3 players. And so I actually want to bring up looking at people like Cats with veteran leadership, and then somebody like Turtle, both players who play more defensive roles, but we know they have sneaky mechanics when they need to pull them out.
I mean, if we are going to contrast these teams at all outside the mirror matchup talk, South Carolina has the age and the experience advantage, because, I mean, Hexy's a sophomore, Waiters is making his land debut, he's a freshman, Turtle's the real veteran right there. He's been near the top of the RLCS scene previously. He's a junior on this roster, and so if you're looking at veteran experience, he's the guy to bring it. But on the flip side, South Carolina's got Aug as a junior, Katz, we keep talking about it, is in his final semester of his senior year, and South Carolina have that maybe slight edge, but when it comes down to it, it's all about what you do right here, right now.
Yeah, how do you actually show up when Sunday rolls around? And the weather seems to be clearing up, so for South Carolina, hopefully they can do that to the Maryland defense. They'll try to make more room here as Aug will look off his own corner. He will find a demo, but now Turtle pushing it right towards the South Carolina goal line, but nobody there to exactly take it away up until a slight double commit for South Carolina comes up, and now SJT will flick it up and over one. He forces a triple commit out of Maryland. As now Cats will look for Aug or SJT, but no major second man there, as SJT makes a great pre-jumping play and will keep South Carolina on the offensive.
Maryland maybe stressing right now in defense. They were low on boost for a moment. I think a lot of resources to stop these initial opportunities for South Carolina, but the Terrapins recover nicely. Waiters grabs 100, and now he can show off what he's made of on the ball, setting up a shot out of Turtle, but Aug is back for South Carolina to save that.
Who is going to strike first? I mean, this may be so much of a good mirror matchup, we may not see a goal scored even. That's how diabolical the matchup seems to be, but that's what playoffs is, what the 4 and the 5 seed, that's what that storyline's all about. And as Maryland gets a very close opportunity there, they won't be able to find that left side, as now Hexy will look middle. Could be another Maryland chance, as South Carolina struggling on the boost numbers, but it looks like that Aug will finally get to clear some room, but right back into Maryland hands.
This is going to be a fun one. I'm seeing it already. The chances are about even. Possession feels about even. I would imagine all the stats on the board will follow at the end of this game, whoever does come out on top of it. But Aug's got a little bit of room now off the backboard of South Carolina, but not the boost to make that play work. And Maryland have found a goal out of nowhere, and of course it's Waiters starting us off.
Not just Waiters, that's Waiters on Aug right there. A very bold challenge, and it wasn't a dangerous one, but it was very well placed and well executed. Maryland with the 1-goal lead.
Waiters has been the goal scavenger for Maryland this weekend. I have no idea how he has racked up the amount of goals that he has so far. Obviously has great teammates to set him up, but he just finds space out of nowhere and knows how to score, and that kind of inherent ability is awesome to have in a freshman.
Speaking of young bucks making waves, SJT going to try and find an air dribble down that side wall, but nothing much for him. Cats as well, dunked over to SJT, who will look back to Aug. Aug is not going to opt for that last pass or fake. He'll go back to himself and try and open up the door for Cats, who is beat. Net could open up, but SJT was in the corner, grabbing boost. Will find Aug as well, who has a shot on net. No third man exists, and we're tied.
Maryland got sucked into the corner, maybe thinking they had a transition right here, as both Waiters and Hexing are on the right side of the pitch facing their net. Turtle made the challenge, and against lesser teams, you're not under a real threat of conceding right there, but if you've got Aug in your corner, yeah, he's scoring that.
Almost a minute to go here as we are dead even. We can hear parents on both sides starting to get a little antsy, and that's what we love about collegiate esports, and we love seeing all the parents show out here today. And you're going to want to cheer a little bit louder here. 60 seconds to go. Things are getting dicey.
I mean, I know the South Carolina parents have shown up for sure, and Maryland as well. I mean, Hexy's parents have been supporting him all throughout this weekend. They even got custom shirts with the Hexy name on it. It's awesome. We got a lot of fans here, a lot of parents at this event, and this is where it gets nervy for everyone involved. Imagine especially the parents. As with 40 seconds left, we're tied up 1-1. South Carolina have some decent space, but no more SJT.
SJT was ready there for the middle touch, and now are they going to be ready for Hexy's misplay? It looks like it was calculated for the time being, as this ball will remain in the Maryland corner, which may feel dangerous, but so far they've got it under control. SJT, he'll fake for one. It'll force another double commit out of Maryland, as now Og is able to recover, able to work his way over one, will land on the wall, has a net to shoot on. Third man's going to be awkward, has to push it all the way across the net, and now with 10 seconds left, Maryland are going to try and take a final stab, but they got to get out of their own half. Now the counter will open up. A miss comes through. This is a shot for Turtle. I'm not sure if he can do anything. 3 seconds left. He's going to have to reset. He'll look middle for maybe one more. Is there a teammate there? We'll finally hit the ground. We're going to overtime.
I was worried there for a moment. Og has had a couple of late mishaps. That Charlotte series yesterday. Lost in game 2 as he just straight up misread the ball in the South Carolina corner, giving up a goal with like 10 seconds left. And right there, caught out. Maryland has taken full advantage of the early start in overtime, but SJT downfield receives a stretch pass, gives Cat the chance. Double tap inbound, and South Carolina claim game 1.
19 seconds in off the hands of the veteran. That's Cat's taking what he can grab, and it's a free backboard. South Carolina grabs a huge game 1.
That's surprisingly not the only double tap game winner Cats has had this weekend. If you give him room up top, I know he's an old man, but he's still got tricks.
He is consistent. He's wise. It's that wisdom on the pitch that gives South Carolina that veteran edge we mentioned earlier. And what a time for it to come out here. Championship Sunday, you really only will get the next 4 hours to state your name as a champion. It's top 8 or top 4. You're going to find out where you stand. And South Carolina already performing better than how they did last Boost on the Beach. So this is all just a formality.
And I didn't get to catch the stats there at the end of game 1, but that felt as even as we were hyping this series up to be. As both teams had their longer bouts of offense, but did have to operate with limited resources on their goal line. I'm just excited for this one, TJ. This is where the Rocket League nerd in me just gets to have a little bit of fun on land. And we did get to see the stat numbers 7-6, just narrowly in favor of South Carolina.
So now we look to Maryland, the less experienced team, but by very thin margins. And now here on land, are they going to be able to reset against a very dangerous, hot South Carolina roster? I mean, it's a best of 5 for a reason. I hope we go the distance.
Let's see, because I know, Hexy and Turtle especially have made runs in RLCS qualifiers before. So same as Og on the flip side. Turtle a long time ago, he's telling me about how he's a bit washed in the RLCS scene, but Og is still very much awake in this one. 5 seconds in, the Gamecocks have a goal.
What a play from Cats as well. Not only dominates on the kickoff, but gets a beautiful touch to the backboard. And that's too easy for a player like Og.
Well, Maryland have more responding to do, dropping game 1 and now dropping goal 1 of game 2. Kickoff again goes the way of South Carolina. SJT's building off of it, but this time he is stopped by Maryland's defense, and that's a clear for the Terrapins.
Turtle will try to find a South Carolina player on the wall. We'll win the 50, and we'll look for one more. We'll find it, but miscommunication there. It's too early of a jump, too early of a play being designed for Maryland, but they are slowly starting to find cracks to start driving through, as now Og is going to try and seal those up with an air dribble here. Will actually beat 2 after a fake challenge, and a missed bump comes through. It's going to put Turtle in an awkward spot, who almost sets up the double tap perfectly, but for the time being, South Carolina's got to go off the backboard again, and it's a great touch away by Maryland, who will now push it over to Cats.
Clears are what the doctors have ordered for Maryland. Needed multiple consultations to see how they get out of this situation. As South Carolina have had more opportunities in the first minute, and have given Maryland a couple of scares here in game 2. Cats will try again. It's a decent 50, as I saw the idea, but Waiters outdid him, and now Maryland have a center ball, and keep that ball just above the blue box, though South Carolina recover and clear.
Nobody up top either, so Maryland, more chances, and again, they are slowly finding them, but they're missing that final punch, as now South Carolina, they might just find one right here, but no double touch and no shot on net either,
Demo.
as now Waiters is through one. There was a demo on the field, and now a player spawns on the wrong side, but what a save. I believe that was Cats who came through and threw himself at that one. Is now a minute 30 into this one, but that's going to open up for Maryland, but the bumps won't come through.
All right, now it's South Carolina playing hard attack defense at the moment, as Maryland are the ones sending close shaves their way, but that lead is still intact for the Gamecocks, despite all this field domination from Maryland. And South Carolina will find themselves another clears to relieve a little bit of pressure, though Turtle has doubled off the sidewall to set up Hexy. Center ball now, Turtle's up, so was Waiters, and Cats ultimately is the one player with contact.
I mean, once again, at the very last second, South Carolina are able to come in and deny everything that Maryland will work 20, 30 seconds at a time for. I mean, and if you break the game open, like right here, it's going to be a miss, but finally, Waiters finds one, and we're going to be tied once again.
Clean finish again from Waiters. He's been the striker for this team throughout this weekend, and right there, set up by Hexy, and he will finish the play promptly with traffic out in front of the South Carolina net. But you felt that goal coming for a while as Maryland just kept building and building towards their equalizer.
So here we go again. We're halfway through game 2. It's already looking like we may see another overtime, but there's way too much Rocket League left to go before we jump there. As South Carolina have to get out of their half. It looks like Hexy will try and find a double, will find the touch, but not a single player from South Carolina is going to bite on that. As now Waiters, he'll look middle for a potential pass. It'll bring 2 out. Hexy might have a shot. He will try and beat Og, but right there, our 2 key players meet beautifully in the air as now SJT has a net to shoot on. He cannot get there. I didn't see who it was. It was Turtle, I believe.
Yeah.
But South Carolina quickly strike back.
Wow, this just goes in. If Turtle has maybe 2 units of boost to work with, he's probably saving that, collecting it, starting a counterattack in the Maryland corner. Instead, though, SJT finds a goal out of nowhere. He's the one goal scavenging there.
Cats trying to win this kickoff over to Og. A more aggressive play from South Carolina once again off the kickoff. As Og will look out for one more. He won't be able to find a bump or a touch, so Turtle uncontested but has no boost. SJT not aware. Will go for the fake challenge, and now he's trying to cause havoc. But Waiters does a great job to wall dash his way into a play. He'll look for the musty middle to a teammate. A great mechanical showing from the freshman, so he'll look for maybe one more, but instead Turtle on the sidewall will try to find something. But Maryland are playing really with nothing. They're trying to start a fire with no matches. There's not a lot of boost in their favor.
Oh, they got some sparks right there. Close opportunity, and another center ball. It turns into a shot, but Cats will save that with ease. SJT clears. This time, though, Turtle has boost, and will be back to start a Maryland counterattack and put a shot on. A rebound was there for a half a moment, but Cats won the race to the ball on the South Carolina near side, though Maryland try again. And it's Waiters finding a dime from Hexy as that ball was placed perfectly in front of him.
It was a matter of time before the Maryland coordination came back. That is beautifully placed and about shot as far left as it physically can be. So narrow margins, but Maryland once again bring us to 2.
82 seconds left on the game 2 clock. South Carolina win the next kickoff, but Waiters has plenty of boost and space to work with. Uses Turtle now, who loses car privileges there, but Waiters stuck around and will at the very least prevent South Carolina from immediately taking control of possession.
Cats able to find that first touch after a delayed flip. We'll try to find one more, but this time it'll be Maryland finding some delayed flicks of their own. It'll be Turtle at the head of it, and won't be able to find too much for now. It might just open up for Og, who will now shoot it directly on the third man, but Hexy not concerned. 50 seconds left. He's going to be taken off the field, though, and that's a great 50 from Waiters, but South Carolina still knocking at the door.
Og will field that with plenty of boost in hand, with the angle he had on it. All Og can do is chuck that ball towards Maryland's defense, who field it. Turtle dodges a bump-ish, was forced away from the ball, but Waiters has his teammates back. It's a clear for the Terrapins, and in the final 30 seconds, really right now we're fighting over rights for the last couple of opportunities in regulation.
SJT able to 1v3 his way down the field, but now it's going to leave Og all by himself with low boost, but that's a beautiful touch to find the gap between 2. That's a huge clearing boom, as now with 15 seconds left, South Carolina will try and put Maryland on the back foot. Cats looks middle, he looks for the net actually, but it's too easy of a play for Turtle. 10 seconds left, net might open up. Og will look for Cats, maybe veteran leadership to the veteran leadership, but no! The rookie, SJT scores the leading goal.
It looked like Maryland had this. Og has space right here, but Waiters and Hexy both have little boost to work with. End the play with nothing in the tank, and SJT, I mean, same deal, but he's got more of a luxury to stick around as the offensive player. Bets on an awkward miss, reads it perfectly, and South Carolina can secure game 2.
Another heartbreaker late in the dying moments of light in game 2 there, and what a step-up moment for SJT, who had 2 goals at critical moments.
I mean, we talk about him being the auxiliary mechanical player to Og here. Obviously not the same RLCS pedigree that Og does, but SJT has a great read on the game, and right there, figured Maryland would be given something up out in front of their net with how the two defenders in their goal line were positioned. He was dead on, and it gets the Gamecocks game 2.
So now South Carolina sits atop a 2-0 pedestal they put themselves on, and by very narrow margins. It doesn't feel like we may see a sweep here, but whenever it comes down to it, that leadership, that composure, the experience of this LAN alone for USC starting to shine.
Definitely, but this is one of those series where I'm not counting Maryland out. I trust South Carolina and their mental game not to give up an easy reverse sweep if Maryland do turn the tides in Game 3, but Maryland have the ability to score on South Carolina. If they shore up their defense just a little bit, conserve resources just a little bit better, they could take Game 3. These have been close affairs so far. I mean, 7-6 shooting in Game 1 for South Carolina, 8-5 in Game 2. It's as tight as it gets. And going into Game 3 here, as a couple bounces go the Terrapins' way, we could be talking about a fourth, maybe fifth.
It looked like Maryland had called a timeout, too. I'm not sure if they did or didn't because of how quick we just rolled through that, but regardless, it looks like we are going to hop directly into Game 3. And if you're just joining us, welcome to Championship Sunday for Boost on the Beach. You're with DJ, TJ, and Mr. Bepic. We've got a banger incoming.
Well, Maryland will take control off the opening kickoff now. An early strike would do them a lot of good with how these last couple of games have gone. Concessions in overtime and in the the last 4 seconds of regulation, and those are heartbreaking ways to lose games, and already Maryland's under a large threat, but Hero Turtle comes in to double the ball away.
Turtle will get a pinch to try and delay some time. Cats as well trying to delay. South Carolina, we may see them actually play their slowest game of the entire tournament. They've got no reason to keep their foot at least as heavy on the gas pedal as they have this entire weekend, but I don't expect them to change, but they got to be careful in front of their defensive end, as that's a close opportunity for Maryland once again, but they struggle to find the final blow for another game.
And I'm sure South Carolina's happy to play composed here in Game 3. They're not a team that typically plays with a fast pace. They're very methodical about how they approach series like this. And so far, so good for the Gamecocks. No goals, about 90 seconds into Game 3 here. Like I said, Maryland really could use that first blood strike.
SJT room to go off the ceiling, showing some mechanical prowess from the young addition to the roster, but now Turtle. We'll see if he can find anything, but Cats may actually find a read off the sidewall. That goes on the net. Is there room for a follow-up? It'll be an attempted shot. It's a pop over 1. SJT will pop it over 2, but Hexy lands perfectly on the backboard as now Cats will take a stab at it. No boost to find the double. SJT reads the next one, and just like that, Maryland are surviving beautifully, but for how much longer? Og will fake for 1, but Maryland finally finds a redirect.
Just one touch, though. The follow-up is important now, and there's no one there to follow up. Hexy and Waiters are down and out for a couple of seconds. Turtle's been beaten, but Waiters upon the respawn challenges quickly, and it seems like Maryland have claimed some possession as their only low boost player was the first man, but Hexy with a full boost tank gets outdone by SJT, and South Carolina prevent the Terrapins from setting up their offense.
Maryland trying to play it back to their side, which is dangerous after multiple attempted touches, and South Carolina looking to punish. That's a bouncer. It's on the net. No save comes through, and the leading man, Og, finds the first.
Maryland just crumbled right here. Not a whole lot of boost. Again, resource management is a problem, and I think that was Turtle put into an awkward spot. Had to react quickly right out in front of his net, and actually could not catch up to the ball. 1-0. South Carolina got an easy one there.
Halfway through, I believe we've been tied in both Game 1 and Game 2. Now we actually don't see a goal until the halftime point. So now South Carolina in a beautiful spot to try and close this series out in a shocker sweeping fashion and trying to upset their seed within the first matchup of the day. As now SJT could find a second. He's not going to opt for the read. He's going to let Cats shoot it, but what a save that was from Turtle. Is now another chance. Og will look for maybe a bump play. Cats opens up the net. Nobody's there. SJT's faked out. So now here comes the counter. That's 2 players gone and dusted, as it will be Waiters looking, faking, middle! I mean, he's a LAN freshman. What in the world is this?
Demons can spawn from wherever, and Maryland has found one in their camp. Waiters dimes up Turtle here, and we're tied up after Maryland. Realistically, for the first 3 minutes of that game, had very little offensive agency. That was all South Carolina. Maryland survived awkward moments, only conceding the 1 and get themselves just that single attack necessary to shape up a very entertaining final 2 minutes.
It is quite literally now or never for Maryland, and they have spent a lot of this Game 3 and a lot of this series on their back line, but they're going to try and find some crazy late momentum here, and they've got it so far as Katz almost gets bumped, but he will survive. It's a double commit, and it's at middle. SJT is there, and he will not be dunked, so now Og has the counter. He'll look for potentially more, has the air dribble, doesn't get the reset, though. Here comes SJT. He's dunked. Is Og there to turn around? Yes, he is. It's Katz there for the final play. No, it's a great cutoff from Maryland.
Turtle's got boost now, but Og has positioning. The Turtle sticks around to the South Carolina line, and SJT had someone breathing down his neck right there as he made a clear. Now Hexy's turn. He's been quiet on the ball this series, but right now has Turtle up ahead, though South Carolina get another stop on a Maryland counterattack. Katz has been cleared from his own goal line, leaving SJT on his lonesome. And Maryland, even with that, still get out 50 by the South Carolina defense.
They are able to grab boost, though. They cannot let this one go in, and Hexy is uncontested. He's got time to work with. Doesn't have a lot of boost, but will fake out one. Will get past another. Katz is going to try and bump him, but I don't know if that's enough. Now Og will try and get something, but Waiters is there, is over, but there's nobody there to pass to. 30 seconds left, and South Carolina will look for a counter.
SJT on the balls, running low on boost, and couldn't catch back up to it. But South Carolina trying to kill time in the offensive end. Best way to end regulation, especially in a tie ball game where you've got opportunities to take a late lead, maybe close this thing out. But Waiters says not just yet. Maryland's trying to get themselves one last shot at winning in regulation. Hexy can't center. He's stopped by Og in the South Carolina corner. Waiters will try again, but a demon on the ball for Maryland forces 2 up for South Carolina. That net's exposed. SJT's awkward, but there is no one in the area to shoot for Maryland, so we get Game 3 overtime.
So here we go. We get another overtime. We had one taken away from us in Game 2, but will this one go extended? We're not exactly sure, as now we've got the game back on the screen. We almost missed some of the action there, but 10 seconds in, Maryland are going to try to keep that late game momentum going. Here comes a flick opportunity. Katz will actually dunk not 1, but 2. Waiters can't go. Shot might be on net here for SJT. It's going to be a backboard read. Nothing's found, but nobody's there to follow immediately. Turtle off the ceiling. Does he have one more? Does he have another one after that? No, Og denies him.
Good stop by Og. South Carolina have had plenty of moves like that. Good reads. SJT doesn't even need Katz right there on the goal line. He gets to stop outside the South Carolina box. Now Og's got 100 boost. What can he do in overtime? And the answer is, well, not much. He gets South Carolina a chance at possession, but they have to fight for it at the midfield line. Waiters is just whiffed, though, off the backboard. It's really getting nervy as Maryland realize it's score or go home.
I can't imagine being a fan of either one of these teams and how narrow this may be. All 6 members of the lobby are going to jump for this one, but somehow South Carolina are still alive, as now Turtle will look for a pinch. He'll look for one more, but Katz is there to deny. It'll be up to Hexy now, who's coming from an awkward angle, has enough boost to work with, but he's got an SJT on him. You can't beat that. That's 3 touches for him. Waiters backwards entry into this one, but Katz is able to go top right corner. It's back to SJT. That's the game! 70 seconds in!
And South Carolina are on their feet as they've just swept Maryland out of boost on the beach. They'll keep on dancing and have a fight with maybe Concord later unless we see an upset. But what a fight from Maryland. 2 overtime losses, 1 loss that came with just 4 seconds left. That did not deserve to be a sweep, but South Carolina string together 3 wins in a row.
I mean, if anything, Maryland's the younger team. They're not exactly done with what this season has left in them, and also next season as well. So for South Carolina, that passion of all of them being in their latter half of their careers, I mean, this is important. This is huge for them, and you could see it in their gameplay. That should have gone to 5.
You could tell there was just a little bit more composure in the South Carolina camp during that overtime. I mean, during that series, Hexy had some agency early on there, but in Game 3, he was kind of a non-factor, being out-challenged by South Carolina there when we did play in the blue half. And, I mean, if you look at the total shots for the Gamecocks, they had 13 opportunities to score that game. Their defense kept their offense churning. They were tossing oil on the offensive fire, only scored 2 goals, but hey, that's all you need to advance to semis.
South Carolina has never been a shootout type of team, so I think they like these nitty-gritty series, and if there is any sort of opportunity for South Carolina to have a deeper run in this event, those chippy games are going to be their favorite. Also, Bepic, I believe we got a score update for upstairs.
We did, but I didn't hear it, so...
It was Wichita 1-0. So.
All right. Well, Kentucky, I mean, they've got a decent matchup against Wichita State, but I definitely favor WSU there. We'll definitely see how that one shapes up, but if it's as exciting as the one down here, I'm going to have to rush upstairs to the second story of the Hangout soon.
And we still have so many great games today, too. I mean, this is only quarterfinals. We still got a long shift ahead of us. We're going to be here all night, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world other than here at the Hangout venue in beautiful Myrtle Beach. And what a series that we get to kick it off with. I haven't even gotten a cast today, and I get that one with 2 OTs, so I'm more than happy to be here.
I think we deserved more games there. I really wanted to see that one go the distance, see both teams tested with their backs against the wall, and they were within individual games. South Carolina clutched up in overtimes at the end of regulation, but once they got that buffer, they really did look like they were playing with house money. The experience absolutely showed.
I mean, both of these teams, outside of this LAN, I believe for Maryland, they may have a chance to make it to 1 or 2 more LANs, but for South Carolina, there's a chance this could be their last. So maybe it's a little poetic. Maybe the script was on the side of South Carolina. Hometown team, seniors on the roster, especially somebody like Katz who's been around for so long and done so many positive things. It is really nice to see them step up when they need to, especially on LAN.
Well, they've still got, I believe, the C3 Esports League LAN coming up, but that's just within the Carolinas. I know these guys have national ambitions. I mean, both rosters do. So definitely, Maryland's out here at Myrtle Beach, but that is a team to keep an eye on elsewhere. I mean, like I said, within the NECC, they 4-1 South Carolina a couple of weeks ago, and then South Carolina get their revenge on LAN, maybe where it matters most in a single elim bracket, but let's take a look at the stats.
I mean, let's just start out with both Og and Katz. Normally when we talk about Katz, we talk about his backline composure. He didn't need to do that. He had 11 shots matching Og, who's been a goal leader for this entire tournament. So if their dynamic can be variable like this, they're going to be even more dangerous than we thought.
Hexy with 0 goals that series, and he has been the assist leader for this team throughout this weekend, but held in check. And I mean, a lot of the South Carolina defensive stops came outside their box with the 50s taken as Maryland breached that blue end of the field, and really there was no space for the Terrapins in offense, especially in game 3. They had to rely on very select moments even to hang around there.
I agree with you. I think I was going to bring up Hexy as well. That just simply cannot happen for Maryland to be successful. You look at the GMU series, you look at the Northeastern series, no matter what, Hexy was a key factor in those games. And so it does kind of suck to see that Maryland was held completely scoreless, at least as a general unit, other than obviously Waiters, who played incredible, had 3 goals. I mean, even though that they did lose and that's the end of their run, you've got to be happy with that.
I mean, hopefully, at least 3 more years of Waiters at Maryland. That guy has shown that he's a LAN demon, and that's a skill that you don't often know you've got in you until you've actually practiced on LAN. The only way to do that is to go to LAN. So Waiters, really emergent performance this weekend. I hate to see Maryland go because they're a fun team to watch, but they had a great run to this point.
Well, I mean, we can only yap for so long. We've got a lot of games to get through, but we've also got an interview with the winning South Carolina roster, your hometown Gamecocks. It's Dan with the entire team over there.
You're long enough. Boost on the Beach 2025. I am here joined by USC after what we were saying earlier, a very close 3-0.
Yeah, that was one of the closest 3-0s we've ever played. I believe all 3 of those games are overtime. Super close the entire time. And, you know, they deserve to maybe take 1 or 2, make it a little bit of a longer series, but that's a young roster. I don't know how much LAN experience they have, but they're just going to keep getting more, and they're going to be better next year.
So on that vein, in a 3-0, a close 3-0 like that, where do you think the margins are? How do you make sure that you come out on top when every single game is that close?
It's all about the patience. I feel like we were really good with our third man. We did a great job of controlling the ball, and the opportunities just came from there.
So we were talking yesterday about kickoff strategies. Did you implement some of those? How do you think you played the kickoff in the series?
Unfortunately, we did not use any.
you know, they kind of play a unique style. We need to get control of the ball. So, you know, we're playing it back to our corner. We're playing for the mid boost. And, you know, we did what we did. We got a few goals off our kickoff, so it worked.
Now, Katz, you do have the fan crowd up there, your family. What is it? Does it change anything for you knowing they're right up there watching?
Yeah, it's one of the best feelings. You know, when you score, it's a little bit of a delay here because of the stream, but, you know, sometimes it's just that extra burst. Maybe you're stuck on defense after scoring a goal, and suddenly you hear the crowd erupt, gets you back in the moment, you know, makes you believe you have a way out. And yeah, you know, love my family. Glad that they came to support. Alex family's here today as well. So shout out parents.
Shout out parents. Now, what are you guys going to do until your next matchup?
I think we're just going to do a little bit of recon and watch Concord, see if we can exploit anything that they're doing on the field, and hopefully find our way to the grand finals.
Find their way to grand finals. What do you got to say to the people before we let them go?
Thank you to the families that are here supporting us, obviously, and we hope you keep doing that, and more people join on. We're the home team, so let's do it.
Home team spirit. You heard it from them. Don't worry, because we have so much more playoff Rocket League here at Boost on the Beach.
Welcome back to the beach, where we join Charlie Chew Baker and his grandpa for lunch.
Here we have some delicious boardwalk classics.
Wait, what's this? Who ordered the seafood tower?
And a perfect plate call by little Charlie Chew Baker.
The rookie takes it.
How's that shrimp?
What did you call me?
Now that's how you beach with the best here at Myrtle Beach. Until next time, stay beachy. Plan your vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
We are live, Boost on the Beach 2025. I am joined here by
Jeff.
Oren.
By Jeff and Oren. Now, Jeff, I have to notice the shirt. Jack Black stunt double. I have to notice the hair and the beard.
It's it's a coincidence, but I'm gonna take it, right? I grew the hair, I grew the beard, it grew in the same way as Jack, and my son had this shirt made for me for my birthday.
That was a good gift. What gave you the idea?
He looks like Jack Black.
He does look like Jack Black. Now, we've been talking before, and you have some vast Rocket League experience.
I have about 6,000 hours in the game, and I should be much better than I am. Peaked at about Champ 3, but I still love it, and I still play all the time.
Champ 3 is good. Now, do you play any Rocket League?
I played it like 5 times.
Okay. Now, so have you been watching some of these games? What have you been thinking about the level of competition we've been seeing?
Oh, it's awesome. I love it. This is my first in-person event, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be able to see it live. High-end competition. I couldn't be happier to be here.
And what have you been thinking? Because obviously, right, you haven't played as much as your dad. Your dad has. Is that correct? Father, son here. So, what have you been thinking? Have you been seeing the game?
We watch RLTS definitely a lot. I'd love to play at that level, but I don't think I'm ever gonna.
It takes a lot of time, and also, Dad,
Well, I have the time. My hands are too old, They
don't work like that anymore. That's fine, because luckily for us, we can just sit back, relax, and watch the show. Now, our next match is going to be Concord versus University of Texas Dallas. What do we think? Predictions?
Concord.
I'm going to go with the University of Texas Dallas for that.
I think your son is probably picked more of the betting favorite. Concord coming in as the favorite, but of course, we can't tell the future. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dan, and the Jack Black stunt double as well. A Champ 3 6,000 hour demon, I guess. I mean, maybe this is an up-and-coming son here as well. Only 5 times playing the game. Hey, you'll get the hang of it, I'm sure. But yeah, they've got it right. Concord UTD is the match that we have here for you guys. Very excited to hop on the desk. I am Exil, joined by Griffin Horchak. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm happy to be here. Happy to get this cast going. Definitely going to be an interesting matchup. Right? We have the number 1 seed Concord versus the number 9 seed UT Dallas. I'm expecting nothing short of a masterclass, right? I think this game is going to be electric from the beginning to the end. I think that Concord, it's their game to lose, right? They need to keep this alive, to stay alive in the tournament. UT Dallas has something to prove here. In my personal opinion, today, UT Dallas has kind of been a little... I felt unsatisfied with how much I think they could really pull off with this. I think they could be a lot more than they're leading us on to be.
Yeah, I know UT Dallas is definitely one of the teams that we were looking at coming into this weekend. But let's take a quick look at what this bracket looks like thus far in round number 1. UT Dallas coming up huge with a clean 3-0 sweep of George Mason. We have that bye tucked in there. Unfortunately, Mizzou unable to make it through the competition, but Wichita State a clean 3-0 as well. Northeastern as well. 3-0s across the board in round number 1. Definitely looking to see UT Dallas continue this momentum coming into this matchup against Concord. We've already seen on main stage South Carolina and Maryland. Very, very close 3-0.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that game could have gone to a game 5, it would be a game 5, right? I think that game could have gone to a game 5 very easily. And fun fact, those teams actually played 2 weeks ago prior, like Bepic and DJ TJ said before, and it was complete opposite. That's how close those teams are in scorecard. And in all honesty, we see all the scores on the screen right now, they're all 3-0s. But within those 3-0s, a lot of those games were way closer than they were led on to be, right? Yeah. We saw Syracuse and Northeastern play, and I watched them on the side stage up top, or they were down here actually. Watched that stream, and those games were closer than they were led on to be, but it was still a 3-0.
Yeah, definitely deceiving when you see that 3-0 scoreline in there. We have Davenport, Kentucky still to play. Davenport, Wichita, I assume, soon to play here. And then Charlotte Northeastern will be on the side stage while this game is going on as well. Definitely going to be a close matchup there. So we'll see where we land after that group, or after round, or I guess what is this? Quarterfinals concludes here. So very excited to get that underway. But let's talk a little bit at what this matchup looks like, right? Concord 4-0 in the group stage, and UTD 1-4 in that group stage. Let's take a quick look at what that roster looks like here as we go through their introduction.
Right, and of course you have that grad student Dalton. He's kind of a leader on the team, kind of a veteran when it comes to it. Right on the screen right now we're seeing Zora, that junior KBM player, worked his way up through the sub bracket. And then, of course, like I mentioned before, Dalton, that senior on the team, he is their rock, he's their leader. He knows how to get the job done, and their third man rounding out that roster is going to be Blippi, who is actually a freshman and also a KBM player. I mean, that roster is solid from the beginning to the end. You got Coach Wasicle getting the team ready, knowing what they need to do.
Yeah, UTD did have a tough group stage here this weekend, finishing 1-4 in that one. They beat GMU out here in round 1 of the playoffs, but they're looking to bounce back, right? Their only win that they picked up in that group stage was against Syracuse. I believe that was a clean 2-0 in their favor in that best of 3. So definitely not what we expected coming through from this roster as we go through some of the replays here, but I would definitely expect to see more out of this team, but they're going up against some stiff competition in Concord.
Oh, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. We're seeing on these replays a bunch of individual and team talent coming out from UT Dallas, and I think if they play like that against Concord, they got a shot. Like I mentioned before, this is Concord's game to lose.
Yeah.
I think if the team plays correctly, they could definitely take at least a game off of Concord. But, I mean, that barrels down to the team. How bad do they want it, right? How bad are they going to want to take a step further? How bad do they not want to go home right now?
Yeah, this is a single elimination bracket, right? If you lose, you are donezo for the weekend, and no team wants to go home early here on Sunday. You want to play that 7 o'clock grand finals matchup. So both these teams fighting to stay alive, trying to make their dreams come true here. But, I mean, we will just have to wait and see at the end of the day, right? This is going to be a very tough task as we look over to the Concord side of things here as we go through their roster.
Concord Esports, winners of the 2024 CRL fall season. We got Seamus, Helix, we got Crispy, an absolute dominant roster. I love what they got going on with the hats and sunglasses, kind of a little trifecta over there. But without a shadow of a doubt, very, very, very talented players, a solid roster in and out, great coaches on the other half as well. I'm excited to see what they got in store for us.
Yeah, looking at their yesterday and today, right, they were 4-0 in that group stage. They only dropped 1 game in total to Northeastern early on in yesterday's matches. And frankly, every player on this Concord team is showing up big, right? Crispy leading the way with assists, setting up CMOS and Helix on this offensive side. So very excited to see if that continues as we go through some of these highlights here. And you can see the first touch is usually Crispy finding some kind of dribble of their own, setting up these passing lanes.
Oh, 100%. Not only are they dominating, but they're dominating with style. And that's almost just as important as winning. Being cool while you're doing it, right? These players so individually and team mechanically, team orientated, very mechanically gifted, a very challenging roster to go up against, and like we said, it's their game to lose. How bad do these boys want to just completely dominate their competition?
Yeah, this is the favorite coming into this weekend. We've said it time and time again throughout this weekend that Concord are juggernauts in this group, this bracket, this everything, this entire competition, right? Definitely expecting them to come out with a strong win here, but hey, we'll have to see what happens, right? They have that bye going into the bracket stage. They have not played yet. UTD has. They looked very, very strong against GMU, a clean 3-0. They have momentum. They're warm. We'll have to see if they can catch Concord off guard here a little bit, come out with a Game 1 victory, and then kind of rattle the mental of Concord. But with Concord being the team that they are, it might be hard to do that in itself.
Absolutely, and I find that funny that you mentioned that, because I have on my cheat sheet right here that I think UT Dallas, when they win, they're winning.
Yeah.
But they are easy to beat themselves up. When they go down a goal or two and they go, dang, like what? Oh, shoot. Like, I think they beat themselves up more. They don't give themselves enough credit for when it's due. And it's really going to come down to that mental warfare. Can they keep themselves in this game and give Concord a run for their money?
Yeah, let's take a quick look at what some of the key players of today look like. UT Dallas, the pink numbers, of course, being higher than the opposition here. Crispy looking very, very strong thus far. But yeah, Dalton, Crispy, the key players for this matchup.
Right. UT Dallas on the side of Dalton, that that veteran player. 14 goals to Crispy's 5, 14 assists, Crispy's 13, 29 to 12, 48 is a very solid shooting percentage when you have 14 goals. That means he's hitting the mark on nearly 20. He's taken 28 shots, roughly, probably 29, and buried 14 of them. That's a fantastic percentage.
Yeah, looking very, very strong going into this matchup. And you think, it's goals, right? That's what you want, but that's not always what a player's play style is, right? Crispy, while having 5, is setting up their team beautifully with a lot of these assists, the saves as well on the defensive side, 12 to their name. Not a lot, but that just goes to show the offensive power that this Concord team has, not having to play a whole lot of defense in some of their matchups.
Right, 100%. And I'm going to refer back to my cheat sheet once again, but at the very bottom, my last line says for Concord, offensive units.
There you go.
Absolute menaces on the offense. Normally when you see teams like their first man, you want to get their first man out of the play to become third man, so then your second and third can come in. Concord says, no, let's not do that. Let's have our first man turn back in and just be an absolute unit on the field. They are so good at knowing when they need to cut, if they can push up far enough that one of them can fall back and recover on defense if they need to. These guys know the game in and out.
Yeah, game plan for UTD. You got to try to shut down Seamus, right? Very, very strong offensive player. Try to interrupt those passing lanes of Crispy. Get in their face. Make them uncomfortable. Because if you let Concord play their game, they will demolish you, right? You have to switch it up. Change that tempo. Change that pace of the game. And UTD, I think, is a team that can do that very, very well. All 3 of these players are very talented in their own rights, but when you put them all together, they can cause chaos.
Oh, 100%. And one thing we don't talk enough about is Concord's defense. Concord's defense is solid, but I would argue that their defense is their offense, because their offense, when they're on offense, they're so persistent at the goal line that almost 80% of the time it's resulting in a goal. Why even have to play defense when you're outscoring your opponent, right? Yeah. In the grand scheme of things, that's what it comes down to. Outscoring your opponent, scoring more goals than your opponent does, putting the ball in the back of the net more times than your opponent, whatever you want to call it. That's the name of the game. After all, the game is just car soccer.
Yeah, car soccer is the name of the game as we jump into game number 1 here of this best of 5.
Right, yes, best of 5 because we're in a quarterfinal match. No longer best of 3s. So now the teams are back to a normal, typical format. Best of 3s are actually more reserved for group play tournaments, which are not as common as just their weeklies, which are best of 5. So, I mean, automatically we're seeing a lot of pressure come out from Concord early. UT Dallas is deep in their own half, kind of struggling to get the ball out right away.
Yeah, Blippi now trying to navigate the defense of Concord, able to push that one off into that corner, but now it's Crispy yet again going for that pinch off the ceiling, unable to connect with that one as UT Dallas now finds themselves in a little bit of a ping pong match. Pass over to the corner, but unable to push that one any further across, coming through as well. But the demo onto Blippi means that UT Dallas's pressure is all but gone.
Right. What I'm really liking from UT Dallas is automatically they are on the gate as Seamus is going to bury this one bottom right front post shot. A beautiful play coming in from Seamus. Self-touch, pinch off the wall. Good read. Crispy tried to redirect, make it a little fancy. Seamus said, I got you, bro. I'll put that one in the back of the net.
Yeah, already on the board is Concord. A minute into game number 1. Seamus striking true off of that post ricochet there. UT Dallas now finding themselves with a little bit of an opening, but goes off of the post. Dalton missing the open goal.
Concord going to look to get a quick counterattack here. 2v2 as Blippi is going to whiff a slight pass here. Good 50. Crispy going to bury this one front post. Amazing 50s coming out from Concord. That is fundamentals, right? Automatically, you see one. Helix right here, 50. Crispy in perfect position, 50. Winning both of them, equaling a goal automatically.
Yeah, I mean, that is just pressure, relentless pressure coming through from Concord, not allowing UT Dallas to find it clear whatsoever. And now with another kickoff win here, 2-0 up. They go for the cross, but no one is going to follow up on the side of Concord just yet. Let's see what UT Dallas can do. They push it now over to the corner, but Helix able to catch that one, a potential waterfall angle, but no. Helix says no and pushes it away.
Right, Zora doing a fantastic job while on the ball with no boost. Crispy going to look to double tap this down, cleared off the back wall by Dalton. Helix going to pass across. Dalton going to collect this one. Now that boys in Dallas have a little bit of time, but Crispy's going to shut that down real quick. Seamus is going to find the open net, kind of catching all all three members of UT Dallas in their own half, unable to recover from that situation. Crispy, once again, winning those 50s. That's fundamentals, baby.
Yeah, Crispy forcing their way through two UTD defenders. Seamus able to finish the job on that one. 3-0 now for Concord. Another kickoff victory, but the demo onto Crispy might be able to save the day. But again, the cross coming through. Blippi able to redirect that ball back into the corner, keeping it within 3.
Oh, just got word Charlotte won game 1 on side stage. So as we are playing here, that match is happening in the background. We will try our best to keep you guys updated with all that action while still covering this. Seamus gonna flick this one up. Helix unable to get the ball or the bump. Do not know which one he was playing for. Zora gonna take this one. Seamus cutting through the midfield, making it easy for his team to play defense. Gonna look here. Crispy's up quick, gets a dunk. Let's take a break from the play-by-play for a second. 3 goals for Concord in the first half of the game. What do you think is going through UT Dallas's head?
I mean, they have to try to find clears, right? They're trying to find some kind of momentum on the offensive side, and this might just be it. Yes, it is Zora able to put UT Dallas finally on the board.
Wonderful attack going on from UT Dallas. Great flick by Blippi to get it. Immediately looking for the demo. Helix maybe a little slow back, kind of got caught with no boost. Zora gonna put that one right through the uprights of the middle of the net in the close post. I mean, 3-1 now. This game's not over, right? They just brought back a little sparkle into this one.
Seamus now trying to find an angle with Helix, and it's beautifully done off of the crossbar. The goal from Zora negated now. Concord remains with that 3-goal lead.
Concord not letting UT Dallas get away with that goal. Gonna bring back the differential that was before that goal even occurred. Not making it easy for UT Dallas to keep their mentality, right? Imagine getting a goal and then immediately giving up another one. That's got to be hard.
Yeah, definitely not easy. Dalton now trying to redirect that pass. A triple commit coming through from UT Dallas. Concord might be able to strike off of this one. Dalton in the air won't be able to make contact, but it's Blippi instead now pushing it over to Concord's half of the pit. Seamus now a pass down to Helix. Will he take it up? Will he keep it low? He will keep it low. Zora with a beautiful save. A clear coming through. The follow-up from Crispy, possibly looking for a little bit of a redirect, but no, back into the corner of UT Dallas, who is now searching, hunting for that clear.
Dude, watching Concord is like watching figure skating. I swear they know exactly what to do, when to do it, flawlessly executing everything they do.
Yeah, great stuff thus far coming through from Concord. The pass now over to Crispy, goes low. Blippi able to get just barely enough of that ball, able to find that save. It's Helix now back in Concord's corner. He's going to push it down the way.
Going to carry it up the field, look to buy time for his teammates, letting them get some boost, letting them get in position. Crispy faking that one for Seamus. That was not a miss. That was not a miss. I will stand by it. That was a fake. He was faking it for Seamus the whole time. I'm just saying, you could tell it was happening.
Calculated indeed. They got Zora up off the ground as well, which opened up that low shot angle that Seamus was able to go to. I believe that's question mark 4, I believe, for Seamus in this game thus far, playing out of their mind. Yet again, 3 goals, for Seamus. Now we see Dalton trying to find some sort of angle, a waterfall angle, passing over to Blippi, but unable to find anything. Crispy in the air now going for it all, but Zora back on defense, able to find the save.
Concord is so good about knowing when to get on the ball and when to get off the ball, right? They know exactly when to attack, when to fake it for a teammate, when to leave it for a teammate regardless, let them go. They trust their third man wholeheartedly. Crispy now alone in the backfield, getting a 2-wheel touch. Helix going to jump up to cover this one away to the corner for safety.
A beautiful bump coming through from Helix as well, taking out that second member of UT Dallas on that attacking play. Now Zora finds themselves back in the net, having to find save after save. That's Dalton now with a clear, potentially on target. No, just a little bit to the right. Simas able to get back and catch that one, but now with 10 seconds left to go here in game number 1. It looks all but dusted here for UT Dallas in this game, but trying to finish it on a high note. The defense coming through from Crispy. Helix possibly just going to drop that one onto the ground. No, UT Dallas will do that instead. A commanding game 1 victory for Concord.
Right, absolutely, and that's just the way you want to start if you're Concord. 5-1, a kind of dominant showcase going on in game 1, letting UT Dallas know that they are not going to let this one go easy. If they want it, they got to fight tooth and nail for it. They're going to have to come and get it with everything they've got, right? But like I said, single elimination bracket today, not a double elimination. How bad do you guys want it? Do you guys want to be done and go home here, or do you want your chance at that prize pool?
Yeah, I mean, you certainly do want a chance at that prize pool, $3,000 for the first place winner here. So we'll have to see if UTD can bounce back after that 5-1 loss there against Concord. Concord in complete control on the offensive side. UTD had some looks on offense, but the defense was standing strong for Concord. Zora able to find the one and only goal for UT Dallas in game number 1. Let's see if they can lock down that defensive side and really start to have faster transitions into that offense and see if they can pick up the pace and try to get some stuff going for them.
It's funny that you bring up Concord's defense being so solid because I 100% agree with you. But at the same time, we didn't even see them playing that much defense.
Fair,
and that goes back to the point that I said earlier where their defense is their offense.
Yeah.
Right? They control the ball so well in the other half that it just allows them to kind of do what they want. They can trust their first and third man to get in the play and then get out of the play like that. I mean, it's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, Dalton now pushing it back over into the corner to Zora, who is finding the cross over to Flippy. The bumps coming through, but Crispy back on defense with the save, with the clear. Back over to Zora. Wins out on the 50-50 there as well. Helix following up with some pace. Seamus's goal opportunity goes just wide. UTD staying alive here for the time being, all tied up 0-0.
Great save by Seamus off the goal line. Crispy going to jump for this one, going to contest. Helix rotating back to the goal, pass in the midfield. Dalton trying to look for Zora as it's going to get intercepted. Helix able to sneak that ball underneath. All members of Concord are in their half right now, unable to clear it off the goal line. Seamus, once again, that offensive demon, able to tap in another one for Concord.
This is a beautiful chase down coming through from Helix as well. The pinch out of that corner, an absolutely perfect cross to set up Seamus there on the goal. Concord now 1-0 up with a minute into game number 2, finding themselves yet again on this offensive side. Crispy carrying that one into the corner. Now Flippy sending it all the way down to Dalton. The cross coming through as well, but look how fast the rotations are for Concord. 2 members already back in the goal on defense.
Right, and Crispy again on that defensive pressure, not letting any liabilities slip through the crack. Crispy now carrying it over, reset off the ceiling, looking for the double tap, unable to get it. Helix is going to try to bury this one. Zora cleared up the line. Back to pass. Oh, faked it, it's in! Oh my God!
I thought there was going to be a clear somewhere in there. 3 members of UTD on defense, but the patience coming through from Concord, able to just dribble that one right across the goal line. 2-0 now for Concord.
We just got word upstairs that the game between Charlotte and Northeastern was able to win game 2. Now that series is now 1-1.
I believe it was an overtime as well, if I'm not mistaken, there in game number 2. So a very, very close matchup happening on the side stage. Meanwhile, down here on main, Concord in full control. Seamus now trying to get something going in the air, but now it's Zora trying to find an aggressive play in the air themselves. But the clear now coming through. Concord able to strike back. The shot on goal from Seamus there goes just wide, blocked. The follow-up going wide as well, up into the corner. I mean, Concord absolutely relentless right now on the offensive side.
100%, Ben. I could not agree with you more. Their offense just looks so solid, right? The passing plays within the opponent's 18-yard box, their way that they move up the field looking for one another is just absolute class. This 50 is going to go low. Helix going to look to 50. This one cleared out to the corner by UT Dallas. Crispy going to pick it up, work its way back in over the head of Seamus. Zora now banging this one back towards the goal. Helix going to collect calmly on the goal line. 50 almost goes in. Seamus forced to jump off the sidewall. Zora going to get up quick for this one. Tap it back down. Now things are going to get slowed down here. Crispy going to take his time for Concord, work to build this one out of the back.
Concord in the air, center ball to Seamus. Helix with the shot going just high above that crossbar. Now Dalton in the air, doesn't have any boost to work with, however, unable to transition from the defense into the offense. Seamus now with a double tap opportunity, but no, another redirect coming through from UT Dallas. Now it's Crispy in the air, the cross, Helix on target. bang! Concord 3-0.
Oh, 100%. That's a goal, baby. Come on. Great pass from Crispy. Helix jumping before the ball is even at him, getting over the head of his opponent, causing two players of UT Dallas to be unaware of what's happening on the goal line. Concord up 3-0 to against UT Dallas in this 2 minutes left in this game.
And I think I just got word that game 2 up top, that was a 5-minute overtime for UNCC and Northeastern there to come up with the victory. 2 games in 1 for Rocket League game 2 up there. Great stuff coming through from those players, but now we need to refocus. UT Dallas, what do? You have a minute and a half left, and you keep finding yourself on this defensive side. You have to get out of here. You need to find a clear, find some momentum into this offensive half, but Helix says otherwise.
Right. Oh, shot gonna go there from Dalton. Crispy cleared off the goal line. Zora looking to get active. 1 minute left on the clock. It's do or die time. Blippy gonna put this one over the bar. Now all 3 members of Concord looking to get back. Crispy gonna take this one up, try to kill as much time as possible. Some individual show of mechanics looking great there. UT Dallas gonna look to bang this one out of the back. Seamus might get caught out of goal. He gets back to it. Crispy now forced to cover. Helix out towards Seamus on the sidewall. Pass to Crispy, who's free jumped. It's a goal.
Crispy with a beautiful angle and a beautiful pass from Seamus as well. Helix tosses it up, runs out of boost. Seamus in the air. An aerial pass, absolutely beautiful. Dalton trying to get back in time on that defensive side, but Concord instead says, no way, we got this locked and loaded. 4-0 now. The kickoff now in favor of UT Dallas, but they are unable to find any momentum off of it. 40 seconds now and ticking. UT Dallas down 4.
Concord with a solid lead, looking to get another pass up to Crispy, who's once again airborne for Concord. Concord, normally when teams are up like this, they try to hunker down, park the bus, play some solid defense, and Concord's just like, nah. Let's just keep playing offense, right? Yeah. Offense is a good offense is a good defense.
Yeah, no, exactly. Good offense is indeed a good defense. Crispy now with the clear caught by Flippy in Concord's half of the pitch as now we approach the final 10 seconds of game number 2. This one all done and dusted. Concord now, as soon as this ball hits the ground, will find themselves with a 2-0 series lead, but they're going to try to end it off in style. The ball still up, will finally find the ground. Concord in complete control of this series.
100%, Ben. I mean, watching these games, it really just goes to show how much Concord is willing to put on the line for this game. Yeah. They want it more than anybody right now, and they have the skill to back it up at the same time. We're getting a close-up here of all the players post-game. You see Seamus, you see Helix, Crispy too. These players, they know what they're doing, right? They're playing Rocket League at its highest level. They're controlling the pace of the play. They're controlling the possession of the ball. They're at some points, most of the game too, they were controlling all of the boost on the field. Yeah. It felt like every time that UT Dallas was on defense, they were struggling to keep their boost tanks full. I saw we switched to, I think, Blippy's perspective like 3 times in a row, and he was caught at like 12, 24, 22 boost. It felt like they were dry most of the game.
And they're putting the shades on now. All 3 members of this Concord team, the glasses on, locked in, ready to go here. Love to see it. But on the side of UT Dallas, what do you do to fix this up, right? You have to come out with now a reverse sweep to try to stay alive in the single elimination bracket. Concord in complete control. UT Dallas, what do you do?
I mean, if I'm UT Dallas, I think you can't really rely on just playing good defense because Concord's offense is at the level that it really just elevates everything that they're going to do to the point where normal defense is not going to cut it. You have to get creative out there.
Yeah, UT Dallas now, a demo onto Helix as well. The cross coming through, but Crispy able to find the clear back into UT Dallas's corner. Will go up high off the ceiling, won't be able to find the touch.
Is that the Ectomobile?
Doing a great job. It is indeed. We got some Ghostbusters action here on the main stage of game 3 here. Crispy now trying to find that touch to send it down for a waterfall angle, but unable to find it is Crispy.
UT Dallas looking to have some fun here, right? They're down 2-0 to the #1 seed in the tournament, and they're still just randomizing in their car and having a good time. That's a great show of sportsmanship from UT Dallas. Absolute class, lads. Ooh. Helix putting that one off the post, sorry. Blippy going to look to get this. Crispy taking that mid boost up to the ceiling. Ooh, Dalton up quick in the Ectomobile.
Yeah, a minute in, we saw a goal in the first minute. Well, just as I say that, within the first minute, Seamus again striking true, putting Concord up 1-0.
I think we just got word that upstairs on the side stage, Northeastern is just won Game 3, 1-0. Let's put that into perspective real quick. Sorry to take away from the main stage action, but Northeastern is our 7 seed versus Charlotte, who's our 3 seed.
Yeah.
And I mean, that is absolutely crazy. Northeastern being 2-2, Charlotte being 4-1. Those games, that game has to be entertaining. That game's got to be close.
Yeah.
But back to the main stage action, we have our number 1 versus our number 9 seed, Concord. Looking super, super, super dominant on the field right now.
Yeah, Concord again, Helix finding the pass up to Crispy, goes up high, flip reset, ready, but Zora able to meet that one in the air. Seamus now trying to find the angle to find a crossover to a teammate, but a good clear coming through from UT Dallas. Dalton, Zora as well with a shot on goal, but won't be able to find the angle. Helix now off of the ceiling, a potential angle pass down, but no, redirected by UT Dallas.
Concord looking to make their offense once again known, as Crispy is going to find a pass from Seamus and bury that one into the back of the net. Like, immediately, like right there, Seamus and Helix both bumped and instantly were like, oh, get the ball.
Yeah.
They didn't even care about getting back. They said, ball. Got that pass right to Crispy, who was awaiting in the midfield. We see those fellas in the blue shades looking mad cool as we have 3 minutes left on the clock. They have a 2-goal lead in Game 3.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go here. Seamus now trying to get that aerial dribble going, but unable to do so. Will just drop that one. The pass over to Helix. Toss up now. A fake out. Seamus trying to go bottom right, but won't be able to find the touch that they were looking for. Now Crispy passing it back out to Seamus, who will go high into the corner. Dalton now searching for the clear. Zora with some boost to work with, taking it around town. The follow-up coming through from Blippy, but won't be able to find the goal, as now it's Seamus. Pass down to Crispy, up top, waterfall, angle, will they follow up? No, good defense coming through from UT Dallas.
We're seeing a lot of these fakes on offense, which are really surprising to me because it's become such a meta in the last year to go up for the ball and completely like fake, but you're missing the ball, but it's intentional, so it's a fake.
Right.
But basically you leave it for a teammate that is ready to shoot the ball, and it completely throws off the defense because they're like expecting you to shoot the ball right away, and it completely changes how a game is played.
Yeah, Seamus now passing it down to Helix, but Helix jumping the gun there. Just a little bit of early flip coming through. Dalton now with a clear into Concord's half of the pitch. Crispy there back on defense. Helix now as well. Seamus getting aggressive in that corner as well, but now with 1:45 to go, Concord still find themselves with a 2-0 lead, but Blippy cuts it to 1. UT Dallas finally finding some momentum here in Game 3.
Right. Blippy doing a fantastic job of catching Seamus with no boost. Crispy just unable to get to that ball. I don't know if that's Crispy or Helix, I couldn't see the name, but unable to get to that ball. That ball falls to the back post. UT Dallas getting their name on the board in this Game 3, cuts it down to a 1-goal lead, halving the differential. Dalton gonna look to carry this one underneath for the 50, bumps 50s. It's off the goal line. Crispy gonna look to get a touch here. Seamus now with boost and the ball in his possession is gonna take the 50 and look to get this one on target as it's gonna go just wide.
Goes off the post there. Blippy trying to carry that one out of their half of the pitch. Has some boost to work with to go up top of Crispy, winning out on that 50-50. Seamus now trying to get aggressive, but unable to find the connection that they were looking for. Helix now up in the air. The pass downtown. Crispy up off the backboard. Keeps it in the danger zone. The touch going backwards. Helix able to find that one. 3-1 now, Concord.
Something here. Crispy doing a fantastic job on the ball. And normally you would see one of these two players, Helix or Seamus, get out of the play and become that third man. But if you score the goal, you don't need to be third man, right? I think that is their 100% game plan, is just score the ball, right? Outscore your opponent. They're playing run and gun in Rocket League right now.
Blippy now trying to make something happen here against Crispy. Tosses it up to Dalton. Sora pushing it now over into the corner, finding a cross up high. Seamus passing it down to Crispy. Crispy with a shot on goal. Blippy back on defense, able to find that save. Helix now trying to redirect into the corner. Seamus with another shot on goal. It's Dalton this time back on the defensive side for UT Dallas. Crispy the pass over to Helix. A lot of passing plays developing for Concord, and splitting up UT Dallas is exactly what they have been able to do all series long here. 20 seconds remaining here. UT Dallas has to find something and has to find something now.
Right, 14 seconds left on the clock. It's do or die time as this one's going to go off the front post. Seaman's going to look to carry it, leave it for Crispy as Crispy beats the last defender. And that is the absolute knife in the coffin. Concord, 4-1, UT Dallas, game 3. Basically game, set, and match. We could cast our curse, so I'll digress. We can't say that the game is over because it's not. But 4-1 with 7 seconds left, unless they get 3 kickoff goals at 2 seconds a goal, this game is wraps.
Yeah, nail in the coffin indeed with that 4th goal. Time ticking away. UT Dallas's time here at Boost on the Beach cut short. Concord staying alive here. Still, the ball is up, trying to end the game on a flashy note is Concord. Helix now with the drop shot. Won't go in the net, but Concord, a clean 3-0 advance to semis.
I mean, that was an absolute fantastic showcase match from Concord. Not once did they look like they were not in control of the play. They always knew they were always in tune and knew what was going on the field, on offense, on defense, where the ball was, where the boost was, where their teammates were, where the opponents were. They knew everything. They kept track of everything perfectly, and I mean, that was an absolute masterclass, and we're seeing the fist bumps come out from the fellas. Yeah. Great match, great teams here at Boost on the Beach 2025.
Yeah, I love the sportsmanship coming through from these two squads. Concord, the #1 seed, staying alive here. A very, very commanding 3-0 clean sweep here against UTD, falling short of what they were hoping to do here at Boost on the Beach, but nonetheless a great showing from that team. Excited to have them here, and hopefully we can have them here again.
Oh, absolutely. I would not be upset to watch this again next year between these two teams. I could see this rivalry forming. Yeah. I think that this could be something that lasts a while due to the fact that UT Dallas wanted it bad, man. They wanted to be here. Concord, just such a solid team, right? I mean, Concord has 2 freshmen and a sophomore. This is going to be a dominant team for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited for Rocket League, especially at the collegiate level in the next couple years.
Yeah, UTD as well. Blippy, a freshman as well on that roster, looking very, very good, finding some goals sprinkled throughout that series for UT Dallas, as I'm assuming there was a pop-off up on the side stage. They have won. Charlotte is gone. They came back, 3 goals in game number 4 to win the series 3-1. Northeastern with a huge upset over UNCC.
3 goals in a minute and a half to solidify their path directly into the semifinals, I believe.
Yeah.
And that is the 7th seed upsetting the #3 seed.
Yeah.
That is insane. That is almost unheard of. Ladies and gentlemen, Boost on the Beach 2025 is electric.
Yeah, that is definitely not something that we expected to come through here for Northeastern. But hey, when you get into the single elimination bracket, you never know what is going to happen. You never know who is going to show up on the day. Championship Sunday commandingly underway. But yeah, so great stuff coming through from all of these teams, side stage and on main stage here. We'll have to see what happens moving forward as Concord looks to be still in that driver's seat to win this tournament.
Absolutely. They look so dominant in that game, and even with all these teams, we had that Northeastern upset. I believe University of South Carolina is the other team on the other side of the semifinal from them. I don't know if we know the 4th team yet. I think that is going to be who plays University of South Carolina. We're still waiting on that game to be played.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm excited for this. I think that with the semifinals approaching, I think that the players are now reaching peak performance. Concord looks super dominant that game. If Northeastern at the 7th seed is good enough to upset the 3 seed right now, and they have to come play this Concord team, who says the 7 can't upset the 1?
I mean, hey, Concord is definitely a titan here in Boost on the Beach 2025. We'll have to see if anyone can go toe-to-toe. Maybe it's a Davenport angle. We know that school is so unbelievably strong here at Boost on the Beach with their Rocket League team. A star-studded lineup for them. Cam specifically on that roster performing out of their mind thus far this weekend. So we'll have to see what happens, but maybe it is this upset from Northeast Northeastern. They have one under their belt already. Who says they can't get another one?
Oh, 100%, and I just can't wait for this matchup, right? I can't wait for these semifinals to get played. I think that no matter what the outcome is, the games are going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
And when you're playing Rocket League at the highest level, that is collegiate, at Boost on the Beach, in the middle of a restaurant, surrounded by random people, some of them with 6,000 hours as a Champ 3 that knows the game, and then some who have never even heard of Rocket League, you don't know what's going to happen.
No, it is definitely a fun time here in this venue. The Hangout is an absolute blast. Their show that they run every hour is always super, super fun here at Myrtle Beach. I think we're going to be coming up on another one here shortly before we kick off some of our semifinals matches. We'll have to see what the timing looks like on that one as we now look at some of the stats here from the series. Let's see look at the goal difference here, or excuse me, the shot difference here. 27 plus 8, what is that?
35.
I'm going to go 35. Yes, indeed.
35 to 18. So basically
Concord,
doubled.
yeah.
Concord basically doubled UT Dallas's shots, which is a combined total of, oh my gosh, quick math, 13 on 36 shots for Concord, and UT Dallas having 2 on 18 shots, or 2 on 15 shots, sorry. An unfortunate series of events that just,
it's tough.
The team that shoots the ball more normally is the team that is able to find the back of the net more often.
Yeah, I mean, Seamus there with 5, Crispy as well with 5 as well from Concord. Everyone coming up huge, pulling up, doing exactly what they have to do. But hey, don't hear it from us, right? Hear it from the players themselves. Dan is standing by with the winners in Concord.
Boost on the Beach 2025 here with Concord, a clean 3-0. How do you think that went?
Super good. We're feeling confident, so hopefully we take it all the way to the finals.
Take a little fun now. You guys get a little bit of break before you go to your next match. It'll be semifinals. What are you thinking?
We're going to have to do some replay review. I don't think we played that good. Yeah, I think we need to lock back in. We should play better.
You said you didn't think you played that good. Did you get that sense? Do you think there were things you could have worked on?
Yeah, we didn't play great.
Like what?
We didn't score enough goals in Game 3.
You didn't score enough goals in Game 3. That's the big demerit.
And we also conceded 2. We conceded 2 as well.
All right, so I do have to ask. I'm wearing the shades. Y'all are wearing the shades. What's up with the shades?
Bro, we're here to win, bro. It's just aura. We got
Yeah, aura. Yo, all right, give us the aura pose. Give us the aura pose for the camera. Let's go. Let's see it. Boost on the Beach. We'll be right back. That's the big demerit.
Bridget Paperback Rider took things into overtime.
Talk about hooked on phonics.
That'll close the book on this best beacher. Until next time,
Beach easy.
Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
I read a book once. Did you ever read a book, Cindy? And we're live at the beach, following one beacher leveling up in her hero's journey.
This is Bridget Paperback Rider, finally with a moment of peace, and she is locked in on her beach read.
Looks like paper beats metal. Do I smell bookworm?
What a leap!
Dusty. I don't think she noticed.
Is that a mime?
I believe that's a Frenchman asking for directions.
Now that's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. Stay beachy, everyone. Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com. Rigid Paperback Rider took things into overtime.
Talk about hooked on phonics.
That'll close the book on this best beacher. Until next time,
Beach easy.
Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
I read a book once. Did you ever read a book, Cindy? And we're live at the beach following one beacher level
Smash Bros bracket. Hi everybody, I'm Chris Clayton and I'm joined this time by Avery Eastman, Igloo on the sticks here as we get to walk you through what will be winners finals as well as we'll be doing another set after that. So, how have you thought about this bracket so far?
I mean, Chris, as much as I'd love to be on the sticks today, it's been a pleasure to watch the competition, and it's been quite a joy. I mean, we've gotten so many of these matches either recorded or on stream, and that's one of my favorite things for these players. You go back and watch that. You guys at home, if you have a set that you didn't get to see on the main stream you want to watch later, we got those all recorded for you. And yeah, this bracket has been very exciting, very aggressive and fun. Smash Bros. We got to see a round robin pool into this top cut here, and let's look a bit through this bracket. 16 players made the top cut, and we are now in the finals of the winners bracket. We have Anarchy versus No Tag. Certainly two of the favorites to take it all. Both players hailing from South Carolina, the state that this wonderful event is hosted in. So happy to see that these players are, currently competing in South Carolina. Anarchy, currently the best player in South Carolina, and also a member of Winthrop University's varsity team. And No Tag also competing in South Carolina and Virginia, I believe. And he is also on Winthrop's academy team. So another great player in his own right. Definitely someone that I've seen in the local scene before. And these two have likely played each other quite a bit. But we've seen many different players come out for this event, and it's shaped up very nicely.
Yeah, and it's been great seeing the Winthrop pride between a lot of these players that have that history together. That's been a pleasant surprise with the college dominant Smash Bros program, clearly producing some pretty awesome talent that we have gotten to witness here today. But we've also still got other players in the running here. We can take a look at the lower bracket, the matches that we did, or that some of you may have missed from home, like Igloo said, like Avery said. I don't know why I just government named you as Igloo. But you can go back and catch those. A lot of these were recorded, so we'll be uploading those along the way, and a lot of this is being documented. So we've had a great time here. We do have Endothea sitting and waiting for the winner of Regalo, and is it Radiaz?
Radiaz, yeah.
Radiaz.
That match is currently happening on the recorded setup, so Endothea will play the winner of that on the stream after this No Tag Anarchy match. Endothea definitely a player to watch out for. That's a player that coming into this tournament I expected to do very well, maybe even win the whole thing. I think Endothea is certainly one of, if not the top high school prospect right now, looking at colleges to go for it, potentially play Smash. Very strong Game Watch player, number 2 in North Carolina right now, only under Chugs, who currently plays in college and very good in their own right. So yeah, the North Carolina boys definitely coming out and showing up here at Boost on the Beach Smash Ultimate Invitational. Anarchy and No Tag are loading into game right now. I expect these two to pull out all the stops. I don't expect them to go random. I wouldn't put it past them. I'm sure that they've played quite a bit of random. I don't know if Anarchy is a big random fan. I know No Tag is for sure, but I'm pretty sure Anarchy likes to stick to this Greninja.
All right, fair. It's hard to argue with that. And, I mean, the Greninja has been what got him up to this point, this #1 ranking in the area, and a very strong global ranking as well. So, yeah, I mean, you can't blame him for wanting to stick to what he's comfortable with and where he finds success, and that has absolutely been this Greninja, not only today, but through his whole Smash career.
Yeah, I mean, Anarchy, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he's somewhere in like the 60s as far as
68.
68, yeah.
Yep.
Very strong showing from Anarchy in the recent season on a character that most people, don't really remember is even in this game to begin with. Greninja, a character so fast on the ground, has these great consistent kill confirms, but can feel inconsistent at times with how he has to earn his stocks. He doesn't have a lot of prominent cheese. But if you're going to cheese someone, you certainly like to see Dr. Mario on the other side of the screen. I'm not sure I could argue, Chris, that Dr. Mario does better in this matchup than the traditional Mario that No Tag does main, for this reason mostly. Dr. Mario not having the best recovery in the books. Actually, one of the worst, I would say.
I wish you all could have lived life through my eyes as I watched Avery right next to me turn as if that was business as usual and go like that, like right as it happened. That was hilarious. But yes, not hilarious for No Tag as they do lose their first stock very early on, and a perfect showcase of why Dr. Mario can struggle as a character, but boy, not struggling in the damage department as he is able to find a stock of his own in response.
Yeah, that up B out of shield for Dr. Mario is quite powerful and fast. He can combo it out of a pill at some percents, so that is definitely a strong tool in Dr. Mario's arsenal, that if this Greninja wants to get close to Dr. Mario or his shield, you can see No Tag doesn't even have the shield in order to rip it there. You know, has a lot of knockback on the move. Anarchy does have to be careful with that, but Greninja in this matchup, of course, is going to have the speed and the range advantage. You can see that down tilt up smash there from Anarchy and these sharking back airs just to try to fish for this Doctor off stage. He has a lot of quickness and is going to try to get in on this Doctor, but you can see No Tag really swinging out of these close range scenarios. That's what he has to do.
Yeah, and I talked a little bit to Kevin earlier about how some of the greats can really make you believe that bad characters are not so bad after all. And wow, just a down smash off the neutral get up there. But what is it about Anarchy that makes this Greninja look so strong?
I mean, he is just so fast and so creative with this character. This character has so much expression. You can see Anarchy there just understanding the limitations of Dr. Mario's recovery. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think how much this character can do with him being so little known. You can see No Tag going for some fancy setups here. You might start thinking Dr. Mario not that bad after that kind of setup, doing 39 and some change there. These pills from Dr. Mario can lead into a lot of imagination combos. These landing neutral airs from Greninja can be quite good, and Greninja just having the range and the quickness to contest with the best of them.
Yeah, Dr. Mario really dishing some damage now and gets caught on the shield from the get-up attack. Dr. Mario, after what looked like a catastrophic start to that matchup, actually comes out on top in a pretty strong fashion.
Yeah, you gotta find that quite impressive from No Tag. That up B out of shield from Dr. Mario is a real option. You can see how it takes those Greninja stocks nice and quick. Greninja, not a heavy character. You know, you have that quickness, you have that slight range advantage. You don't have the weight on Dr. Mario. And that is one thing that No Tag is going to find here in that game number 1. Dr. Mario having some nice out of shield options, having some nice ways to kill you very early. Those are the few strengths he does have as a character.
Okay, yeah, so now walking through, we do know that No Tag is very comfortable on normal Mario. He's wearing the Mario hat, he's been a lifelong Mario player, but what makes you make this swap other than Dr. Mario being a little bit heavier? Is that it?
I do not have the knowledge to think that Dr. Mario would be stronger in this matchup. I cannot imagine he is. I cannot think of like a specific Mario thing that doesn't work on Greninja. You know, Greninja sits very low to the ground. I could maybe argue that it's difficult for Mario to start combos, but he starts a lot of his combos off of grabs, so I don't think that would affect it. I really feel like this has to be a comfortability thing for No Tag, because that kind of thing just doesn't happen to Mario. At least not very often. I mean, you think they have similar recoveries, but I can tell you Dr. Mario goes much less distance.
Yeah, for sure, but he does have some of these offensive capabilities that we saw in game number 1, and if No Tag's able to string any of that together here once again, it's certainly a formula for success, but we have yet to see it so far. Anarchy going off stage for quite a combo there, able to make it back. Now, percentages even up, but once again with a full stock advantage in favor of Anarchy.
You can see how difficult it is for No Tag to ever get out of this corner just because of how oppressive Greninja is being on Anarchy. On the off-stage presence from this Greninja is just so powerful, just keeping this Doctor away. And No Tag, when he's on the stage, it looks like he has a lot more power. It looks like he has a lot more fluidity to his gameplay. He can get a lot more stuff going. When he's off stage, it's just the survival mode. When he's on stage, he can land strong back airs like that one that will take early stocks. But that one at 130, definitely not something that Dr. Mario likes to see. And you see hits like that, those are the kind of hits that Dr. Mario doesn't thrive of, that Mario would get a lot more of.
Yeah, gonna have to be the start of something pretty great here for No Tag if he's able to claw this one back, but that's not how you'd like to see it start. Does catch a back air to the face out of the shield, letting go just a little early. So we see No Tag go for it all off the stage. A pretty simple combo there for Anarchy to hit him with a footstool and secure that Dr. Mario will never make it back from that.
What a creative reversal there from Anarchy. No Tag obviously going for the stage spike there with Dr. Mario Cyclone. Certainly an idea that Dr. Mario can go for here. It's a nice idea. Greninja's recovery doesn't have a hitbox on it, and that means it gets sniped by Dr. Mario Cyclone. If you do miss, though, you are going to die at any percent, and that is what we saw there. Greninja, the footstool there, I mean, perfect option. Anarchy could have gone for a down air there. That's what I think a lot of players would have done. That's where my mind went originally, but that option would not have killed. It would have booped Dr. Mario upwards, and maybe comboed a back air, maybe you couldn't. But Anarchy understanding that Dr. Mario doesn't have a jump in this spot, I can just footstool in and guarantee my kill there.
Absolutely. So we see No Tag not bailing on the pick yet as we split through 2 games. No reason to bail on the Dr. Mario just yet, at least in the eyes of No Tag. Now, finding good damage off stage there, going for another off-stage interaction with the down B, similar to last game, but with a different angle instead of that straight vertical Kalos stage. So we return back to high percents. We haven't seen these guys get up to these high percents very often in this series. It's been a lot of early, sort of surprising kills.
I would argue that maybe No Tag struggles to kill Anarchy when they play in friendlies, and he is finding a lot more success off of straight hits rather than these combo building up the percents. So, like, I see the idea with the Dr. Mario. It does provide you with some more edge guarding options as well with the Cyclone to catch Greninja Hydro Pump. So there's definitely some tools here that No Tag is showing off how it could be used as a creative option to deal with Anarchy. And although he gets back there, he lived on that stock to 160, which Dr. Mario is going to be very happy with, as he has been able to establish a neutral and establish a real lead.
Yeah, real lead indeed, as the percentage disparity gets to about 50, but not for long, as Anarchy is striking back swiftly as it, catches the up air off stage and forces No Tag into the stage, but well executed there to bail out. Nothing too dangerous. No Tag goes for it again, but not much kill threat there as Anarchy's able to get back to the ledge and get everybody back onto the stage.
Yeah, No Tag's settling for damage on these Cyclone setups off stage. He's not like reversing the Cyclone so that it kills off the side. He's putting it into the stage, and Anarchy's actually getting scared of No Tag Cyclones. If he got hit by that one, it would have been untechable. So that's certainly an option that Dr. Mario has that Mario does not have in the arsenal.
Wow, and again, Dr. Mario living maybe a little bit longer than Mario would in these situations. I mean, we are finally starting to see the value of this Dr. Mario pick, but not that time around. The down throw into the aerial, swift confirm, but I mean, you have to think in a situation like this with a character like Dr. Mario, to be even in stocks, even in percent on your last stock is a pretty good place to be in.
Oh, and this is a big scenario. Got Anarchy off the stage there. Is going to avoid the down throw Cyclone. Big avoidance there from Anarchy, and he has to be careful around this Dr. Mario because he is entering these mid percents where getting hit by one wrong pill, one wrong smash attack, and he might just lose his stocks. Gets hit by a down air, avoids the forward air. That could have spelled disaster. No Tag staying creative on the setups, able to mash out of the grab. Great mash there from Anarchy, saying you can't get more than 2 pummels on
How about it?
A reversal on this Cyclone. Yes, he did it. It to send Anarchy the opposite direction that time, Chris, and that's going to be a stock at 100.
Wow, 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 wow. The Dr. Mario pick is coming together. Avery, we've gone back and forth on this, and I think we would both agree that we didn't necessarily agree, but I guess that's why we're up here with headsets on and not with a controller in hand. No Tag proving us all wrong, proving the world wrong, showing that Dr. Mario can absolutely get it done against fast and versatile characters like Greninja.
Yeah, I'm fascinated for what other matchups No Tag uses this in. Like, I'm thinking like maybe like Pit. I mean, has like a recovery, has no hitbox. but like you can snipe it with Cyclone. I mean, that's what NoTag's going for on these setups. He's going for these big edge guards and these early kills with moves like up B. I mean, that seems to be his entire game plan, and it's working beautifully.
It's working absolutely beautifully, and now Anarchy, for the first time today, is really forced to dig deep and find a solution, and quickly. We load back into game number 4 here. A series lead in favor of NoTag, looking to put it away as they find their first grab and look to find these patented Cyclone offstage interactions the longer this game goes on.
You're completely correct, Chris. This is the first time that Anarchy has been in a deficit, and to Dr. Mario, no less, his own teammate at Winthrop, Anarchy trying to bring the speed to the table on a big stage like Pokemon Stadium 2, keeping this Dr. Mario off stage. This is disaster, Chris. There's nothing.
Oh my goodness! NoTag goes for the one option that's going to neutralize the situation, understanding that Dr. Mario has no chance of recovering, and understanding that Anarchy wants one more hit anyways, and goes for the dunk. I can't believe what we're watching right now. I can't confidently say that at any point in my life have I thought, man, do I want to see a Dr. Mario go on a run right about now and take down who we truly...
On the Beach 2025. We started with 11 teams, and after 2 long days of competition, we are down to just 4. The semifinals start now with our first match being Davenport versus Northeastern. Casters, take it away.
All right, and welcome back. It's been a mini break, a mini pause, as there was, you know, just a slight delay on the side stage, but we're very happy to be back, and we have entered the semi-finals. What a pleasure it is. I'm DJ TJ. This is Mr. Bepic.
I am still Bepic, even despite the long delay, and we have moved into semis. I think everyone that got here was fairly expected, except for Northeastern, who's playing Davenport in the semifinals. And mind you, Davenport just had to clutch up in Game 5 against Wichita State to get here. So everything is not as it seems.
Our bracket's also slightly, there we go, now we're getting it updated. Yeah, so let's talk about Northeastern. That is your 6th seed Northeastern, who took it to Charlotte, had some overtimes, and got it done in 4. Didn't even have to go to distance, but then you look at Davenport, Wichita State, it gets crazier, Bepic.
Well, they played a full 5 as they had 5 minutes of extra time in Game 2. That was a marathon for Northeastern, but they looked so good against Charlotte, and now their reward is Davenport. And I'm wondering how well they can play against this Davenport team who maybe seem a little bit shaken right now after having to go the distance with Wichita.
I mean, every time we say LAN, we normally don't follow it up with an analogy or a definition, but that Davenport-Wichita State series might be the very definition of a LAN, especially in Rocket League, especially here in Myrtle Beach. That was absurd. But I know we don't have too much time, so we looked at the bracket. There was nothing else really too surprising. Obviously, the South Carolina-Maryland game, that was crazy, but there was also 2 overtimes. So far, things relatively maybe calming down, but this series could easily go the distance if Wichita could do it as well.
Especially if Northeastern steps up and plays like we know they can play. They've got a more different style of Rocket League. They play a little bit slower, but doesn't mean they don't have the skills and the peak to take down Davenport here. And Prosk one of their veterans of the roster, flew all the way over here from San Diego. He was playing there last week when I had him in a show match against San Diego State. They lost there in Game 7. Doesn't seem to bother them. They've been popping off this weekend. I mean, Harlequin, their freshman phenom there. Angelo, good bit of experience on his end as well. I love this team. They're a lot of fun.
Flow State as well, a great addition to this roster. I mean, Northeastern isn't maybe fighting with the Titans of CRL up until about now, but Flow State, a very, very solid and the opposite of tense. He's a very relaxed professional. He knows how to coach his guys through both the mental and the physical aspects of Rocket League, and that's why they're a force to be reckoned with.
And of course, can't forget about Director Jay Turbo, a good friend of mine. Love the work that he's done with the program. Northeastern's been kind of a slow burn Rocket League team as they've been improving and improving and improving. And Harlequin's feeling good while looking good. The sunglasses on. They're playing with the camera. I think they're feeling all right about this matchup.
I mean, they're coming in with smiles on their face. They're messing with the overall vibes, and everything's great. They're ready to go, but we've got to look on the other side of the stage. You've got to bring up Davenport.
Northeastern's feeling good, but this is their opponent. Davenport has looked clean. Even in that Wichita State series, they were looking clean. Just all around solid team. 3 incredible individuals, Bolte and Brock and Cam. Terrifying lineup to see across from the stage. And, I mean, Cam has stepped up big time at the top, I think, of our goal leaderboard right now as well. Bolte's up there. Coach Shane is just a big, domineering coach, and he's a big brain in the game. This team has a lot going for him.
Shane's playing chess. Every other manager in CRL is lucky to be playing checkers. He does an incredible job with this program, especially assembling this roster of 3 who's had so much success, not only just in the RLCS scene, but in CRL. Obviously, they've been as high as, I believe, top 8. I don't know if they've crossed that top 6 guideline yet, but they've got to make it through Northeastern, and then they're going to get their stab at the top 4 team, obviously looking at Concord, if they can survive USC as well.
And I was talking to Brock a good bit yesterday, and he was talking about just how competitive this team is. All 3 of them are just competitors. They want to win no matter the stakes, no matter who their opponent is. They want to prove everybody that they are that better roster. And speaking of better, we've got a couple of key players to break down for you.
I mean, Angebro has had an incredible weekend. I mean, last year when they played, you looked a lot at Prosk and then Yellow at the time, who's their offensive leader, and then they add Harlequin, who's just as talented as what Yellow was able to do. But it's Angebro leading the way for this team, and 33 saves is absurd regardless of how many games they played. But then you look at Cam, a very, very dominant force in the Rocket League scene, regardless of if he's in school or not. And you can see it in the stats.
Yeah, Cam knows it. He's good. So we'll talk about Angebro some more. I love this moment during the Charlotte series where Angebro, I think, got a save that he turned into a counterattack goal, and he goes, "That's what I do. I don't do much, but that's what I do." He's done a lot this LAN, and that's the kind of energy that he does bring.
If you were to quote all of the things that Northeastern has said, this entire stream would have to stop.
Yeah,
they are loose
for many
cannons.
reasons.
Yeah, they are loose cannons, but almost in a very positive way. They really bring a lot of fun and energy to this event, and I don't expect this series to be any different.
And highlights on both sides for sure. Davenport was expected to be here. Northeastern definitely the underdogs that pulled off one of the bigger upsets, as Charlotte, I think, was a lot of people's favorites to be one of the top 3 teams. We even got Angebro mind controlling Chip and Huz and do an own goal right there in the highlight reel. I love that. These guys, they just find ways to score against you. Such a skilled team is Northeastern, and we get to see if they can bring it in semis.
You talk about any program in CRL, especially here at this LAN. Northeastern as a play style, it's a culture there. They take demos to heart. Every player is a first man, and it combines for some beautiful moments, but also they're very easy to get on the counterattack against. So they've got to stop that to beat Davenport.
And Davenport, I think, is one of those teams that if they are on point, this series can stop Northeastern in counterattack mode and are skilled enough to to break down a Northeastern team that at time has had awkward moments. I think they will fall into a lull offensively in series, and that can cost them. And for Davenport, they don't really have lulls. Even against Wichita State, when they were losing, Davenport was still looking really good. It was Wichita State that had to step up to take games.
And when they did win, it was some blowout kind of re-lock-in moments as well. And I would expect them to come out in game one firing. I think they got a little too relaxed at the beginning of the day, but I would expect it to completely change now.
Well, the 2 seed for a reason, this Davenport team. Undefeated through groups. The narrative coming into this land was Concord and Davenport. Who can remove them from the grand finals? Because if no one can, it is going to be those two at the end of our stream today. But Northeastern gets their shot at Davenport here in our best-of-5 semifinal, and they get a shot at third place as well. If they do come up short, that's on the line. But none of these 6 players or coaches want to be in that third-place match right now.
I mean, we've got to get there when we get there, because this series, again, Northeastern could come out and shock the world. If Wichita State, no pun intended to the Shockers, but if they were able to almost bring this Davenport roster down in top 8, this is no easy excuse for a game for Davenport to try and relax and prepare for Concord. Nothing's guaranteed, especially here at Boost on the Beach.
Especially in this environment. There are a lot of distractions around here. I mean, the restaurant's filling in for the evening dinner rush, and just in time for the business end of Boost on the Beach 2025. But I mean, we've got loudspeakers in here, loudcasters, the close proximity as well. I mean, on either side of me and TJ are where our players are, so they can easily look across the stage at who they might have just clipped on.
I think my favorite part about the way that the stage is set up is that the third men on the far sides on both teams can actually stare directly at each other, and there's really nothing blocking them. I think that's why there might be a monitor placed in front of us trying to maybe block that view, but either way, we enter the hype chamber and all eyes are on Davenport. They've got to bounce back if they want even a sliver of a chance to survive and then try and take down Concord.
Funny we say that their bounce back comes after a Game 5 victory. That is the kind of pedigree that Davenport bring along with them as a program, but Northeastern is on the up and up. They're getting hyped right now because they know just how important this best-of-5 is. A win over Davenport would mean everything for this team, and they just have to win 3 games. That's it. It seems simple, but not when you have Davenport staring across the pitch from you.
Well, let's get it started. There's only 3 more series before Boost on the Beach 2025 concludes, and it starts with semifinal number 1. Northeastern's had a very, very tough path to make it here, and Davenport's has been tougher than we thought. So now, when they finally combine in the middle, who comes out on top?
Good zoning movement there from Pross, going to back Davenport off. But Davenport, like we talk about, all 3 players are so individually skilled that they can gain so much space with just their first man on the ball. Right there was Brock setting up Cam for a backboard flip reset double that he will send wide.
Cam with the flip reset. We expect all of the members of Davenport to be mechanical, but he's got to lead the way as he's done all weekend. I didn't get to see the exact stats from that Wichita series, but I would imagine he was probably still the leading goal scorer for this roster. You got to look to him.
Oh, another chance for Cam. That time stopped by Angebro. It's pinched out, but a scoring option in Prosk was taken out by Cam in the rotation back to defense. And Northeastern have had to fight off their back foot here as Davenport have had the bulk of possession in our first minute, but they have had chances too. Still need to make stops. So 1v1 now. Cam versus Prosk. Prosk finds a big save and has a teammate to help him out.
How in the world is that not in the net? Cam almost 1v3 super quickly and very, very efficiently. But now, here comes Northeastern trying to find some last-second jabs in their offensive attack. But here comes the Davenport counter. Cam does have a shot, and all 3 members of Northeastern stacked up against each other. That's something that we talked about with this roster the entire weekend. They love to play aggressive, but that defensive side, you've got to be careful.
Overall, as a roster, Northeastern is the team that I think has to step up across the board to take a win here. Davenport, though, can't exactly go through the motions and expect to find a win in this semifinal. So getting creative now as Brock forces everybody up for Northeastern. Prosk is alone, but has time to stop that shot from both. He didn't have a ton of boost or momentum to fire one top right. So Northeastern find a save and have survived 2 minutes here, but Davenport seem to be getting closer and closer with every single possession.
The biggest thing to pay attention to is that, yes, it is 0-0, but the ball has very rarely entered the Davenport back line. And as Northeastern tries to find some chances here, they're still mostly in control as that one's pushed away into Bolte's hands, who does have another pinch, but it is weak. So Northeastern now finally at the halfway point, finding some room, double tap down middle. Andrews there trying 50, but he cannot win, so it falls back to Harlequin, who will try and find Prosk, who's got an air dribble, will go backboard double, but won't be able to find it. Now Northeastern has to reset, but there's not a lot of boost.
They've got a good midfield presence, but like you said, not a ton of boost to keep it. So it's a clear for Davenport. We'll start a fight for possession in the midfield now. Northeastern seem to have maintained it. They have to follow up now as Brock has 100 boost in his own corner and plenty of extra flips. He's a flip reset machine. And that does clear for Davenport, but they need more to play some offense against Northeastern here.
2 minutes to go. Davenport has not been too big of a fan of these blowout type of games. I mean, even in that Wichita State series, there was only one that was a 4-goal margin or more, and actually I believe a 3-goal margin or more. But regardless, they have yet to find their first here in the semis. They are playing back-to-back. There may be some slight excuses there, but you've got no options. It's single elimination, and for Northeastern, they're well aware.
Good defense for Northeastern as well. It's been a big part of why Davenport has been held in check. Some missed shots for sure out of the Panthers, but that one's on frame. Harlequin gets the block for Northeastern. Center ball is just behind Bolte. He can't shoot it, so pops to buy time for his teammates. Cam now, dropped off the ceiling to Brock. Brock will send that shot too high. Davenport again are missing an offense.
70 seconds to go here. Northeastern trying to find some 50s, but Bolte does have time and space, but does win the 50. Brock will now try to speed past one. He beats Harlequin. The net's going to slightly open up. Is there a shot for Bolte? A tap over. Is there another player there? No, it's actually a beat. Brock by himself. That's on the net. He's got low boost, but he does get back to it in time. 50 seconds left. Is there anything to take for Northeastern? A shot goes back on, but it's too far inside. Now it's misses galore. The net's going to open back up again, but finally Northeastern at least stalling what might be the inevitable at this point.
Game one is getting tense, and you have to feel like Northeastern needs this one more than Davenport does after the comeback, especially we saw from Davenport in the last series, that with 30 seconds left, the Panthers fire another one on target. Harlequin again gets a big save to keep Northeastern in this. A goal concession now is almost forking over game one, but Davenport are still pressing the issue. 20 seconds now. Northeastern are surviving on scraps.
We'll see if Prosk has more. He does actually get a bump on Brock. It's the 1v1. It's actually going to be a bump play, though. Bolte's there. Does get done. Gets top left, but it's going to be off. 10 seconds left. Davenport counter is incoming. Cam goes to the backboard. Is there room for Harlequin? Here comes the passing play. Is there another? Prosk can't find it. It's too far. 1 second left. It will eventually go off the corner. We're going to overtime in game one.
No goals to show for a full 5 minutes of play between these two. I can't say I was expecting that one. Northeastern making the unexpected possible this weekend. In the group stage, they finished third in their group, and yet here they are still kicking in the semifinals against Davenport, who have, I think, had the majority of the opportunities in game one, but Northeastern, like I said, still kicking.
Bolte passes it, but not to a blue card. That's a Northeastern player. And now Prosk has room. He'll try to find a pass, but nobody's there. So now Cam will kick that one away. But once again, there's no possession for Davenport. 30 seconds in, basically 40 now as Brock is out 15. There's not a lot of boost. Northeastern's got room off the backboard. This could be a shot. Harlequin's there, but just barely. Brock, I believe, is there for the save. Now Andrew does have room. He's got time and space, but no 50. So now it's Davenport on the back foot.
Great aerial speed from Northeastern here, but they have had to scramble back kind of like that a lot in this game. It's been close, but the Huskies survive. Oh, Angebro had a chance right there. Got a free look from Brock, but Bolte gets on the right side of it, and we'll play on.
That might be one of the closest opportunities. Now Cam gonna go for the reset again. He can't get back to it. Brock is there, but he turns around. Bolte bumped guard. He's gonna be saved by Harlequin. A minute 20 in here. We are still scoreless. Here comes Bolte for the game. Bang! Game one goes to Davenport.
That was a storm that Davenport had to weather. So many looks, but eventually they found themselves the game winner. Took longer than I think they would have expected, but they got that all-important game one, and Davenport is rolling.
I mean, wow. All right, so now we can breathe at least temporarily. As Davenport does get the expected 1-0 start, but not the expected score at all. I cannot believe we only had one goal in that first game.
Northeastern was meeting Davenport in the air so well throughout that game. It led to a lot of their opportunities, a lot of their possession, and more importantly, a good number of their stops defensively. If Northeastern can continue to have that sort of aerial presence against Davenport, who are one of the best teams in the skies in this entire tournament, then maybe we could talk about a long best of 5 now. But Northeastern's got to score, and that Davenport back line was proving to be too tough to break through.
Game 2 is looming. I got to make a big reminder here that teams do have timeouts. So it looks like that Northeastern's not going to use theirs just yet. They don't feel the urgency, and after that Game 1 overtime, I don't see why you would. I mean, they truly had some chances to take that game, and that is just absurd to me.
You want to stay in the flow. I think for Northeastern, they're looking really good right now, and they will have more opportunities in Game 2 if they can stay at that level, but they are the team with more questions asked of them coming into this semifinal, and I think they answered some of them, but I think Davenport answered the more important ones, as they had some chances go by the wayside. That could have been a sizable Davenport lead at any point throughout that game. Northeastern got some good stops, but they have to prevent more of what Davenport is throwing at their net.
Davenport trying to get comfortable here on land, and so far they're gonna do it because Cam is actually gonna be saved by Angebro, and there won't be a follow-up. How has he made it in front of that one? Is now Bolte will try to re-follow up, but 30 seconds in, Northeastern may be awkward, but my, are they still kicking.
Davenport now retreating into defense. Bolte will hold on to this, and we stopped by the first Northeastern advancing player. Frost has no boost. He's looked a little bit off here in Game 2 so far. A couple of awkward moments, and the lack of resources won't help. Off the backboard, Harlequin tested defensively. He passes with flying colors.
Look at the boost numbers on Davenport. This is unheard of from a team of this caliber, being starred by, I don't even know if it's Northeastern or if it's a mix of themselves, but either way, though there may be 100, 1,000 shots in Northeastern's net, they continue to thrive under this pressure, but Cam trying to find some thrive of his own. There's not going to be a read from Angebro, and another save on the goal line. Look at Harlequin go to work.
This is precarious for Northeastern, though. The saves are electric, but you cannot rely on that against a team like Davenport. Another center ball, and Harlequin, low on boost, will just poke the ball away, and that's right at Cam. Dangerous prospect. Solo play with Brock pre-jumping, but Brock is just off. Coach Shane has his hands on his head with how close Davenport was to scoring a worldie.
I mean, there is now 3 goals that probably we should be seeing, as now Davenport's finding room, but they're bumping players in the 50s. This type of madness is something that we don't see out of this Davenport roster often. The entire program, regardless of A, B, or C team, they never preach this type of play, and now Northeastern's bringing them all the way to the brink, and they might find a chance here. Double for the 50, it will work, but nobody can follow, and now Brock is removed from the play.
Northeastern seems to be getting a little bit antsy here. 2 minutes come and gone, and Davenport have the bulk of possession, but still, just 1 goal in this series so far. I don't have the exact numbers on Davenport shooting this game, but they put 12 on target in Game 1, even in overtime. And that kind of output has only continued for the Panthers now. Northeastern rely on really incredible blocks on their goal line just to stay afloat now.
Davenport trying to take their time now. They're playing slower, they're playing more composed. Brock might find a bump, but no, Northeastern. They may send 2 people at a ball, but at least one of them is hitting it every single time, and so they're able to stall some time out. It will be Prosk, who does fake out 1, make it 2. We'll go for the 3rd, and that's going to be open, but Bolte is there. I mean, sweeping through out of nowhere. Now there could be a shot, though, but just barely has a touch from Cam, I believe, who does kick it out, and now it's Brock coming in, fakes out 1, tries to get past another, but Northeastern is unfazed.
Great composure by Andrew to dive in for that challenge, waited for the touch, and Davenport have to try again, but they're beaten right there. Prost gets a big midfield win. Bolte finds Cam in the corner, no boost, but he can generate momentum from nowhere on the side wall. And now Brock has boost upfield, an open backboard, an open net, but no goal. Davenport have to be hitting some of these eventually.
I mean, it's unlike game one where they didn't have as many chances that should have gone in, so it's a weird story to try and follow as now Cam will take a player out and finally they take advantage of the miscommunication and the demo.
Can't believe that's what finally goes in for Davenport here because Northeastern were in position. Harlequin was in the area but did get tagged by his own teammate, and Davenport are given a bit of a gift here with 92 seconds left in game 2.
Very thin margins when you come to a LAN event like this. You've got people eating around you, you've got sirens going off in the background, you've got teams playing out of their minds, and also the vice versa as Northeastern, a team who's normally been on the positive side of that story, but is struggling right now. Down 1, Cam I try to make it number 2, but Harlequin reads it beautifully, and now Bolty will take a stab at it. Can't find much more, and now once again Northeastern looking to find any possession and boost that they can.
Generating offense is still going to be so difficult for Northeastern here, and in the final 60 seconds they need the next goal. There is no way they're reverse sweeping Davenport, so scoring is a must. Andrew picks up 100 out to the side, gets a pass downfield. So good for Harlequin, and a bump, doesn't find really anything in that play. Northeastern are scrapping for every bit of territory on Manfield night now. Davenport are holding that midfield line expertly. The cross redirects backboard. Volti and Brock are both ready to field it.
Oh, and that's pinched back on the Northeastern net, and it actually will work in their favor, but that touch is aggressive as nobody can follow, and it's complete catastrophe in front of the net, and Davenport is given a freebie, Bepic. That's 1, 2, 3 going past it.
Oh, that stings. That stings for so many reasons for Northeastern at Davenport. It just seems like they're outlasting Northeastern right now, staying composed themselves, not letting in any goals through basically 2 full games of Rocket League, and then waiting for Northeastern to give them that one mistake, one slight error, and Davenport have 2 now.
Northeastern trying to maybe make something happen, but they've got to make it happen now. Pass goes middle, is completely dusted away by Brock. A touch middle from Bolty as well, but nobody's there to receive. There is a late chance for Harlequin, but they've got to go quickly. There goes one player looking for another, does flick it up and over, but Brock is there to stall it out. This shot is a double. It'll stay middle, but it won't matter. Davenport take game 2, not comfortably, but at least with a safe padding before the clock hits 0.
Nothing's been comfortable in this series for either team. It shows you the stakes of this event. Semifinals, winner gets a stab at the winner of Concord, South Carolina. Concord definitely heavy favorites there, but South Carolina could do something special like Northeastern's so close to doing here against the heavy favorites in Davenport. These are close games. There's 3 goals across 2 of them. And Northeastern, well, in game 3, I think this is obvious analysis. They've got to get on the board.
All right, well, I have to quote you. You said that they will not reverse sweep Davenport, and I want to agree. I want to say that's a safe prediction, Bepic. But with how today and this entire weekend has gone and how it's gone in the past, I just don't know yet. I mean, we're talking 1-0, 2-0. Northeastern obviously still looking for their first goal, but it's not like they're getting dominated so far. But the shot numbers are absurd. They only had 1 that game.
26-6 is the shot aggregate through 2 games now. And to slightly correct you, I said there is no reverse sweeping Davenport. I think that holds true for just about any team in this LAN environment, in this entire event. But you're right, Northeastern do have to do it. Otherwise, they're fighting for 3rd place a little bit later on. And like I said, no one playing right now wants to be in that series.
So we're going to enter game number 3. Northeastern backs against the wall and with the absolute ceiling in their hands to punch through. Can they do it here and start a comeback?
Genuinely, I don't even know what I would suggest for Northeastern's offense to break through Davenport. I think it has to come from brilliant plays like that. Pass across, sets up a rebound, and Angebro will score. So they answer my own thought.
Well, there you go. Not only does Northeastern find their first of the series, they find the first of this game, and it's on top of 3 Davenport defenders.
Well, Angebro said he doesn't do much for this team, but that is doing a whole lot for Northeastern. A goal 18 seconds in, and hey, at the very least, it won't be a perfect sweep.
Bolte looks to air dribble over. I'm sure Davenport, after the last few series, are not a fan of being down ever. And Cam will try to go off the backboard. Brock's there. It'll be another double commit out of Northeastern, but at least it works, even though we just watched Prost get taken out. It'll be a complete reset for Davenport now.
This control from Bolte just sticks his car to the ball and wins a 50-50. That could have given Davenport some space, but busy demoing Northeastern right there. They'll bide their time, break out with this cam clear and boost grab and Andrebro concession of possession. He can't get back to the ball, but Harlequin on the goal line this series has been phenomenal.
You've got to break this series down by moments if you're Northeastern. You can never get ahead of yourself. So far, they survived the first minute, but again, Davenport, you mentioned it between games, they are the more consistent team over time, regardless of pressure or not. That's just a pure mechanical diff that they have, obviously being a top team in the entire nation, but so far, they're still looking for that chance, but they're not in any rush to try and do something stupid.
So Harlequin's waiting for Brock here. It's a good 50-50. Gives Northeastern a chance at possession, and Andrebro's positioning will give it to him. Harlequin sends it back mid, but Brock was prepared for that. Those antics aren't going to break through Davenport's defense that easily. And now Cam with a double, misses. Maybe he was leaving that for Brock. Either way, Northeastern find another save, and Davenport, the offensive woes continue.
Brock also had a chance there, but could not get back around to it. They are going to try and keep this in the orange half, though. Bolte, solid 50, but is then beat in the next play. Brock takes the boost, tries to free up some room for Cam, but now it will finally fall to his turn as he'll go up the wall. He'll beat one for now. He'll use the empty jump to get over another. He'll try and fake it down. Two players jump for Northeastern as once again, it's another messed up Davenport opportunity. Now Cam off the ceiling, looks for Brock. Brock looks dead middle, but again it's saved by Northeastern.
It's unbelievable. Harlequin, another save. He's trying to make a last-ditch effort to get in the top 5 save leaders of this entire event, and this series will do wonders for him, as he's a big part of the reason why Northeastern are still in a position to have a go at the reverse sweep. But Davenport supplies another shot off the crossbar. Northeastern keep their lead.
Halfway through game number 3, and Davenport once again finding their game 2 struggles, and now they're going to try and keep the offense moving, but they're sacrificing players for little gain as Bolte will try to win at 50. It's actually a fake. Cam is there. Is this going to be saved? No! It's off of a player's hood, and it will be the tying goal.
And even if that ball was going to stay out off the crossbar, Cam was cleaning that up. Davenport needed one right now as Northeastern were holding on for dear life, but the Panthers are right back in this, and with the same sort of style of offense, just putting shot after shot, going through their offensive motions effectively, and like the theme has been, eventually Northeastern will crack.
Cross trying to find a moment, and that's a crazy pre-flip from Cam, who has definitely been the crutch for Davenport thus far, and he was going to try and find more, but Harlequin's got a wide open net. Prosk has another open net, and Northeastern takes the lead! The Huskies barking on!
Look at this from Harlequin. The win there past Brock, and then lands perfectly to recover fast enough to beat the last man of Davenport, and nicely done by Prosk. Those high-pressure open nets are not easy to hit, but he nails an important one for the Huskies.
A minute 40 to go, and a kickoff strat comes out from Northeastern. It is countered though, so now Bolte has room. We'll try to find a reset, doesn't need it. We'll just try to simply get a B. The net will slightly open up, but Cam doesn't go. Tries to take time, we'll go for the passing play. Bolte and a Northeastern defender will miss, and Cam grabs the boost as well. But it's Andrebro with a great 50, trying to give Northeastern some time now as they only have 90 seconds left of defense they need.
Off the ceiling, Prosk will challenge Brock. Andrebro, though, doesn't have a whole lot of boost, just tosses his Fennec at the incoming Davenport player. Brock's got an extra flip off the ceiling there, and even all the smoke and mirrors sent Northeastern's way aren't distracting them, as Davenport are still hunting for their second equalizer of this game, and Prosk will be able to kill a good bit of time now, though he loses car privileges along with Andrebro. It's just Harlequin for the time being, but defensively, that's a safe bet.
Harlequin awkward by himself for a little bit, but now all 3 members of Northeastern will try to meet the next player. Here comes another shot. It's going to be pushed in the corner, but what a save from Harlequin again. Now 40 seconds left. Flip reset for Brock. How about one more? It's in front of the net, and what a play from Brock.
More clutch from Davenport. Look at this setup. Brock is so good in these slow burn plays right out in front of the Northeastern net. He doesn't have a ton of real estate to work with, but he's happy to set up his teammate in tight quarters. Big equalizer for Davenport. They're still hunting for this sweep.
Prosk will go for the bump. It's going to try and open up a lane for Andrew Bro, and now there could be a redirect opportunity, but not enough boost once again for Northeastern. 30 seconds left. They've proven they can take goals away from Davenport in clutch situations. Can they do it again, or will it be Davenport redirect in front of the net? But it's bailed out for now, and now finally Prosk gets a moment to breathe.
Not a whole lot of space, though, as two Davenport players interfere with his solo play. Now Brock has put the ball mid, and Angebro's awkward, but he's so good at getting out of those weird situations. Final 5 seconds, though, and Davenport are pressing for a regulation win here, trying to close things out in 3. Brock's freestyling. That's a bolty for Cam, but Angebro blocks it. We get another OT.
There's a 0-second chance, but it falls away. Davenport have done well in overtime thus far in this series, but maybe the Demons of Wichita State may be starting to hunt.
Harlequin without a whole lot of boost still gets the ball center and beats Bolte. Cross beats the next man up for Davenport, and Northeastern are building towards an overtime winner. Angebro's there, but can't make contact. Northeastern needed that.
20 seconds in, that's a great flick and a pre-jump as well, but Brock can't get to it. But now there's plenty of room, and the lobby has disconnected. The lobby completely disconnected. That's going to force a restart.
Well,
and it's going to be golden goal situation. We're going to get golden goal in 7s. Oh my God. Are you kidding?
Well, at least we're on even footing. That's the benefit of restarting from an overtime here, but now we get to see who handles adversity a little bit better, as momentum has been killed, and we're going to figure this out.
Okay, well, I guess we can talk about that game for now, but
sure.
Northeastern finds their first 2 goals in leading situations. They took control of that game, and Davenport has not had a lead yet in Game 3.
No, and they held the lead as well. Davenport fought back twice, and while Northeastern defended their first lead, have yet to defend the second one, but we'll see what they can do once we restart. I mean, they've got a mental coach with them, Flow State, I imagine, and Shane as well. It's just kind of a coaching battle that you will never see actually on a stage or on a screen or in a stat sheet, but how do you keep your players composed in this sort of moment?
I mean, for Northeastern, you're already down 0-2. You played that game with no regrets. That's how you got your first 2 goals. You got back to that aggressive style that got you here today in this moment, and they've got to stick with that in overtime. They can't play like they're stressed or worried, because that's exactly what Davenport's trying to battle with.
And I think it's the teams against Concord and Davenport that trust themselves and play confidently, play quickly, just throw themselves at the ball, obviously in a smart fashion. You can't be going at whatever challenge, but if you do play up to the speed of Davenport and you can handle that level of pace, you can keep up with these guys. Northeastern's shown glimpses of that, but they need to take the next half step to win games against Davenport, string together some more momentum, and see if they can't force a Game 5.
I mean, so far for Davenport, they have been very, very slowly moving up towards being comfortable here in Myrtle Beach, but they're showing flashes. Against Wichita, they did not look like this. And I know that we give them criticism for missing shots, but at least they're getting them in the first place. Davenport is taking the right strides to be ready for a potential grand final matchup, but again, they're still an overtime away from making it there, and Northeastern's got plenty of those on their belt.
And these are loud teams, too, so the next goal is extremely important, especially for Northeastern. Obviously, for Davenport, they score next, they win the series, they're on to the grand finals. But Northeastern, with the next goal, they get a game win, a lot of hype behind them because they get loud over everything, even saves that they're making in this series. And that does wonders on land.
Well, I might as well give us a brief snapshot of where we stand for those of you just recently joining us. So, hello, my name is DJ TJ, this is Mr. Bepic. We're here live at the Hangout in beautiful Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and for Boost on the Beach 2025. This is the 3rd installment of this event, $5,000 prize pool, and this right here is a direct money match. It can make a huge difference. In fact, it's between $500 at the bare minimum, or actually the bare maximum if you lose, and then $1,500 for the bare minimum if you do make it through this match.
Lots of money on the line here for a land that has such a unique environment and a fairly fun atmosphere. It has been quite enjoyable getting to talk to and hang out with all the players. I think every single one of them is just a cool person to talk to. And sometimes there are teams out there that just shutter off to themselves. They don't talk much. They're just here to play some Rocket League and that's it. But everyone here is so social. It's a great time, but still, there is a lot on the line.
We are also waiting for some production updates, but I believe by the rule book we are going to have to reset the lobby, but then go off of the very first goal will be the end of said game. And that is exactly what production has told me. So, how many times have you seen this in your career, Bepic? Because this event last year was one of my first major casts. I don't think I've ever seen this happen, especially on land.
No, I don't think I've seen a full DC in an overtime here, because if it was just a player DC, I would assume we keep playing, but
unfortunately,
it was a full lobby disconnect, so I don't think I've ever had to restart a game in golden goal territory here, but it's time for first for everybody.
I mean, there is just so much I'm speechless about in terms of this weekend, but this series continues to deliver, and even though the scoreline says otherwise, Northeastern is still very much in this game, and I worry for Davenport, because Northeastern's been quiet because they haven't been scoring as much, and that's how they've gotten so many teams off guard, especially Charlotte, when they took that game in 4 earlier, and now if they finally get rolling and they're scoring on top of it, this could be blown wide open.
Just 2 goals for Northeastern in this series, and they both came in Game 3. They had been shut down by Davenport's defense, and there were good looks for Northeastern. It's just Davenport on their own back line is so tough to break through because they have such good game sense. They're used to playing in such high skill lobbies and against the best in CRL, so it's not easy to break through them, which tells you just how impressive it is that Wichita State brought them to 5 in the previous series. Now Northeastern scored a pair in a big Game 3, and we'll see. It looks like everybody's got their headsets back on. It looked like they're looking at their monitors, so we'll see what happens hopefully pretty shortly here.
From what I'm seeing our wonderful TOs do, we are joining the lobby, and yes, we have gotten confirmation, so it will be first to 1 goal. The Mutators are on in a LAN lobby for money. This is a first for, I think, many of us, if not all of us, here at Boost on the Beach, but we have to bring you the action, and you cannot go anywhere. This Game 3 is almost certain to be electric.
I love the unlimited length Mutator. That's just so funny to see, but the max 1 goal score is also in play here, but this is the first time I've seen the clock counting up without the plus next to it, meaning we're in overtime. So weird situation. And like I brought up, how do you recover from this? I mean, you've played a good bit in your time, TJ. I mean, how do you lock your boys back in?
Well, for who do you want me to start with? Because I got reasons.
Hey, either side.
Let's start with Davenport. You've got to come back to your roots. This is their first LAN as a team. We know what they can do online. We know how good they are in terms of the national scale and the world scale in terms of their rankings in 2s, 3s, 1s. They are in the overall one of the best choices for the winner of this event. Obviously, you still got to beat Concord, but this is Davenport's strength, is very awkward situations where all they have to do is show up and simply ball out. You've got to do it here. For Northeastern, let it go. You get the reset. If anything, this is better for them because Davenport was showing signs of coming back early, but here we go. Welcome to Golden Goal.
Let's get things started again. Off kickoff, Volte's a chance. No. Davenport advances to the grand finals off kickoff. You have got to be kidding me.
That is absurd. Are you kidding me? I cannot believe that we go through all of that reset just to end it in, what was that, 3 seconds? Something like that?
Far too short a time period. But hey, Davenport move on. They survive. They locked back in, and that's why kickoffs are so important in Rocket League.
So that's the end, and now we're taking a look. Obviously, good sportsmanship on both sides. That's what I love so much about Northeastern, is that they will be loud. They may bother you in how they play, but they're never going to be rude or say anything bad about you. They are truly in it for the love of the game.
They're good guys. I mean, Andrew more focused on the camera there than the fist bump. So we will see more of them in the 3rd place match if you are in the venue. setting up a great contest for $500 later on in the show. But Davenport do get to grand. It's what was expected of them. And they have been tested throughout this weekend. They've dropped games. They've seen game 5s. They've seen tight overtimes. But Northeastern fall in sweeping fashion to a Davenport team that we expected to be that kind of dominant.
But you've got to put an asterisk there because we're talking overtimes, we're talking one-goal games, and even when it wasn't a one-goal game, what was it, 2-0 in game 2?
Yes.
I mean, that cannot go under or overstated. You've got to kind of listen to that and view it just right. Yes, it is a LAN, but that's scary still.
Well, Grand Finals is shaping up to be a great one. We got Concord, South Carolina next, TJ, and it's the same narrative for South Carolina. They've looked great this weekend, similar to Northeastern. They're coming in on a hot streak. They're playing one of the top teams. They get their shot to maybe snag one of those Grand Finals spots, and, well, we've already seen Northeastern fall in close fashion. South Carolina could do something similar.
And Concord has also shown signs. Now, granted, their playoff story has not been very rough for them as they had a great start to the morning. They got to play Kentucky to wrap up group stage and then have rolled through the bracket without really dropping a lot of goals. And then yesterday they did drop a game to Northeastern, but if anything to go off of, Northeastern genuinely is a top 4 team, potentially a top 3 team here in South Carolina.
And playing for money as well. So much on the line at Boost on the Beach. So much adversity as well. We talk about distractions, the disconnects as well, but Davenport composed themselves. So move on in advance. That's the name of the game in a single elim bracket. It's not easy to get through this thing, but Davenport is one step closer to claiming a Boost on the Beach title, and there are some prestigious teams that have won this event in the past.
I mean, shoot, Northeastern was actually competing for, I believe they were actually in the semis in their very first Boost on the Beach, because I know that South Carolina was in the grand final of that event. So it's weird we're seeing, it was actually Northeastern with the finals, Jimmy. Thank you, production, for saving me there. But that's something to pay attention to, and I don't think USC must have been far off then if they weren't in the grand finals.
Place.
So either way, we're seeing some weird blast from the past, but also with 2 newcomers of Boost on the Beach who are exceedingly doing well so far.
And it's not easy to come into this environment and play well your first time here. But we have seen some good newcomers. Davenport, Maryland was a fresh team to Boost on the Beach as well. Northeastern has been here, but apparently that's not even enough against Davenport. That is just how good they are.
I mean, what more can you say, obviously, regarding a team like Davenport? They've been elite for years, and they haven't gotten to show up on LAN, and when they finally get their chance, they are now just 1 series away from winning it all and being your 2025 Boost on the Beach champions. But there's 2 other teams on the other side who are going to try and deny that, as South Carolina and Concord are getting set up around us. And we also will have an interview for you very soon. But, I mean, the action's just going to get better. We might as well. Do you want to throw predictions down for the next series?
Predictions.
Might as well, right? We still got time to kill.
This is tough because I love my South Carolina boys. I love the story that they're coming in to Boost on the Beach with, but Concord is a national championship winning roster, and I don't know if I can bet against that here. I think I definitely favor Concord. I'll say a 3-1 just for funsies. But Concord, heavy favorites in that one.
I'm going to join you on that boat. I was also going to say 3-1. I mean, all of the overall storytelling that goes into a team like South Carolina this season, especially with Katz being a senior, there's too much going on around the Gamecocks for us to not side with them at least a little bit. But Concord did beat UT Dallas very, very easily in the earlier part of the day, so they're looking dominant.
That's a good UTD team as well. They kept it somewhat close with Concord, but no one has really been able to throw the Mountain Lions any real adversity. But Davenport could going forward. Not a huge offensive explosion of a series from them, but it did spread the love. And look at the amount of shots that they laid on Northeastern. Harlequin totaled 13 saves against the 32 shots of Davenport, which is pretty impressive in its own right.
I mean, Cam with 15 alone. Bolte stepping up when he needed to as well, but also that goal count dangerously low. So you got to give credit to the Northeastern defense where, look at their total save count. I saw 10, 5, and 13 going down the board.
Wow. Who had 10? Was it Angebro?
I believe it was Angebro.
Okay. I mean, they were stacking that net. That is a big reason why that series was so close. But I believe our interview is ready. So let's throw it over to Dan. I think he's talking to Coach Shane. All right.
You got to give credit to the Northeastern defense
I am here joined by Davenport's head coach, Shane. Shane, how do you think your boys played there?
Oh, I mean, hey, we played good enough to win. You know what I mean? They like to stress me out, but I mean, as long as we keep moving on, that's, you know, I'll take it.
So this whole kind of weekend, we've been here in Davenport, we've been here in Concord. Now you guys have finally put yourselves in the grand finals. Has this tournament gone how you expected? Do you think there are places where you could have played better, or have you been kind of doing what you wanted?
I mean, the expectation always to play better. You know what I mean? Our goal yesterday was don't drop a game. We came up just short of that, dropping one. You know, but the plan was to find Concord, and once we find Concord, you know, we'll figure out what to do when we get there. You know what I mean? And we've like you said, put ourselves in the position to do that.
So what are you going to now go? You guys got a little break before grand finals comes up. What's the message to your team now as you wait before you finally, hopefully, end with a W?
I mean, just keep doing what we've always done. You know what I mean? They're upstairs warming up right now. You just gotta keep the heart rate down and just, you know, prepare to go compete. And you know, that's what we've done. That's what we've done all day today. The Wichita State series was tough. The Northeastern guys, like that, it's 3-0 on the scoreboard, but they're coached so well. They played so well, and you know, it's yeah, we've competed all day. So that's the plan.
Competing all day. That's what they're going to continue to do. Shane, thank you so much for the time here. That is going to be it here. We're going to go back up to the desk to get you right into the action.
Welcome back. We're back to the desk here for semifinal number 2. I'm Exil, joined by Griff here. We have a banger on our hands. We have Concord and USC trying to pull off an upset.
Oh, absolutely. And this is going to be a fantastic game. We got the 1-seed Concord versus the 5-seed University of South Carolina here for your second semifinal matchup of the day. 4-0 Concord in the group play, 3-2 University of South Carolina. Both teams doing a fantastic job in the post-game play, kind of bracket game play.
Bracket.
They're doing a fantastic job. We got some absolute banging games so far for you guys to watch, and we're excited to just bring you another good one.
Yeah, USC had a very close matchup in their bracket stage up against UMD. It was a 3-0, but man, was it close. Maryland really giving USC, the Gamecocks, a run for their money. And on the other side, Concord, a very clean 3-0 against the UT Dallas here. So trying to keep that momentum up. They were warming up on the side stage as well. So they should be warm and ready to go. Both of these squads looking to punch their ticket to the grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. We're looking to get into the action as fast as possible for you guys, so hopefully that comes without further ado. But yeah, let's talk about the post play a little bit. Let's talk about that bracket run. And Concord looking super dominant, like you said, in our games. We actually casted them, and I believe in our last cast that we had, they were controlling the field completely. And I mean, they completely control the field. Looking over at the University of South Carolina, right? They upset their opponent at the number 4 seed, which was University of Maryland. They upset them with a 3-0. So I mean, these rosters are deep with talent. I mean, these guys are working well together.
Yeah, if I heard the producers correctly, we're not doing intros, question mark, or we are going to go into some player intros. Excuse me, it's pretty loud in this venue, the hangout being what it is. We're going to go through the Gamecocks first. We have Cats, Og, and SJT on this squad. SJT, of course, the newcomer. We've talked about him all weekend long. Cats, the captain of this team as well. I mean, everyone on this roster really performing at a high level.
I mean, absolutely. I'm watching this intro video, and they just look like a good time. Like, these guys look like they have a lot of fun together. And believe it or not, we're going to look at the little Roman cam, get some action behind the scenes, see what the players are seeing how they're warming up, getting ready for this very intense, very difficult matchup against Concord. What do you think this game is going to result in, Ben?
You know, I feel like it could be close, right? I know USC has some fire lit under them. They want to get to that grand finals. They want to prove themselves here as a squad to be reckoned with moving forwards in Collegiate Rocket League. But Concord is so unbelievably strong, right? When we look at that team, it's going to be a tough task, but players like Cass and Og, they've been here for a while, right? They have been around. They know exactly what to do, especially in this environment. But now, on the flip side, Concord, the newcomers to this tournament as we go through their roster.
Right, 100%. First off, we got Seamus, right? Lithuanian player, very talented on offense. We got their oldest player, sophomore, Helix, very solid base that the team could build around. And then we got Crispy, who is doing a fantastic job creating space for this team and getting the ball to the offense. And of course, we got Coach Tay behind them, and as well as Coach Johnny Boy, making sure these guys are ready and locked in for what could happen today.
Yeah, Concord is definitely the favorite going into this matchup. I do want to point out Seamus specifically in that matchup against UTD. 5 goals in 3 games. Very, very dominant on that offensive side, and a lot of that is to do with the teammates. Helix and Crispy doing a great job at setting up a lot of these angles, setting up Seamus with great opportunities and looks at these goals, disrupting the defenses, opening up passing lanes, and frankly, just funneling Seamus with that ball. Very mechanically talented.
Oh, 100%. And on offense especially is when their ability to go from first man and turn back into the play and immediately attack the ball again, it is insane. And we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of these key players for both teams. I believe on Concord we have Seamus, and on South Carolina we have Cat. And a very split kind of, I guess you would say, statistic-wise, right? The Pinks obviously being higher than the Blues, highlighting that Seamus more of a goal scorer, whereas Cats is more playing that backfield, that supportive role, getting his team the ball up through the backfield.
Yeah, definitely Cats on that kind of back angle of things. Still 10 goals in their pocket as well, but the assists as well, 13 saves as well, a high statistic for Cats as well. But yeah, I mean, Seamus, 17 goals, 9 assists, and only 4 saves. We often see this player hyper-aggressive on the offensive side. We often see Crispy and Helix back on those defensive rotations. Of course, Seamus, when it is needed, is there to get saves under his belt as well, but definitely looking for Seamus to be more aggressive than his teammates in Crispy and Helix. Cats as well doing a great job funneling the ball over to SJT specifically. Very good on that offensive side, the newcomer for the Gamecocks.
Oh, 100%. He looks to be an absolute positive light for this team, right? They look to build around him, make sure they're getting him ball in the midfield. I mean, when you have a rookie come in, and especially at a LAN setting, and have such an appearance that he has had in this tournament so far this weekend, he is doing a fantastic job. He is carrying that rock well. And one thing I love is when we look at the player cams and everyone's smiling, everyone's having a good time, right? No, like, of course they're nervous, but they're not going to let you guys see that. They're just ready to play.
Yeah, no, both of these teams are definitely ready to play, right? They were warming up on that side stage during the earlier semi-final matchup, Davenport and Northeastern. Davenport punching their ticket into the grand finals. The loser of this semis will now go down to face Northeastern in that 3rd place matchup that will be being played on the side stage as well. So very excited to jump into this one. Let's get some predictions under our belt here. Griff, what do you think is going to go down?
So, like I said earlier, Ben, I think that this is Concord's game to lose. However, if there was a team that could do it that's not Davenport in the finals, it was these guys. These guys have played solid. They know how to play as a team.
Yeah.
And if they can have a fast transition from defense to offense, I think they could really catch Concord on a lot of moments. However, like we said, Concord's defense is their offense, right?
Yeah.
They are so prominent on offense that it makes it that their defense, they're solid, but they don't have to focus on defense because of their offense.
No, exactly. USC, a very strong team dynamic over there with South Carolina. If they can keep that up, open up some of their passing lanes that they like to try to find. Specifically, Cats and Og have been playing together for quite a while as well. They have that connection already built. We often see Og also alongside SJT on that offensive side, finding shots, finding goals for the Gamecocks here. So we'll see if they can keep that up, or if Concord has the answer right, if they can interrupt those passing lanes, make sure that the Gamecocks don't get any forward momentum and keep, like you say, offense is the best defense, right? That is what Concord's game plan might be coming into this matchup.
100%. And when I see Concord play, they just kind of do what they do best, right? They move the ball around the field. They constantly know where each other are on offense. It allows for fake plays, passing plays. We'll see a lot in this game, especially Concord moving the ball around in offense, right? You'll see first man pass the ball to third man, second man will fake it, rotate back, and then be second man again. it's just going to be electric here tonight. I cannot wait to hop into this game. I'm just ready for some great Rocket League.
Yeah, one thing that I do also want to point out about some of the passing lanes that Concord does go for, the aerial passing game, right? Not something that we often see from some teams. Definitely nice when you do see it, because that is just textbook communication, right? When those lanes are available and opened up, it is super hard to defend the waterfall shots coming up high. Very hard to read where that ball is going to go, and there's a lot of movement available as well when you go through for those aerial dribbles as we go into our hype chamber, into our fly-through, getting ready to start game number 1.
I'm waiting for this game, dude. I just wanted to start. I want us to get right in and get this action packed right. We're getting a beautiful fly-through of, I believe that is DFH Stadium, my home course, of course. I love it. But anyway, tally-ho, let's get right into game 1 right now.
Game 1 underway. Concord in orange, South Carolina in blue. Cats now in the air trying to get that offensive prowess going, but instead Concord is going to find the clear. Can they get there in time? Yes, sort of. Helix able to catch that one off of that deflection. Seamus with the pass. The defense was there, but the ball was too fast. Seamus first on the board for Concord.
I mean, that's actually what you want to see, right? You want to get that pressure out early. You want to get these passing plays through the midfield, doing a fantastic job slotting that one in the bottom left corner, taking that lead early, putting the pressure on, putting the pedal to the metal, if you will, as early as possible.
Yeah, Concord, 19 seconds, 1 goal. Let's see if they can do it again. Helix now off of the wall, sent back down. Seamus now a nice boot off of the ceiling, but Hog is going to be able to carry that one. A 50-50 met in the air from Crispy. Now Helix, a good clear coming through from Castle to be able to transition that into anything more. Crispy going down, but Seamus already in possession. Flip reset in their back pocket. Cats back on defense, pushing it off to the corner.
One thing Concord that I love that they do is they get right up as Helix is unable to find that one off the inner quarter of the wall. Cat's going to look to counterattack, misses the wide open net, going to look to jump and put this one back in. Concord doing such a great job doing a full court press, but it works out in their favor most of the time, but they almost got counterattacked right there. Cats could not just find the open net as this shot is going to come out, and Helix is going to extend the lead to 2 for the Concord.
Yeah, lobbing that one up off of the backboard. Cats gets beaten out by Seamus there, and it's Helix there to seal the deal. South Carolina unable to get back on defense in time. Concord now find themselves with a 2-0 lead in game number 1.
Kickoff here, going to do a fake play. Faked off, Seamus now passing down to Helix. Off the crossbar, Crispy. Oh, I thought Crispy was going to be there to shoot it. Oh, I thought something was happening.
Yeah, not going for that triple commit just yet. Now we see Crispy getting active on this offensive side. Helix now pushing it off the wall. Seamus trying to find that cross as well, but SJT off the wall, carrying that one far corner here for Concord. Now trying to find a cross, a bump as well, but Seamus there to push that out of the corner. Open goal. Can they get there in time? Seamus going for the double tap. Crossbar says no. Helix now tossing it up across the field. Seamus still in position, but it's going to be Helix instead to take this one out of the corner. But Og finally able to find the clear that South Carolina was looking for.
That full course press is really just kind of constricting South Carolina to be forced in their own 18-yard box as Helix is going to try to counterattack, pops it up. No one in the goal as of right now. Can he get there? Unable to get the shot. Going to tap it to the corner. Seamus going to look to put it back in. South Carolina, looks a little bit scrambly on defense. I think that they're getting to the point where they're like, oh no, what's happening as another shot goes off the crossbar on the wall. This could be a counterattack. Seamus going to cut off SJT, able to get recovery back. Oof. I mean, this is Rocket League at a peak.
Yeah, Cats now with some boost has a shot. Helix back on defense, able to find that save. Og now trying to find some momentum. Cats lobbing it up towards that crossbar, but it's Seamus again back on that defensive side, able to find the save. Crispy with boost to work with, won't be able to get through the defense. However, will find a demo, and Helix will take it himself. Concord 3-0 in game number 1.
Crispy doing a fantastic job winning that 50, then Helix getting in and Crispy staying in the play even though he has passed the ball to find that demo, open up the net. Easy tap in for Helix due to his teammates' well-being. I mean, right now the team is so good off, right? They have the pressure. They have a 3-goal lead. 2 minutes left on the clock. They're doing a really good job of spacing out and not stepping on each other's toes, leaving the ball when they need to. Little show of mechanics there with the chain dash. I mean, it looks like they're feeling themselves out there.
Yeah, SJT now trying to find an angle, has a look, but Helix back again on that defensive end. Keeps South Carolina scoreless on a shot on goal. Will they follow up? No, unable to find it. Seamus now meeting Og in the air midfield. Helix pushing it into the corner, looking for a cross, but Cat says no. Trying to find the clear, but struggling to do so. Seamus flip reset is ready. Won't go for it. Helix with the follow-up. Defense coming up huge. SJP finding the save.
Crispy gonna look to take this one up to the ceiling as South Carolina still scrambling on defense. Low boost for almost everybody on South Carolina. Cats now stuck in the goal with very little. Gonna fake it down. Crispy gets demoed by Og, and then Og's gonna look to carry this one up the field, but immediately Concord is there, full court press, not letting them even get an inch.
Helix first to the ball in the air. Seamus now trying to find a cross. Crispy up in the air, finds a touch, sending it back down to Helix. SJT able to block that shot from the Concord offense. Now just under a minute to go here. What can they do?
SJT gonna look to get active early here in the game, finding it early up the field. SJT gonna look as its counterattack's gonna go across. Helix now popping it over across the field. All gonna look to carry and build this one out. Down 3 goals, 30 seconds left. You have to do something now if you want this game to even be within reach.
Yeah, Cash trying to get back on that offensive side, but unable to do so. Crispy now looking for a potential clear. They're just going to hold the ball here. They're going to hold hands, wait this one out for just a little bit, I believe, unless there was some... Nope, yeah, they were just having fun, saying hello, you know, rolling down the window a little bit there, giving a nice wave, some fist bumps across the way as well. Samas is going to bury that one into the back of the net, 4-0 Concord.
With the server crash that we had earlier, I was looking around like, oh,
yeah, I was like,
all right, so now what do we do? And they were just sitting there toying with us. What is that?
Well, that's a goal from Simas.
That's what it is.
4-0 now in game number 1. 6 seconds to go here. This one looking all done and dusted. USC unable to get on the board here in game number 1. Simas now back in position. Will finally reach the floor. Concord first to strike in the semifinals.
Getting a goal early in the game really set the tone for that entire match, right? They let University of South Carolina know that they are here and they are willing to put everything on the table just to win, right? They got active early, putting the pressure on as fast as they can, pedal to the metal. Not once did it look like they ever really shied away from that offensive strategy that we talked about. They didn't give them an inch, let alone a mile.
Yeah, South Carolina unable to get any prominent offense going here in game number 1. It was Simas and really everyone on Concord being aggressive, taking control of that ball, cutting off anything that South Carolina was trying to do. And props to them, right? This is exactly what we expect from this Concord team.
100%. And University of South Carolina, right? They had a lot of good moments, right? We saw a lot of connections between Cat and Ogs, like you talked about. SJT had a lot of individual aerial plays. What do you think that University of South Carolina needs to do to either succeed or counter what Concord is doing on the field?
Honestly, it's got to speed up a little bit, I feel, right? South Carolina, they are unable to capitalize on some of their clears. While some of them are hard to get to because Concord's rotations are just unbelievably speedy, right, on the side of Crispy and Helix. But they might be able to get there in time, right? Og and Cass need to start to work in tandem. SJT as well getting in the airs. Unfortunately, we missed the kickoff here in game number 2, but it looked to go South Carolina's way. Og now trying to meet that one. Cats trying to push it down the field as well, but unable to do so. Samas now in position to bury it. 19 seconds again is all it took for Concord to get on the board.
Like game 1, like game 2. I mean, they are putting the pressure on early. Simas always seems like he is in the right spot, ready to strike when it matters the most. 1 goal in the first 19 seconds of the game, not how you'd want to start for South Carolina, right? Of course you'd want it to be the other way around. But how do you recover from this now? Because now you are basically playing an entire game at a deficit.
Yeah, Og trying to find the clear there as well. Samas again in the air. White just take it all by himself. No, the corner, the follow-up however, comes through. Crispy, looking good.
CMOS with a fantastic showing of individual skill as that one, it was going in and just accidentally bounced off of his own car, but Trusty Crispy is there to bury it once and for all. 2-0 lead, only 36 seconds into the game for Concord.
Well, let's just go right back to that kickoff. CMOS again getting on the board. That's 2 now, going for a hat trick here in game number 2. Just beautifully read off of that backboard. Nothing that USC could do about that one.
100%, and 4 minutes and 21 seconds, already down 3 goals is not how you want to start. Cat's going to look to get this one back, but Crispy is so good at applying that pressure early. He does not let this South Carolina team get any progression down the field whatsoever.
And Og now in the air. CMOS will meet that one. Cat's able to find the clear. Trying to get it past Helix. Won't be able to do so. Helix able to dribble that one back over to midfield. Now it's Og getting bumped out of the way. Concord relentless on these clears. Let's see if they can transition anything into some offensive power here. No, Og trying to find a clear. CMOS meeting that one. The shot on goal, saved by Crispy and touched out of the net by South Carolina. Clear on target, bouncing all the way down the field. South Carolina finally on the board.
Crispy pulling a little prank on his own teammate, and Katz is able to capitalize off of it, getting a long shot goal from the other side of the field. 3-1 game in favor of Concord with about 3.5 minutes left to play. South Carolina not out of it yet, and another kickoff play coming out from Concord. A show of maybe a little bit of tomfoolery, a little individual skill, nevertheless entertaining.
Yeah, now it's CMOS again out of that corner trying to find the momentum. SJT with a ground dribble. Og to follow up, sending into the corner. The cross coming through. The demo is there, but so is CMOS to get that ball out of harm's way. Now another shot coming through. Helix catching that one off of the backboard. Og getting demoed as well. SJT still trying to keep the pressure on CMOS, finding a clear yet again. Concord's defense starting to show up.
100%, and Concord, right? Another shot saved off the bar. Cat's going to look to put this one out wide as Concord now retreating with their tails between their legs. Quick cut, putting that pressure back on early. Helix looking to buy time for his teammates to get back on defense. All going to look to put this one over the top as CMOS is able to get back to the ball. And now we have another counterattack going the other way.
SJT trying to get in the way of that one, will be able to do so. CMOS now finding across Crispy, up in the air, flip reset underway, but Og able to catch that one halfway through the attempt. Now Cats to the corner, will they be able to find the angle? Touches it off the post, the follow-up goes wide. Og, SJT able to find the angle. It was Og first, SJT to follow. The triple commit brings them within 1.
We saw 3 members of the entire team miss the ball into their own net, and then SJT with the proper awareness shoots it off the post and in. 1-goal game, right? What do we think is going through Concord's head as SJT is able to get a kickoff goal, and now it's equalized.
SJT now with 2. We're tied 3 apiece. 2 minutes to go here in game number 2. A high-scoring affair thus far. Concord, what do you do to stop the momentum?
I think if you're Concord here, you got to play more offense. I don't even know that's even possible for them, right? They already play enough as it is. As CMOS is able to get that one, it's going to trickle in. Kickoff goal for kickoff goal. Bones for bones.
Bones for bones, indeed. CMOS able to get that touch, winning that aerial 50-50. Helix in position as well, and it is Caps to finish the job on that one. Possibly trying to go for a save, but maybe just knowing that, hey, that one's in, let's go next.
Yeah. Unable to reach it, most likely. I mean, Helix now playing a little bit defense as Cats is up quick, but good cover, and CMOS instantly turning, becoming that first man, applying that pressure as early as he can.
Yeah, South Carolina now down 1, under a minute to go here, 1:45 on the clock. We will have to see what happens. We're down low, folks. We're down by the production now. Let's be quiet here as we cast through this semi-finals series. 4-3 still here for Concord as we have to go through the hangout joy that is this venue. We'll have to see what happens here. We have a minute to go here for South Carolina. Down 1, what can they get started?
I have no idea, but I bet we sound really funny. South Carolina looking to get this last goal to equalize late in the game. 1 minute left on the clock. Concord looking to make a statement here and say, even though you can get a goal or two, unable to take a game off of us. What a passing play. Crispy to Helix, back to Crispy, is able to bury that one in the top right corner.
Yeah, Concord now with a 2-goal lead here, 52 to go. South Carolina, the defense, not able to find that save. Concord now pulling ahead. Still plenty of time, however, to try to tie this one up if you are the Gamecocks. That's how you want to start. Simas out of the way. Og with some boost, but unable to get back through the defense of Concord. Helix taking that one all the way to the house. 6-3 Concord.
A fantastic bump coming out from Crispy allows Helix to get active on offense, extending the lead once again, doubling South Carolina's goals within this game. A double hat trick coming out for Concord's team.
Yeah, 6-3 now here for Concord. 43 seconds left to go here in game number 2. Concord trying to move up to match point. Crispy in the air yet again, trying to take it all by themselves, but unable to do so. Now it's Simas in the air, flip reset. Cats able to push that one off into the corner. We'll see if they can do anything with it. SJT now in the air, 20 seconds and counting. Cats in position, will find the touch. SJT to follow up, but no. Crispy able to push it back out into the corner.
I mean, with 12 seconds left here in the game, you kind of have to take what you can get if you're South Carolina and look to move into the next game with maybe some momentum, maybe some positivity, right? You were able to score 3 against the arguable top 3 team in the entirety of CRL as a whole. Like, you have to be proud of that. You were able to take 3 from them.
Yeah, 3 on the board. We know the Gamecocks can now score against this star-studded lineup here at Concord. But now it has to be a reverse sweep if they look to stay alive and punch their ticket into the grand finals. We'll see what we can do. Crispy locked in as always. Concord looking for a clean sweep.
I mean, I watched that game. I had a great time, right? That game was entertaining to watch, right? We saw some players having a good time. Nobody letting the nerves really affect them anymore, right? I think these players are about as warm as they can get. They look calm, cool, collected. Simas looking good, man. Like, he's a stud.
Well, we'll see what happens here as we get all set up for game number 3, hopping into this fly-through. Now, if you hear this, I don't know if you guys can, but we are now doing the Cotton Eye Joe here at the Hangout during the semifinals. Photographers dancing, children dancing,
We're getting
employees
active.
dancing as well. We'll have to see how long this goes on for, probably for about the next 10 or so minutes. I mean, I'm proving myself here. It is going to be an absolute blast as we hop into game number 3, bopping our way through the semifinals. Concord, let's see what happens here as now I'm doing the Cotton Eye Joe.
This is difficult to cast and do the Cotton Eye Joe.
Demos coming through, Cats going down. We'll see if they can keep the momentum up at Concord. I mean, they're playing through this just like we're casting through this. Let's have some fun. Crispy going for a double tap, has an angle. Simas able to follow through. Concord first on the board in game number 3 within 14 seconds.
I mean, with all 3 games alike, the Concord was able to score in the first 20 seconds of the game, able to put pressure on as early as possible, right? I mean, they're not even letting South Carolina breathe in the first 20 seconds of the game, right? They're applying pressure as early as possible, letting South Carolina know, if you guys want this, you're gonna want it bad, but we just want it that much more. Simas is able to flip
halfway off of that kickoff there. That's only 5 seconds needed for that score for Concord. 2-0 up now as we enter the game number 3, right? I mean, we'll have to see what happens here, but thus far, Concord in full control of game number 3. The kickoff going their way yet again. We'll see if Cats can do anything off of the demo that they were able to find, but right now not looking likely, and maybe it is off of the post, just barely going wide, unable to capitalize on that one. Helix now on the offensive prowess. Crispy in the air, able to meet that one halfway, so we will have to see if they can keep it going. We are having fun here, folks, for this semi-final. We have the Macarena going on in the background. We'll see how long that keeps going for, as now we have some offensive pressure coming through from Concord. A minute in, 2-0 up in this game.
I mean, if you asked me what the first 30 things I would do today were, I did not think that doing the Macarena while casting a Rocket League game was even in the top 30,000.
I know.
But Crispy, able to extend the lead to a hat trick. I mean, we are getting active here if we are Concord. Minute into the game, up 3 goals, not making it easy for South Carolina to even breathe.
Yeah, USC have to come up huge here if they want to stay alive. A boost on the beach. Cash going for an offensive kickoff goal, unable to find the SJT with a follow-up up top. Won't be able to find the angle. Concord's defense holding strong, sustaining this 3-0 lead.
I mean, if you're South Carolina here, what do you do, right? How do you get active enough that you need to stream, right? I mean, what do you streamline to the point where you can get 3 goals on a top-level CRL team in 3 minutes? As Crispy, another passing play through the middle with Helix, is able to extend that lead to 4.
Yeah, 3:30 left to go here in game number 3. Crispy able to capitalize on the miss there from SJT. We'll see if they can do anything with this time remaining. The Gamecocks have to come up huge here to avoid a clean sweep.
Gamecocks, Cats here getting airborne as Seamoss is able to get up so quick. Og now banging this one out, looking for SJT as Crispy's going to intercept. Look for the reset. Fakes the musty, almost gets the touch in. I mean, South Carolina scrambling on defense, looking to get all members back as fast as they can if they even want a chance at stopping this absolute onslaught that Concord University has on offense.
Seamoss now lurking at midfield, trying to find an angle, watching Crispy in the air. Og with the flip reset will get knocked out of their hands, or their wheels rather. Cats now trying to find some kind of momentum back in the Gamecocks' favor, but Concord, this offense absolutely relentless, not letting South Carolina out of their half of the pitch. Triple commit coming through there from Concord won't amount to a goal, but the pressure remains now halfway through game number 3.
The aura that Concord exerts while they're on the field is insurmountable, right? It looks like South Carolina can't even get an inch out there, right? They are looking super dominant in terms of chowing like that. Like, how do you chow that almost every time and it never misses? Seamoss is putting on an absolute showcase, right? These clips need to be put on Huddle.
Crispy now with a cross on goal into that corner. It's Cats there on that save. Crispy going for the double tap, has the flip reset as well. We'll have it sit there, but both Concord players unable to finish the job. Now it's Cats up in the air, trying to get something back in South Carolina's favor, but struggling to do so. 2 minutes now left in game number 3. 4-0 lead here for Concord. Can the Gamecocks get anything started? Helix with possession tosses it down to Crispy, who's up in the air. Og with a touch. Seamoss as well in position. All 3 members again from Concord on this offensive side. Og now looking, hunting, trying to find the clear, and will do so.
Concord cannot afford to get comfortable here. However, crazier things have happened. We've seen goals. I mean, earlier today, it wasn't on stream, but we had Northeastern score 3 goals in a matter of a minute and 30 seconds, and then eventually win the game in overtime. I mean, anything is possible in these teams, right? Any team can beat any team on any given day, and these teams are no exception to that.
Cats there in position to keep that one from crossing in front of the goal. Seamoss now the pass over to Crispy, just barely out of reach. Helix now out of the corner, finding the touch off of the backboard. Seamoss in position. We'll watch that one roll across the line. 5-0 with a minute to go.
I mean, when Concord is on offense, it just looks like they are orchestrating an orchestra, right? They look like the absolute conductors on the field, right? They are able to pinpoint exactly what they need to do, when they need to do it, how they need to do it. And South Carolina looks like they're just trying to keep up the best they can, but they're failing.
SJT able to find the demo onto Crispy now. Cats in the air. SJT sending it down low. Og unable to follow up. Will finally find the cross back over to Cats. Now it's desperation. 45 seconds left. You're down 5. You have to try to find the angles. But right now, Concord just too strong. A whiff coming through. However, Og strikes true. Finally finding a goal in game number 3.
I mean, at least you get one, right? You just needed one to keep those spirits high and saying, at least we got a goal on the team that won CRL back in fall of 24.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys look like they're all having an absolute blast out here. I mean, the hangout, what a special venue, what a special time to be alive right now in this moment.
Og now dribbling it into the corner, unable to get through the defense of Concord. Now it's Crispy back up in the air off the backboard. Who is following up? No one. Simas now taking it back over to their half of the pitch. 15 seconds remain. Helix up in the air, dancing around. It looks to be a game of keep away now as we approach the final 10 seconds. Can South Carolina get a second goal on the board? Cats trying to make it so, but Concord says no way. Crispy now in the air. The final seconds ticking away. The ball to the ground. Concord makes their way to the grand finals and will meet Davenport for $3,000.
I mean, what an absolute howler of a match, right? I mean, it looked one-sided for the most part, but you could tell that the Gamecocks were not making it they were not just gonna roll over and die, right?
Yeah.
They were absolutely putting in everything that they can. They were having a good time. They knew that their opponents are top level players, right? They were well aware that no matter what happened, maybe they lose, they're going to go out and have a good time. They're going to keep their spirits high. Look, we got smiles, we got fist bumps. We know that everyone's chill, everyone's having a good time. No hard feelings here.
How can you not smile after playing through the Mock Arena and Cotton Eye Joe in a semi-final, right? I mean, that is just something that you will never see in any other venue ever. I think my card is somewhere
I don't
on
know
the
where
floor,
my card went.
Yeah, we went down there over to production as the Hangout came up here and they did their show at the 45
Let's get this from production real quick. Shout out production. That's your card. That's
my card. Hey, that's fine by me. Yeah, great stuff coming through from Concord. Very excited to see what this grand final has in store.
This grand final will be nothing short of an absolute masterpiece. We need to frame it and put it in a museum.
Yeah.
This thing is going to be so entertaining. I'm going to go grab a snack, go grab a drink, watch from the top ropes up there with the friends. I mean, this game is going to be absolutely fantastic. My favorite highlight is when the players sat still next to the ball. I genuinely thought the lobby DC'd.
I
thought that we
well.
full on just disconnected from the lobby.
It seemed like that. I mean, the players were leaned back in the chairs, looking across the way, being like, all right, I guess we're just going to sit here now and see what happens. And then they flipped, and I was like, whoa, okay, this was just a little handshake agreement. Have a little conversation on the pitch there. Friends being friends, of course, these players know each other. But yeah, Concord, Davenport, this is exactly what we expected going into this weekend for that 1 and 2 placements here. We'll have to see who takes home number 1. Concord is the number 1 seed above Davenport, who is that number 2. But also that 3rd place match still to be played. USC now will face Northeastern for 3rd.
If there was a team that could beat this Concord roster, it is Cam and his team, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to make it easy, right? Davenport is a stud team, right? We've seen them outperform their opponents all weekend, right? They're doing something right when it comes to knowing what to do on the field, and having these two teams when it comes down to the grand finals is just absolute peak cinema.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be one for the ages, right? It is a best of 7 as well, so we have some more lengthy series coming up here as well. So I'm very excited to see how this one plans out. But I mean, it's Cam versus Simas, right? Who is going to come out on top, Davenport or Concord? It is going to be an absolute thriller to watch from the audience. So definitely do not go anywhere because you will not want to miss it.
100%. And I mean, I cannot wait for this matchup to happen. I mean, these two teams, incredibly deep rosters, incredibly talented rosters. I mean, no matter what, I think whatever the outcome is, I don't think too many people are going to be upset. I think that everyone expected, especially players, fans, people that were tuned in, people that aren't, these players know that this was probably going to be the matchup, right?
Yep.
I mean, the players know it more than anybody else because they're the ones that are actually running through it. They're the ones that are in these matches against these titans that are these teams.
Yeah, and the third place match as well, it's no snooze fest either. Northeastern coming up with a massive upset win over UNCC on the side stage. I believe that was in the quarterfinals there, so great stuff coming through from them. They have momentum going into this matchup. USC as well, knowing what that team can do. SJT, Cats, and AUG playing very, very strong throughout the weekend. So very exciting to see what happens in that one. As now we look at the stats from the most recent series. I mean, just look at those shots. What is that? 37 for Concord and 5-15 on the side of South Carolina. Concord in full control of the offense.
I mean, that's nothing new. We said that was going to happen. I mean, 8 goals, 4 goals, 2 goals for the side of Concord. That's a total of 14 to South Carolina's 4. I mean, the team that shoots more is naturally more times gonna win the games. I mean, but forcing multiple saves from the South Carolina roster. I mean, they did a fantastic job on defense, and I believe that we actually have an interview with a couple people from Concord. So we're gonna send it over for that interview right now.
I am here joined by Johnny Boy, the coach of Concord. As we've seen, this tournament has pretty much been on a collision course. It's going to be Concord, Davenport, and Grand Finals. Is this what you were hoping for?
Absolutely, yeah. When we were coming here, we were hoping it'd be us and Davenport. It makes for the best Grand Final for everyone.
And of course, obviously, a little bit of an unorthodox venue. Play stops in the middle. People get on the stage doing the Macarena. What is it like playing in a venue as unique and exciting as this one?
It's awesome. I mean, even during our series, our players were like, should we stand up with them? So they're having a lot of fun. They feed off the energy, so they're really, really enjoying it.
Great. Thank you very much for your time. And also, of course, too, when you see a big event like this, you see the players, you see the casters, you see me, but there's a whole host of people behind the scenes who make events like this possible. And we just so happen to be blessed by a birthday girl today. Bree, the wonderful Tia, helping out with the tournament, is turning 21. We have a cake. Happy birthday on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday!
And we're going to keep it rolling because we have no break. We're going to get right into the grand finals. It is Concord. It is Davenport. It is Boost on the Beach 2025. Casters, over to you.
Well, welcome back. We don't waste a lot of time around here. We love to be efficient, and we love to bring you the Rocket League action live from Myrtle Beach. My name is DJ TJ, and with me for another great series, my co-host, Mr. Bepic.
I'm confused as to why we were giving a cake and saying happy birthday instead of her dancing up on the table to celebrate her 21st, but it is what it is. It's a unique land, a unique environment, as evidenced by what happened in the middle of Concord versus South Carolina, but Concord seemed unfazed, and I think they're prepared for the grand finals.
The grand finals should be absolutely incredible, but before we talk about the teams, take a look.
As the waves begin to settle, we've seen teams go above and beyond their calling. We've seen teams fall short of glory, pain, passion, and perseverance, leading up to this moment. It's all on the line. And it's all happening right now. Welcome to the 2025 Boost on the Beach Championship.
The third installment of Boost on the Beach has been nothing short of incredible, and shout out to the production team for assembling that hype video. I mean, we love what the staff has done, and it's all in conglomeration for what's one of the best LAN events of the entire year. Once again, for those of you joining us late, I'm DJ TJ, this is Mr. Bepic. We've had a great day so far.
It has been great. If that doesn't get you juiced for the grand finals that is to come, I don't know what will. Concord and Davenport were the two heavy favorites to be in this very best of 7 at the start of the tournament. They both proved themselves throughout this weekend, and I think very few people's surprise are our final matchup of Boost on the Beach 2025.
But we've also got to talk about how did we end up here. It's been quite a weekend, and the bracket has shown that Davenport has entered for a gauntlet that they were not ready for by any means, but they still make it to the championship game.
And this is a team experienced with adversity, has had to make deep runs in tournaments before, and today, despite the best of 5 that went the full distance against Wichita State, despite a scrappy Northeastern team that forced them into several close overtimes, they're still here, they're still kicking, and they can beat this Concord team that hasn't faced such adversity.
Also, you see South Carolina and Northeastern. That match is currently being played above us over on the side stage setup. Unfortunately, it is not streamed, but if we do get some updates for you, we will be sure to let you know. But we have to talk about what we've got in front of us. It is 2 CRL Titans who have met here in South Carolina.
2 pretty much top 8 teams, depending on the given power ranking, as it is very competitive out in CRL right now, but these are the best of the best. And speaking of, TJ, who we got first?
We've got Concord University. This team brings all of it. In fact, it's on their jerseys. It's hashtag bring the passion, and they know how to have fun while doing it.
All right, this is a stacked roster put together to win championships, so it's no surprise they find themselves in yet another one. 2 European import players that have come to North America to dominate, and they're coached by some of the best in the business.
I mean, this roster, again, I've gotten to work with them apart from this event in a lot of the CRL team streams, and they always know how to put on a show, no matter what you do, no matter who they play. And they also are the defending CRL champions. You cannot let that go. Yes, it's been a few months, but they are the current reigning champs, and here in their goal replay, they have been nothing short.
And what's awesome about this team of Helix Crispy and CMOS is that they get along so well outside of the game as well. You and I have gotten to hang out with them a decent amount this weekend, and that is a fun bunch. It's no wonder they work so well together on the pitch, because off the field, they're just as close.
I mean, and obviously the synergy shows on the field. You can see the passing plays coming out here against UT Dallas when they played them. I believe this was the earlier today playoff round where they did truly dominate a very strong UT Dallas team that we had in contention for the top 4.
Definitely, and they've notched wins like that all throughout this spring semester. I mean, they just qualified for the CECC LAN in Arlington later this semester, one of the most prestigious events of the year. And they did that after playing a full group stage yesterday. They traveled to Coastal Carolina's facility and qualified over more Titans of the CRL scene.
And you can tell this is a changed Concord team ever since they first started in CRL versus where they're at now. They are LAN composed, they are born under pressure, and they're trying to showcase to the world that this event is no different. And also, those are brand new jerseys that they have. Those jerseys just got made, and they brought them especially for this event for Championship Sunday.
Star on the back as well for the national championship that they did win in the fall. But the team hoping to take them down a peg is just as confident and just as skilled.
Davenport may have had a rough start to their entire experience here on Championship Sunday, but they are still here for a reason. They are easily the best or the second best team here. It's just a matter of who's going to get them there.
And who can win 4 games first. This team is just as stacked individually as Concord, and we've seen a lot of them on stream. Cam, Bolte, and Brock are a force to be reckoned with. And though they have been tested a good bit today, Coach Shane has kept them composed, even with some tech difficulties as well. And you think back to that Northeastern win. The server goes down, going into a big overtime in Game 3. They get reset. They win it not 10 seconds into coming back.
Yeah, 4 seconds to be exact. And that right there was probably their best case scenario in that overtime. So they have shown that, yes, they went to 5 with Wichita. Yes, they had 2 overtimes with Northeastern. And yes, you may be concerned, but they are not here to mess around.
And yes, they are still going to be competitive with Concord. These guys have played so much Rocket League in their time, and that kind of experience has not come lightly. They can face adversity and they can beat good teams, but I think it's going to come down to their teamwork if they are going to surpass Concord.
And who knows what this series has in store, but it must come off of this man's back right here. I think if there's any path to success for Davenport, you've got to rely on Cam.
he's got to have his shooting boots on for sure. And against Northeastern, he was missing opportunities. In fact, the whole team was missing opportunities that you would bet on them hitting. And that just simply cannot happen against Concord when probably for the first time this tournament, Davenport is going to be the team playing off their back foot.
I believe also Cam and Bolte are the two current goal leaders of the tournament. Now, granted, I don't know if that's changed ever since we started Sunday, but still, they are forces to be reckoned with. Bolte plays a great second man to what Cam can do with the ball.
The fact that they were top two at any point during this tournament says a lot about how good this Davenport offense has been. And I think defensively, there are openings on their back line that can be exploited, but it's a matter of if you can withstand their offensive presence in the first place.
I think one of the biggest question marks as well is going to be Brock, but we'll hold off on him because we've got both Cam and Bolte. So you look at key players, we've actually got two for you, as Bolte is not exactly leading in those stats, but you can see how close these margins are.
I mean, 39 combined goals between the two Davenport players, and I mean, those numbers are stacked. The shooting percentages are fairly high, and it did go down a little bit against Northeastern, but these guys can lock in for a grand final.
And now you can see Cam. That might be one of the first times he's smiled all weekend. So I hope Davenport maybe had a team meeting in between the last semifinal that you all just witnessed, and now I'm hoping that mentally they're ready to bring it. But you've also got to talk about Concord. There's Helix there, rocking the hat and the sunglasses that they all went and got after day one. We talked about this team and how much fun they have. Again, it's no different, no matter the stage, but we finally bring you from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, in the third installment of Boost on the Beach, your grand final. $5,000 on the line. CRL Titans, CRL almost immunity on the line here, and you've got to fight for it if you want it. It's a best of 7 as we enter the field.
First place gets 3,000, big one second, a measly 1.5K. I know both these teams have their sights set on the bag and the prestige that comes with beating the team across the stage from them. It's Concord and Davenport, your two teams left standing at Boost on the Beach 2025.
If you're here in the venue and you don't know these teams, that's okay, but you've got to pick a side because somebody's cheering against you on the other side of the room, and you want to pick the winning team, you want to have something to root for. Well, here you go. 15 seconds in, Concord's going to try and get it started early.
They're already setting a tone of dominance as they've had some decent looks against Davenport here, but all possession. We'll see what Concord do get away from this stint in the offensive zone. It hasn't ended just yet, but they really haven't had much to show for it, though. Davenport's missed. That backboard's open, but Bolte recovers for a save, and Seamus tries to recover this offensive for Concord.
Seamus, a solid first touch, but it will be in Cam's hands, and now Helix will try to meet him in the air, but so far, so good for Davenport. They're finding some chances of their own, and Concord's getting awkward. That's a shot on the net. It won't be a dunk for Brock, though. So now, on the counterattack, Cam will try to stick on it, but he is beat. A 1v1 for Helix, but he can't get past Bolte, as now Crispy will try and take his stab at it, but now Concord struggling, but finally finding a clear.
And now we've really settled into this game one. Back and forth, Concord had the first couple of looks, but Davenport are finding a way back. Those Seamus stayed in the air to stick with that ball. Unbelievable confidence from Concord's offense already.
Helix has some space, but is quickly met by Bolte, who is then landing directly into Crispy's arms, and not in a positive way, as now we'll see a slight chance for Concord, but the bumps from Brock are coming out. So for Davenport so far, you're rolling with the punches and also finding some of your own.
It's a nice denial of Cam there by Helix. Crispy now with 40 boost in hand. We'll just plug that ball downfield, chase and see what Concord can get, but what they needed was a Cam demo, and he is left standing. Missed opportunity there, and now Davenport have a go in their offensive zone, but Crispy finds a big stop.
Brock was very close to finding a shot, but now it's up to the counterattack once again for Concord as they try to find a chance, but Bolte zero boost uncontested, has two teammates there. Brock finally will go down and let Cam take it, but regardless, it's not possession for either team, as now Crispy rips it away. So the boost number is already a story to follow.
So back and forth in the first 2 minutes. Both sides taking stabs at one another, but the defenses are intact, and I've been critical of Davenport's defense previously, and they gave up an opening right there, but Helix could not hit his shot.
Bolte, not a lot of boost, but we'll try to look for Cam, but he's already got a player on him. It's going to be Crispy, who will find Seamus, who's got a flip. He's got more in the tank as well. That's two players. Number 3 at the halfway mark. Look at this, Worldy.
Seamus That's an unbelievable play off the sidewall. He just owned the entire Davenport defense by himself. Set up with boost and space, and that's all these players need to make magic happen.
No matter what happens in game one, no matter who you're rooting for, the best of 7 is not a battle, it is a war that you've got to try and survive and navigate as you try to find that success. Now with almost 2 minutes to go, what does Davenport have in the battle plans?
That is only the first for Concord, and Davenport, if they keep up their levels of offense that we've seen so far this tournament, should find a way back here. But goals came at a premium in their semifinal, and so far that theme has continued. But Brock answers with a strike from midfield.
Well, how about this one? Davenport coming out ready to go. Cam finds a great 50, and Brock's in the beautiful, most perfect place he could be. Top right for the kid.
That's a clean shot. And like we talked about in that Davenport semifinal, they missed a lot of shots like that, but they seem composed and prepared for the Grands here.
This is going to be an awkward chance for Bolte, but he does avoid the demo and now gives Cam plenty of room. He'll try to look for a bump. That goes Helix, and there's a shot opportunity as well, but now it'll be up to Seamoss, who does beat out Brock. It's going to be an open net if there's another touch here, and yes, there is! And Crispy ups the score.
Davenport invested so much in that Cam aerial bump play, but didn't put the shot on, and that investment tanks their portfolio. Concord take a lead.
A minute 42 left to go. Davenport is no stranger to close game scenarios, but the skill level of those games has upped at every stage of the bracket. And now in Grands, this is their backs against the wall, win or loss. You've got to find some room here and try to give yourselves, I guess, room in the series trying to get game one.
Brock had room at the midfield line, so that's a success for Davenport. They pass to Cam, and he's right back on the board like he never left. 2-2.
How about this from Davenport? They are shooting beautifully so far, and it's off of the 2 offensive leaders of the entire tournament. Bolte to Cam.
And there are 83 ever so important seconds left in game one of this grand finals. The best of 7, the first that we've seen of this event. So a little bit more margin of error, at least early on in this set. But every game and every single goal matters, and Concord are searching for their third.
Seamoss gets actually not over the pogo. Brock uses it to actually set a screen. I can't say I've seen that one before, but that shows you the creativity of all 6 players in this lobby. And now Concord will get to showcase their brushstroke, as now they're not able to find anything there. It's a great 50 from Brock, and another one as well, but nobody grabs the boost, and Concord's there to get it. Helix has room. He'll fake for one. A flick goes top left corner. Cam's there for the save.
Brock with 100 boosts. We watching as Concord take to the skies, looking for a shot, but can't get to the way of that one. The rebound, though, is on target and stopped by Bolte. No secondary chance for Concord right there. They'll have to keep searching. Ooh. 30 seconds left. We are tied up. Concord are putting shots on target, but it's Davenport's with no goal.
What a touch from Seamoss after the antics off the ceiling have come out, but it looks like with 20 seconds left that there may still be a chance for Davenport as Seamoss gets the boost, is able to stall out, but for how long? 15 seconds left. This is going to be a bump on Brock. Cam's got time and space. Nobody's on him until Helix appears, but no double. This could be a shot. How about a double? Bolte will try to maybe even pancake it, but now Helix accidentally leaves it center, but now Crispy will look for a 0-second heroic chance. He'll get the 50, but we have overtime in game one of your grand finals.
Of course, these two teams would not separate easily, and into overtime, Bolte makes a massive save getting back. Brock finds a clear, and already our hearts are racing.
I mean, Concord has now had 2 long clears that have almost been in their net, but they survive for now and almost force a double commit out of Davenport. But now Cam has another net to shoot on. Seamoss is by himself. That's an awkward touch back to maybe himself, and now Helix will take it. That's a huge pinch, but it will be pushed high, and Concord are surviving, but once again, they're struggling so far.
That clear, though, is big for the Mountain Lions. Off the backboard, Cam will have to wait, and that shows the respect that Davenport are giving this Concord offense and their potential speed. Right there, they hold off, but they were fueling up for this opportunity. Pass down to Crispy, strike off the bar and in. Concord get game one.
What a play as well. It was very similar to the second Davenport goal. A beautifully played 50 across to a perfectly placed second man, and that's a huge play from Crispy as well. Concord takes the early lead.
That's a reason to get loud, to use those boomsticks from the Concord camp. They've got a lot of supporters behind these three superstars of the Collegiate Rocket League scene.
They've also been giving the boomsticks out to the general public here in the hangout. There's a table of people who I don't even know what Rocket League is in the back banging theirs together. So for Concord, generating fanfare, but also generating wins.
I love that. That's why you come to LAN. You pick a team you may not know about, and you support them to the bitter end. It increases the stakes as well. And I know there are Davenport fans out there as well that want them to succeed, but that was a close game one they didn't come out on top of, so they have to stay composed going into game two.
I go back and forth about where I maybe predict this series going. I originally thought coming into this when we were off stage, I thought that Davenport would need to grab game 1 or 2 to keep this afloat for them. But they look like a completely changed group of 4, with Shane included. Everybody's more composed. They are more crisp. They're playing every ball just about as perfectly as it can be. The shots are on. This is a dangerous Davenport roster.
And normally I would say that a team that gives up 14 shots and has to make 11 saves on those 14 wouldn't be able to rely on that sort of performance. Now on a stage like this against a team like Concord, but I think Davenport is one of the few that can. But they have to make sure they keep it together defensively, because Concord is going to keep hitting harder and harder as we advance in this best of 7.
Concord did pull a fake kickoff out to start this game, but it did not open up in the air dribble as Davenport quickly denied, as now Seamoss off of the first interaction by both teams almost finds a play, but now Crispy will save his flip, won't find the second, but won't need to, as now he's being granted boost off the Helix 50.
Good boost grab, nice shot, but Seamoss's opportunity denied by Cam. Another big block for him, and he's required again defensively. He's hanging in the air, but Concord bide their time. No, Davenport is weak, but Davenport do recover, find a half a clear, and Cam will make it well, actually it'll stay a half one. That's a great challenge by Concord.
I mean, it's still going to sit in this blue half for definitely a lot longer than anybody would like if you're a Davenport fan, and now Concord has a passing play. Seamoss wasn't ready, though, as it was an awkward passing chance, but it did come through. So now a minute already in, and Concord does win the domination battle, but here comes Davenport.
Concord jumped for that ball earlier than Davenport did, and it was a Davenport pass. So far, no real chances for the Panthers of Davenport, and a Seamoss fake will put Davenport on skates and eliminate their defense.
Oh my! All that you can do is just look at that one. I mean, that's incredible.
1-0, and Seamoss has stepped up and done it himself. We saw that at the start of game 1 with his solo play, that 1v3 Davenport, but ultimately that was not enough for Concord, as Davenport did strike back and keep things interesting. I'm expecting the same in game 2.
A minute 30 in, and Davenport already on their back foot, but not as similar as it was to game 1. They were finding, I would say, a 50-50 chance in the back half of game 1 about if they could score or find the chances or not. And so far, I worry that if they stay scoreless, if they are going to be able to break out of their own half, because Concord's got full control of this game right now.
It's a full 5-minute game, though, and even though the first 2 minutes have been Concord dominated, Davenport still have chances, but not if they're conceding in solo play opportunities. That's 2 now. Crispy gets his.
2 crucial ones as well, not to mention the overtime goal, but that's on Cam as well, and if you can get him off his rocker, what's left?
2-0 Concord, and this is a lead that I don't think we've seen. I don't think they had a multi-goal lead in game 1. Davenport have to find a way back soon, because they're down by a trio of goals now.
Well, here we go. The Concord Lions are roaring their way into a lead, and Davenport needs to take action fast, but what a bump from Seamoss.
That was so clean. I mean, Cam again is left on a bit of an island. This time I think it's more forgivable because it's off kickoff. Davenport's not quite set, but Concord kept him marooned. 3-0. And there's a lot of time left now for Davenport, but they've got to turn the tide soon.
There is 3 minutes left, so there is time for something to change. But when you look at how Davenport has played so far this tournament, I'm not sure what it is exactly. Yes, they've been tested so far, both in their group stage and here today, but no test has been quite like Concord.
Helix off the ceiling. Will be forced to give that ball up as Davenport stripped Concord of possession for one of the few times this series, it feels like. like. That's another clear down the pitch. Davenport's defense will be tested once more. Brock's got no boost, and the resource control for Concord has been massive, as Davenport really has been limited. They can't put together good counterattacks because they don't have boost to do it.
2 minutes almost to go here. Concord looking for another play, and Helix goes behind one after the shimmy in front of the Davenport net.
A lot of reasons to get excited about Concord in game 2. As tight as this first one was, they have torn that Davenport backline to shreds with creative play after creative play.
We also do have a very brief update for you. It looks like it's the loser series up top. I'm not sure if it's best of 5 or 7, but it is 1-1 right now.
Well, we knew that one would be close considering the pedigree of Northeastern and South Carolina, but they weren't up to snuff in semis. And right now, Concord's, I think, giving South Carolina more benefit of the doubt from the crowd than Davenport's giving Northeastern.
I mean, what has happened so far? Now we're getting to the point where it's off of kickoffs where Davenport's letting chances slip through, and this is not a recipe for success, but again, it is a best of 7, and there is still 2 minutes. We've seen crazier.
Concord have been on a roll here, but like you said, this is a long war of a grand finals. It's a full marathon between these two, and Davenport, I don't think will be too fazed by going down 2 games to none, as I'm sure they've been in worse spots, especially if their offense can get going here late.
Don't start sleeping now. Cam placed that exactly in the bottom right corner. He is still warm and he is still hot on the ball. He just has to get those chances. Davenport, I mean, flirting with a comeback, but it's in the early stages.
I don't believe. Show me 4 Davenport goals and then maybe I'll change my tune. But Concord have been so dominant here, so locked in for this grand final so far. I'm just not quite sure it's happening.
I mean, again, Concord has gained fans from across the entire venue with the noisemakers that they brought, and Davenport maybe starting to feel those effects here in game 2, as it's a completely different narrative than what we just witnessed. But now with under 90 seconds to go, is there anything left in the tank for Davenport to try or succeed in doing here?
Definitely in the series, maybe not in game 2. That pass is intercepted, and Concord will push back on Davenport once again, though the Panthers are challenging a bit better right now. They're holding that midfield line more effectively than they did in the first several minutes here of game 2, and going into game 3, I mean, keep that up, you're definitely on the right start to a comeback, but keeping it up is the trick.
Concord making the last 60 seconds a formality is the goal. You want to get out of here, leave the score alone unless you get a free chance, and just go up 2-0 in a very crucial grand final with a trophy, with money on the line, the bragging rights, especially between 2 titans of the scene like this. There's a lot left to play for, but so far it looks like we are going to see Concord take this one.
Still, the last minute and a half of this game has been Davenport offense, and I'm wondering if that's more Concord letting up off the gas pedal just a little bit, or if Davenport have found maybe a secret to keeping Concord playing on that back line, because they're diving for save after save and making most of them to Concord's credit, but this is great possession from Davenport here to close out game 2.
Cam bumped off the ball on what is most likely going to be the last-ditch effort here in game number 2 for Davenport. But Concord, you want to talk about momentum, you want to talk about predictions, you throw it all out the window because they've got a confident 2-0 lead, and look at the fans.
They have gotten up on that table. I have not seen that before at this event.
Inside joke, if you know, you know. But what we do know is Concord is dominant. They were the favorites coming in, but I did not expect this. And now Davenport has to go through another reset.
Christy's staring down the camera, and there's that star, an intimidating insignia on the jerseys of Concord to anyone that dare challenge them on the Rocket League pitch. It means they're winners, and they have continued to be winners all throughout this weekend. So far, even into the grand finals, they've dropped 1 game.
Let that moment breathe. Let that statement breathe and really take it into consideration about the team you're talking about and the teams that you're watching battle right now. I can't tell you I predicted it, and I know nobody in the venue did, but Concord, they're the only people with the control over that, and they have shown it time and time again against every team here, and they now are 2 games away. They're halfway there to walking out as the champions.
And on the flip side of that, I'm looking at stats right now. Davenport and Concord both shot 9 times wins that game. And obviously, the scoreboard was heavily tilted in favor of Concord, and also fairly obviously, if you're not an audio-only listener, Davenport got the majority of their shots there in the final 90 seconds of the game in garbage time when they were down by 5 goals already. So early on in Game 3, they need to keep up that pressure. They need to keep up that presence in the orange Concord half. Otherwise, they're going to be needing something to bring home just $1,500 rather than the $3K prize pool they've got their eyes on.
We also still will be continuing to provide you updates on the South Carolina Northeastern third place match, which is for money or for broke. So that's a very fun one we'll try to keep you updated on. But for now, we still have to see if Davenport can make this a game. And so far, much better than before. But this is not how Game 2 started off either. But wait a dang second. No double comes through just yet.
Good look, better defense out of Davenport. The rebound comes in, and Bolte is prepared for it. Wasn't credited with the save right there, but that was very much an important stop. Now Concord's missing a bit. They're scrambling defensively. That backboard's open, but Bolte is just a half second late as Helix matches him on the Concord side.
And this could be an own goal as well. Crispy will try and fake it and force. I believe that is Brock who touched it away, but Bolte will come in and delay for now as Cam has a chance, but has to give it away. He can't stay on. Bolte will try to play off that 50. It will pinch back middle. This could be a shot, but now it's a counter. But Cam is on the back line once again. He's had to play way too much defense this series.
Davenport have to be so ready, constantly on the edge of their seats, ready for a Concord counterattack as they're looking for stretch passes, looking for quick shots. Here it takes time to develop, but Concord still get an early lead.
They grab the boost, they move quickly, and they hit you before you even look back. It's a great delayed touch from Seamoss as well, who wasn't able to put it on net, but did leave it up perfectly for Helix.
Important first goal now, and it stamps out any game momentum of Davenport they maybe found in Game 2, but that is a little bit close for comfort here. Stressed brows on the Concord side as they almost gave up their lead as soon as they got it.
I mean, Concord's got a lot of their staff team here as Helix almost finds a clip play with the Musty, but I was going to say that Concord has a lot of their staff here. You can hear the gasp across not just the room, but definitely on that half as these shots get so close and so narrow, but now the counter could just be in, but Bolte does have enough boost to get to it.
Ooh, that's close again. Both these looked a little bit skittish here in Game 3 as he's had a couple dangerous moments in defense, but that was not one of them. Davenport have regained possession now. Look to the backboard, back at Brock, off the back wall, and no one was there to shoot again. Bolte has no boost, but he does refuel at the very least to make that save.
Helix almost tries to find the bump on the counter, but now Cam does have a shot on net, but Davenport once again missing the final blow. And now this could be it right here, but Cam has no boost. Now he's going to be met by Helix, but that's going to be dunked right back on the net. But Seamoss is able to push it back out. Now it will fall to Crispy, who has to use all of his boost to find Helix, but the pass is just a little too far until Helix will try to make one of his own. But so far, the defense has survived time and time again for Davenport. They look good at the halfway point, but they've got to get the offense.
This doesn't feel like there's any boost on the beach for this Davenport third-man offense. No one there to finish off plays that come out center, and eventually they're going to need one, but they aren't deterred. Concord find another clear, but Davenport will intercept it by way of Cam. Bolte's found. He'll pass over to Brock, who bails out of that play. I'm not quite sure why.
Brock not able to turn back onto the next play as well, so once again, Concord get away with having to defend. They get more boost. They get a potential 50, and the bumps do come through. That's a great play from Cam, as now Bolte has the counter. Will look for another touch. It goes middle. Cam is there, but it is going to be saved away, as now Brock will try and take a chance at it, but he can't stay on. This could be a counter, but it's just barely missed by Seamoss. Another shot maybe for Helix, who will leave it for Seamoss. Actually, it's a double commit. A little bit of chaos might just open the door for Davenport. Like right here, Brock could find one more, but no.
There were triple zeros for a moment there on the Davenport side when it came to their boost totals. You don't see that all too often at the top level of Rocket League, but that is the game plan of Concord. They want to starve Davenport until there is nothing left at the table for this team to eat. But Seamoss on the goal line takes away another opportunity to feast for Davenport's offense, as with 60 seconds left, it's still a goose egg on the blue side of the scoreboard.
Just a minute stands between a 2-1 or a 3-1 Oh, you've got to let that sink in. That does not feel good to be a part of, regardless of what side, but you do not want to go down 0-3 to a team like Concord, who's been hot all weekend. They're going to try and end it right here and now.
Good flick by Seamoss. Bolte fields it in the corner of Davenport. He'll center it as well, but it's out of a 50-50, so no one can be up quickly for the Panthers. Concord with Seamoss again. His first man, rely on Crispy now to make a stop. He had to side flip out of that initial read and recover to make a big save, but it's all for Knox. Cam levels the playing field with 30 seconds left.
Slow rotation for Concord opens the door, but Bolte passed it extremely well over to. That's where it needed to go, and Cam also goes opposite corner. We got a tie ball game here.
And things aren't over just yet across this entire series and this game 3, as we are heating up for an insane conclusion to regulation. As Concord just missed on a go-ahead goal twice, maybe 3 times. That time it was more forced, but so close, but nothing there for the Mountain Lions.
Are you kidding? Brock can find the end of the game right here. Maybe it's up to Bolte. Even Concord's got no boost, as now they'll try and find a counter. They do find the dunk. 5 seconds left. Is there a chance for Cam? He'll try to go the length of the field. Seamoss does meet him, but this looks like it will be at the ground unless somebody has anything to say about it. It will stay up. Here comes maybe another chance. It will be ripped away. Helix has the chance to keep it up. Bolte finally drops it. We're going to overtime again.
Concord got the last one, but Davenport need the most recent one. Next goal wins game 3, and it's Davenport starting out on the front foot, past center. Bolte shots denied by Crispy, and Davenport must regroup.
Kickoff strat comes out for Concord once again at the reset, but it's almost the reason that they lose this game, but they get away with that. And now here comes a wild pinch over towards Davenport net, and now there's room for Helix to go to work. He's got a reset. He'll look to find a teammate, but it is pinched away. Seamoss, no boost by himself. 1v1 versus Cam. He can't find the touch, does read the double, but here comes Bolte for the game. Bang! Davenport clawing back.
With 30 seconds to go, it was 0-1. Concord had a lead, and we're staring at a potential quadruple match point. But Davenport show all the resolve in the world there, find a way back in regulation, and find a way to win with their backs against the wall.
That right there could be the turning point of this series. If Davenport wants any chance of getting back, they needed that game, because we know how hard it is to come back down 0-3, especially when you're talking about the juggernauts, the top 8 of CRL with no questions asked. And now Concord has to make some adjustments.
I'm so glad, though, at the end of that game, Bolte got his redemption, because that goal conceded to Concord, and a couple of other times he was low on boost in awkward spots, giving up a lot of space to Concord, but he recovered, no biggie. These guys have been here before. They're not fazed by an off stretch.
We have yet to see Concord go down in a series. I think even when Northeastern won, it was a game 2 win, but either way, I have not seen them adjust. Now, they are fresh off of that CECC South qualifier that they were able to find a spot in, so that was a tough series, a tough night against teams like Bruton Parker and Cumberland, so they have experience, but not exactly on land.
Talking about things that haven't really happened before, Concord has just doubled their game loss total at this event with that loss to Davenport, which is as unbelievable as it sounds. But Davenport have life here. They still need, I think, this one.
I mean, you have no choice. I think 3-1 is just as bad as 3-0, especially here on land, where anything and everything has seemed to happen and will happen for the rest of our days, as now we'll see if there's a chance here. Concord finds a huge dunk, but it is off. So all 3 members of Davenport compiled up on the offensive half of Concord. That's a rare sight, and you normally want to see that if you're a fan, as now here come the passing plays from Concord. 1, 2, 3, a bump goes open, but nobody's there.
Now, Concord invested a lot of the front of that play. It had to work out plan A, I think. The third man had already rotated out. Davenport testing that third man defense, but it's not even required. Great cut of rotation there by the Concord defense, and they'll find themselves a little bit of space in their offensive zone, but have to scrap for as much boost as they can. As both Helix and CMOS right there were empty, but they have refuel.
Cam does miss, which does force CMOS to side flip, but now here comes the demo chances, but Helix survives, but not exactly comfortably, as now Bolty looks to push one back towards Crispy, who will be met by Brock, but the 50 is in the hands of Concord for now. Cam will tap this down. He's got a teammate there to pass to. Brock is going to try and go again. This could be a shot for Cam. It will stay in front of the net. Is anybody there? And it finally is Helix, but look at Davenport, completely renewed.
And they're moving with pace around their offensive zone now, but CMOS will take some of that away, slowing down the Panthers here. Brock's playing back forward. It's a dangerous prospect if Bolty has any kind of room to get his teammate the ball. Instead, it's now defense for Davenport and Concord right back on the front foot.
CMOS accidentally side flips through the first opportunity, so now he has to try and 50. Brock will do it well through 2, but now it's Cam, who doesn't have a lot of boost, but enough to at least try and beat a player. Will not win the 50, and Crispy will try to stay on, but instead he was called off. I believe that was CMOS. Now Helix tried to stay on. I don't know if he got the reset. The net's going to open up, but that demo that Helix got took him out of rotation, surprisingly.
Still Davenport stay composed, but can they stop this? A CMOS solo attack. Put the shot on. Can't get through Cam. We'll stay 0-0 for now, as Concord really have not had an established presence in the Davenport half this game, unlike the other 3 we've seen.
Almost halfway here through game number 4. Concord could open up the scoring right here, but it's a miss. It's going to be in! I mean, we're talking about some of the best players in CRL history. What happened here?
I mean, that's why this goes in here. Brock's low on boost. I think he's betting on the shot, and he doesn't have boost to recover right there. Davenport is caught out low on resources, and Concord, whether that was their intention or not, I'm sure they'll tell you it was their intention. Score, goal 1.
I also did not give everybody the score update that I owe you. So South Carolina, as of last game, was up 2-1 in the 3rd place matchup, as I'm sure Concord would love to push their lead to a far point as well, and so far they might just do that. It's 2 in a row.
Seems like they are right back in the swing of things, Concord are, as this one's a bit more simple than the last. An open backboard out of Davenport, and Concord, they're going to take that kind of open space and punish you 10 times out of 10.
Once again, Davenport will be tested. I already mentioned that 3-0 and 3-1 might as well be twin brothers, evil twin brothers at that. You do not want to mess with them, and Concord in a very good spot to make that exactly happen, as that kick out almost went directly to a Concord player. CMOS will try to use it into some form of offensive play as he'll look for a pass. It's all sorts of misses and messing up for Davenport, and Helix capitalizes.
I'm concerned we are back to our regularly scheduled programming, as Concord left us after game 2, winning by 4 goals. We took a hiatus, a slight Davenport-sponsored commercial break, and now we are back to Concord dominating in this grand finals.
Still 2 minutes left to go. I mean, just today we have seen teams come back from 4 goals or 3 goals in a matter of just a few minutes. Now, obviously, we're not talking about Concord and Davenport when we say that, but these are evenly skilled teams to an extent, so who knows what could happen. And also, I might as well give you the future of the score update. USC has now dropped the lead. It's now 2-2 up there with Northeastern.
And if you're in the venue, you heard that pop off. Northeastern isn't afraid to get loud and get out of their seats, as Northeastern scored 7 goals that win. Unbelievable in the 3rd place match. But right now, it's more of the same, TJ. 3-0 Concord, and they are out possessing Davenport by a long shot and have stripped Davenport of any defense.
I mean, you're down 3. I can understand maybe rotating a little quickly, but I'm not sure where Brock went in general. I mean, even if Bolty does get that beat, he's still out of position. So an interesting change of pace, as it looks like Concord once again just have to nurse this one home to a 3-1 lead.
I mean, you got to rely on your 3rd man there to buy you a little bit of time, and Concord are just that step of speed above everybody else at this event. Davenport are feeling the wrath of that right now. Could be 5 here as CMOS plays to the backboard. Bolty will stop him, and Cam, the midfield line, won't get anything started for his Panthers.
Bolty, a little bit of room off his backboard, but no boost to work with, and Brock as well has to give it away. Cam just spawns in, has to at least throw a hand up, or else Concord's going to find another goal here. Helix, 1 reset, looks for the 2nd, but flips a little too early, as now we'll see Crispy, a 360 reverse entry. It's no drift contest, but you may think it is if you're listening to this without the visuals, but I can translate them for you. Concord's up 4-0 and looking to dominate.
And if you really want a realistic shot of winning this grand finals, you can't be seeing Crispy do 360s on you, because that shows that Concord have games out of hand, and they are feeling exceptional on the main stage of Boost on the Beach. And with 20 seconds left, 4-0 up, and CMOS off the backboard of Davenport. Why wouldn't you be feeling good?
Why not go for the clip as well? You got space, you got to reset if you're Crispy, but no highlight reel plays coming through once again in this game. But who cares about the highlight reel play? Because Concord has not only dominated for 2 games of this series, they have now pushed it to 3-1.
So close, and the boomsticks erupt once again as Concord have triple match point here in the grand finals. They came here to win, and they came here to dominate, I'm sure, as well. Maybe you say, all right, they're just being confident coming into an event like this, saying they're going to dominate, but TJ, dominate they have.
I'm going to guess we're going to see a Davenport timeout. We haven't gotten the confirmation from production, but I would imagine that now is the only time, the best time you should use it, and they were able to avoid it earlier, but now you got no choice.
4-0 win. Game 4, Davenport had good presence in their offensive half there at the start, but Concord made good stops, and then all of a sudden, something changed. A switch flipped, and we were dominated there by Concord.
This is the Concord that showed up for the CRL Fall Championships. The team that completely 100% trust each other for best or for worse, as they now, I believe they have won 2 lands, one on their home turf, but then also they went up to Pennsylvania and won Hugh Fest as well. So far, it's just another notch in the belt for them. They are more than comfortable. They are confident. And now, finally, the timeout will come through, and it will be from Davenport.
Makes sense. I think no surprise there. Davenport have been strangers to using their timeout when necessary. I think in the Wichita State series, they called one just to make sure they were good to go to close that one out. And here, well, we get to show off the trophy of Boost on the Beach 2025 here. The winner of this grand final takes home a tidal wave.
I mean, look at this thing. This might be one of the coolest land trophies we've ever got our hands on. And I know I used to be a player, but I might take it for myself. I'm out of here.
Well, you're wired down for now, at least. The headset will slow your escape from the hangout at Myrtle Beach. But hey, a lot on the line here. $3 grand for the winner. Obviously, our beautiful trophy. And I mean, pride. These 2 teams, the win over each other, notch themselves credible victories when it comes to the overall CRL landscape.
I mean, the bragging rights, I think you have to just get to when you get to there, because Davenport has much more to worry about. I mean, I'm more so concerned about the status of this roster long term. This is their first time playing together, and we've seen teams be torn apart by less, but we've also seen teams excel in worse situations. So I still have faith in Davenport, online or offline, but now, backs against the wall, you cannot give one more up.
I think we saw it in the player cam as well. Brock's getting hydrated, and that is dangerous for Concord. If he was dehydrated before, he's only powering up now, and Davenport need him in the offensive zone, as it needs to be a full team effort, especially at the midfield line, but just to score on this Concord backside, I mean, you have to be hitting every single open shot that you get off their backboard.
If you are just now joining us, welcome to Boost on the Beach. Once again, my name is DJ TJ. That was Bepic that you just saw on our cams, but we've got almost the ending of the entire tournament right here, as now there is still a third place match that is being played currently. It is a best of 7, and it is tied at 2 apiece, but this one not following that script. Concord wants to end it and get out of here champions.
Only 3 men have the ability to prolong this LAN any longer, lest the fun come to a stop for Boost on the Beach 2025. Davenport need 3 wins in a row just to escape Concord this grand finals. So far, it's a decent start here. They haven't been scored on, and that in and of itself is a success, but they're putting good shots on Concord's net.
I do believe that a 3-1 comeback has happened in Concord's history before. In fact, I want to say it might have been Ball State who was able to perform that. And Davenport and Ball State have had their fair share of rivalry throughout CRL, and Davenport knows that if they can do it, so can they. But they got to believe it, and they've got to show it.
Well, if all it takes to start a fire is one itty-bitty match, then Maybe one little change of pace, one little goal can change things for Davenport. Really light a fire underneath them, but they could use it. Right now, it starts on their defensive side. Bolton's been out 50 by Helix. He beats the next man as well, so Cam swoops in as third to stop Concord from scoring an insane first.
Helix still had his foot, was able to stay on that one, and then Bolte showing some impressive play of his own, finding the redirect, and it will force Helix off the ball, and the bump won't come through either. So now Concord has to take their time coming out of their half. It will be Bolte who meets CMOS up there at the very top of the midfield, but the roof is not where either one of these teams want to be. They're going to keep trying to push it, and Davenport's the one leading the charge. Here could be a shot. Bolte goes top side. He doesn't bounce down. Here comes a shot from Cam, and he has been electric. He's been perfect throughout this series. He notches another goal down.
And these are the two sharpshooters for Davenport for sure, off a slight Bolte's striking ability. But Brock and Cam put great opportunities on the Concord net, and it breaks apart that back line. Like I said, you have to be hitting everything, or if you miss, just say it was a pass.
Either way, all the antics aside, it is still a tall task to make it out of this game alone for either team. And now as I say that, Concord says throw that point out the window, sweep it to the side because they've tied the game.
Great example of why the height of this task is in question here. Concord is so effective at responding as they go down a goal in a closeout game. No big deal, we'll get one just 15 seconds later.
Davenport had just earned that game, or that goal, I mean. I feel like they truly did earn that chance as all three members had to get involved. As there's a little bit of antics going on in the Concord corner, we can give you another update. Northeastern has now won 2 in a row. They are up 3-2 in the third place match. We'll keep you posted.
Big one up on the second story of the hangout there. Excited to see how that shakes out, but this one is still cooking on the main stage. Helix has been looking faster and faster in the offensive zone. Flip reset after flip reset, but none of them have burst the dam open for Davenport's back line as they find another stop and look to take their lead back.
Bolte does win the 50, but nobody was prepared for it from either team. So Concord throws this one away as now once again we enter a very closely defined halfway point in this series where both teams have shown flashes, but once again Concord shows the composure and they almost find the dunk off of CMOS's play.
Davenport composed there on their goal line, find a stop, and now advance towards that Concord back line. But Crispy, look at it, cool, calm, and collected. Collects that ball like it's nothing and prevents Davenport from finding a quick strike in transition. And now Concord begin one of their own. Off the corner wall, Crispy's up and is denied entrance to the Davenport net by Bolte.
A great save, a great pre-jump from Bolte. So Davenport slowly starting to find these reads on the Concord offense. But as we say that, here comes another chance. Crispy was going to look for a bump. He does get one. It's fakes again, and Bolte was ready for it this time. As now Davenport looking formidable. Here comes another chance. This will still be on the net. Is there a follow-up? Brock is the last man back. Here comes the counter, but the passing play is a little too far. Helix will try to get to it, but no 50, and now it's going to be the opposite way. A 2v1 for Davenport. A double is in store, but Crispy denies.
What a frenetic pace we're playing at with less than 90 seconds left in a massive Game 5 in the grand finals of the Boost on the Beach 2025. Davenport pretty much need this next goal, otherwise they're fighting from behind in clutch time of Game 5. And now Concord begins a counterattack as they get their stop. We continue that lightning quick pace.
A lot of heads are starting to shake on the Davenport side. They have missed a few golden chances right in front of the Concord net due to miscommunication or simply a poor missed touch. And now it may just open the chance for the series and the whole event to end right here and now. Davenport are trying to survive and find a chance. This is going to be on the net. It's going to force a double commit as well as now Cam goes off the corner. He can find a shot. Here comes another chance, another double commit. Brock a slow shot going directly at CMOS. Another chance. Bolte flip reset. No, denied.
Oh, Brock was so close right there. Had the defense dead to rights, but couldn't get all of that ball. And now in defense, he starts it all over again. Flip reset. We'll get the ball past the midfield line, but only as far as CMOS. Off the ceiling, CMOS will have possession taken away from him. The stop for Davenport with 10 seconds left.
Helix bumped out, so there's not going to be an immediate play unless CMOS finds a double. He can't find it. This could be a shot, though. 6 seconds left. A fake left side. Bang! Concord take the lead.
4 seconds left. and Concord will not be denied. What a setup and finish by Crispy and CMOS, the Europeans that came over to the States to do exactly this, to win Grand Finals, and they're 4 seconds away from winning Boost on the Beach.
Davenport will get one last chance unless CMOS will deny it right here and now. Concord, the Mountain Lions, are your Boost on the Beach champions.
Massive performance for Concord. They come out here and 4-1 a dominant Davenport team. 4-1 against the second best team in the event.
What more can you ask for other than domination from the 3 men who have been not only incredible, but have been the faces to watch within Collegiate Rocket League. And Davenport, unfortunately not the result they wanted today, but still an entertaining match to the end.
Great fight, lots of 1-goal games, a couple overtimes thrown in the mix, a recipe for an entertaining Grand Finals. But there is a star on the back of those Concord jerseys, fresh, I might add, for a reason. They're champions.
We are also going to see Dan. We're going to go ahead and just throw it to him now.
It's too easy, Coach. What do you guys say about that?
Happy to be here. Thank y'all for the support.
Happy to be here. And you, sir?
Hey, expected.
What is better than this, gentlemen? Go get your trophy.
We got some friends on stage, TJ. They've come for their prize.
Well, here we go. We'll make some room. Watch for the wires as well. The Concord University Rocket League team, your 2025 Boost on the Beach champions. I mean, shoot, we have you guys here. We might as well ask a few questions since Dan did send you guys directly up here. I mean, shoot, I'll start with you, John, while you're right next to me. You let me know. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. Super happy that we were able to make it. And we're super happy we got to play Davenport because that's the final that we really wanted. So feels really earned, for sure.
A very nice result. CMOS, I have to throw it to you. You guys continue to show resilience in Collegiate Rocket League, not just regionally, but across the nation. What is the key to this team's success?
We have way more passion than any other university on the team, and just our chemistry is clear. It's just clear from everyone else.
Tay, I have to come your way. You've been on this roster, you've been a member of the Concord program for a while here, so I have to ask you, you get to watch the success. You're a very key part of the success as well, being on the roster. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'll say, like I said, when we won the fall championship, being able to watch these guys and watch greatness every day, there's nothing like it, and I live for it.
We love to hear that. And then, of course, I got to finish with Crispy and Helix. I mean, you come all the way from across the pond to be here in the United States to play Rocket League. I'm sure coming to an event like this in an area like this must be surreal.
Yeah, no, that is mad. Well, for me, it's just business.
It's just business. And then, of course, Helix, I have to end it off with you because in terms of all the stories across Collegiate Rocket League, you've been one of the most interesting ones to follow. You're only a sophomore. You had a completely different roster a year ago today. What does it feel like getting this new roster and having this success, and your name is tied to it?
I just needed the people around me. That's all I needed. I had a lot of people doubting, but hey, we just keep winning. They can't doubt.
They just keep winning. But speaking of that winning, let's get one more trophy lift. Concord University, your 2025 Boost on the Beach champions. All right, one more round of applause for Concord University. Oh my, and we have to take a look. All right, so we took a short break because I have been battle-hardened and torn here by the Concord crew. I've been stabbed almost, but we are surviving. The suit's still alive, and once again, it's DJ TJ's Mr. Bepic. What a weekend it has been.
I'm lucky the stage got so crowded. I was trying to protect my microphone wire, and so TJ was the only one that got doused there. But I think that was deserved. Concord have earned some kind of celebration tonight with their utter dominance at Boost on the Beach.
Well, and I do know that we are in a rush, so there is some people that we do need to thank today. So I have to start, first of all, Shenandoah and Syracuse. Every year, time and time again, they put on an incredible show. They invested in us to come out here and be the voices behind their show. So a massive thank you to Shen and Syracuse. And then, of course, you've got major sponsors, Coastal Carolina Esports, Carolina Gaming, Visit Myrtle Beach, Alienware, Peanut Homecoming, and of course, we are here in the Hangout. What has been an incredible host to us, and we are so happy to be here. So I'll throw it back to you, Bepic. Any final notes you want to add?
So much fun. There's money on the line, a lot of it, mind you, but we still find a way to have a blast at Boost on the Beach. I was privileged to be here. Shout out to the production team, the TOs, admins, everybody that made this land possible. Mainstream, side stream, smash stream. It was a fantastic show. And shout out to everyone that was bombarded by esports while just trying to get a meal at the Hangouts and played along like they knew what they were doing the entire time.
Well, it actually sounds like we actually may have a little bit of a recap to go over before we throw it away just yet. So let's take a look at the stats. Before we send it away, look at the shot totals for Concord.
Wow. I mean, they laid it on that Davenport defense. 52 shots across 5 games played. And Davenport had their opportunities to strike, but were held out by a stoic Concord back line, a combined 27 saves on Davenport's 34 shots. That's an unbelievable rate.
Also, Davenport, it was their first LAN as a team. That team's not going anywhere as well. There's no seniors, nobody even close to being a senior, I believe. And so they're going to be a force to be reckoned with throughout the rest of the CRL season. There's still more LANs on the table as well. But I guess that leaves it to me to speak for everybody. So thank you to obviously Visit Myrtle Beach and the Hangout for being so incredible and bringing us here in what has been a beautiful boardwalk weekend. The weather has been awesome. We can see the water from casting. How many events do you see where that happens? But they give me the mic because I talk too long. So without further ado, it's been Mr. Bepic. It's been Shenandoah and Syracuse Esports. It's been DJ TJ. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
And we're live at the beach, following one beacher leveling up in her hero's journey.
This is Bridget, paperback writer, finally with a moment of peace, and she is locked in on her beach read.
Looks like paper beats metal. Do I smell bookworm?
What a leaf!
Dusty. I don't think she noticed.
Is that a mime?
I believe that's a Frenchman asking for directions.
Now that's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. Stay beachy, everyone. Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.